If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Well, thank you, Claire Marie. Good morning, beautiful people. It's Friday. And we are live from the Passport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio, and I'm here with your host, the truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy
Oh,
Mack.
my God. No more artificial intelligence, chat GPT, any sort of nonsense. Let's come up. You are actually an award-winning scriptwriter and filmmaker. You will sit down and you will make some impressions, and you will actually have a writer's meeting with me, and we will go through it and come up with something that is really cooking. Hey, Madison with a T. Hey, everybody out there in Road Gang Radio Land. Leave your heart at iHeart. Come on, man. Have the audacity to listen at Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube as Steve started the morning off. He was the first one there. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Live your life. You be you on Live 365. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com, or ponder the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms, because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bozo ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his nasty little sidekick, Grease Charlton, because this... What the hell am I talking about? This is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And all of it, by the way, broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House in the city of New Orleans, the birthplace of trucking radio. Speaking of Fastport, let's do this. Next week, by the way, we are going to be bit by bit, piece by piece, putting together small little profiles of the 12 men and women who were nominated for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. But Fastport is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it, by the way, through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. How about that? You guys should really check them out, by the way. Like I said, I don't think you guys are going to do business with them so much, unless, of course, you have a small trucking company or something even a little bit bigger than that. But if you're an owner, operator, or driver, you should check out what they're up to, just to simply see what great Americans do for other great Americans. They are really busting their butts to make sure that veterans in particular can make the transition into the workforce and find purpose-driven work. We've got a couple of veterans on the show today, both of whom are dropping into studio. I'll break that down in just a second. But man, there are miracles happening everywhere. Dig this. Yesterday, animal service officers in Texas came to the rescue of a juvenile great horned owl that was found entangled in a soccer net outside of a school.
Wow.
The Leander Police Department said on social media that Leander Animal Service officers responded to a local school on Tuesday with a report of an owl in distress. Owl in distress! Can you imagine those kids, by the way? I bet you if a bunch of kids actually watched a bunch of first responders save a juvenile owl from a soccer net, they all might just stand there and play the Pledge of Allegiance. They all might just do it. And if they do, I would suggest you record them because, we do our pledge and our national anthem. We're actually cleaning one up right now that was sent to us as a gift. If there's a kid out there, a classroom, a group of Boy Scouts, a group of Girl Scouts, a Little League team, soccer team that just wants to say the Pledge of Allegiance, get it recorded, send it over to us. We will use it in the opening and give them full credit. So, of course, the Animal Services folks arrived to find the owl entangled in the soccer net. By the way, Madison, I think this has the handiwork of Dr. Philostratus all over it. He's the kind of guy that would actually tangle up an owl in a soccer net. The owl, which, by the way, is now named Keeper, was taken to Moonshine Wildlife Rehabilitation for care. Tell me that's not American.
America.
That's America right there, man. An owl named Keeper was taken to Moonshine Wildlife Rehabilitation for care. If you'd like to talk about the owl or anything going on in the wide and wonderful world of trucking, don't hesitate to give us a call. We got plenty of time to take calls this morning. We don't have It's been crazy the last couple of weeks. We've had, of course, our friends from NACFE. They show up from time to time, and they have that special start the morning off right slot. But usually we have a little bit of time to take your phone calls, kind of dig into some conversations. We've had so many people dropping in because of hurricane season, because of how many guests we've had on the show. We got a little bit of time, by the way. We have 2 spots in which you can give us a call immediately after the pledge and national anthem and a good bracing Friday adoration, let's call it, from our good friend Pastor John from the Bennett family of trucking companies. And then, of course, a little bit after our first guest arrives on the scene, we'll have a little bit of block there, too, to kind of get your thoughts on what's going on in the wide world of trucking. There's still a lot on the table. Our friends from OIDA were here yesterday in the form of Colin Long talking about what you could do in regards to making sure that the highway bill becomes one of the greatest trucker bill of rights things of all time. Look, The big thing I've been thinking about in regards to that Truckers' Bill of Rights, the elimination of the speed limiter, the increase in the amount of parking. Yes, there is a parking shortage. Getting all that stuff in there is so very important. And the reason why it's so important is that I don't know if you've seen how government works, and there's a lot of criticism of it, but once something takes, it takes. Once something kind of gets locked in. That was the thing. That's why, I don't know if you know this, the ACA is an example of this. It has been hard to get rid of since it's there. And there are a lot of people with health care because of it. The people who don't like it, but the people who they can't get rid of it now. And when they try to get rid of it, they run into their constituents. The ELD is a bad example of that. That once they got it over the fence, it was there, and it is almost an impossible thing to get rid of now. That's why we don't have the speed limiter mandate is being fought tooth and nail, even when it's in nascent conversational form. They don't want this thing to grow at all, because if it does, and you're not looking, one day you turn around and you have a speed limiter in your car that you didn't want, or your truck that you didn't want, and there it is. So the idea is to be an active citizen and to stay on top of this stuff. We got a couple of phone calls coming in here. I'll take one before we hit the break and then one after and see where the road takes us. Madison with a T, who do we got?
We got Huckleberry calling from Wisconsin, bright and early. He was the first one here.
Well, hey, cutie pie. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Huck. You can call anybody baby in New Orleans, and we've talked about this. You can call anybody baby, and nobody will actually get angry at you for, assigning the wrong gender to them. Hey, man, good morning.
Good morning, y'all. I've been called worse.
What's going on?
I'm done wrapping up. I'm almost home and taking the night off. I'm going to roll out to Altoona tomorrow for Skaters Celebration of Life, and so I'm just going to putz around the house today, work on my pickup and my Harley, and do some stuff around the house. When you go to, are you going to Skater Celebration on a hog, or are you going in a cab? No, I'm doing my if the plans work out right, I'll be on the Harley.
Okay. Do me a favor when you get there. Dave was able to make it up to Jay Hosty's event for the T.A. Petro thing, and we were really hoping we could be there for the celebration of life. There's just too much going on, and Dre had a family thing that he had to take care of this week, which meant kind of shuffling our schedules was tough. Would you please, on behalf of everybody at Radio Nemo, when you get there, please extend the warmest of wishes and all the love you possibly can, okay?
Absolutely. Will do.
All right, so I have to ask this because I've got you here, and Madison is here as well. I don't know if you know this, Madison. We've done 12 Snake Pontchartrain episodes. Huck and his wife is in one. Huck is in two.
Very
Huck
cool.
is the only person to actually have two appearances in a Snake Pontchartrain episode. And I was curious, what's the last haunted encounter you've had? Huck's actually been featured on a couple of, scare the poop out of you shows, those kind of things. What's the next? What's the latest on the supernatural front? What's been going on?
It's been real quiet lately. We had a cleansing done through a friend of Blue Diamonds, and it's been really calm lately. But I think the last thing I've heard or seen or felt. And it's been probably quite a little while. The last one that I can actually completely remember, she came out of the bedroom, and the chair that we had against one side inflated, the seat cushion inflated like somebody stood up.
Oh, nice. See, the thing is, I've gotten to the point where, and I think you're probably at the same place, that when I have those moments, as opposed to being creeped out, I kind of start going, cool. Do you do that now?
Yeah.
Are you at that point where it's like, there's a little bit, a wind comes through the room and there's no reason for it, and you kind of go, oh, that's neat. Somebody just passed through here. That's how Lisa Morton is right now. Lisa Morton's like, I think something's here. Okay. And just move on,
No, I'm just kind of so used to it. So most of the time it doesn't faze me. And the one that kind of perked her attention, she was trying to sleep, and I was laying on the couch, and the bedroom door kept opening up like somebody was walking through, and she yelled at me, "What are you doing?"
Oh, that's always
And
my
I'm like,
favorite.
"Yeah, it ain't me." So,
Which my favorite is like, would you please stop standing next to me? I'm trying to get some sleep. I'm laying next to you.
Right.
What? Oh, no.
Right.
Huck, I got to take this break, do all the bells and whistles stuff, but please tell your wife I said hello. Please tell everybody over at the Celebration of Life that they're the best, and we're thinking of all of them, okay?
Will do. Everybody, y'all be good, be safe, or don't get caught.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and if you can't take it sleazy, take it light. We'll get to 70s sleazy a little bit later on in the show when Lindsay Lawler arrives. If you just listening for the first time, I'm not calling my co-host sleazy, except in a good way, like PHAT. So get off my case. We'll take a moment here to reflect upon the greatness of our country, to have a moment of bracing Java to get our souls stirring, a little bit of coffee for the soul, and then we'll come back with another phone call. Who do I got when I come back, by the way?
Let's see. We have Showtime calling from Ohio.
Oh, I get a chance to kind of dig in with my friend. We haven't had a chance to really talk on the air in a while. That's fantastic. Okay, guys, raise your right hand and be America. Madison, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Friday. I want to share something with you this morning before you get out of there for the weekend. I want you to think about this, and I want you to let it permeate your heart and encourage you, simply because of the fact that sometimes we forget about this as it relates to our walk with God and as God is navigating us through this thing that is called life. In Psalm 95, verse 6, now keep this in mind, what the songwriter is saying. In Psalm 95, verse 6 says, "O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord, our Maker." Now listen to what the songwriter says. He said, first we have to come into God's presence. And he says, and you have to come with a worship mindset. But in your worshiping process, there should be some point in your time where you look down and realize that you're not even worthy to be where you are now. What are you saying, Pastor? I'm saying we are so blessed to be able to have a God that allows us to come into his presence, bring all of our problems, bring all of our concerns. We're so blessed to have a God that loves us so much that is able to keep us from falling. We should be grateful that he allows us to come into his presence. Why? Because he doesn't have to do that. And that's why the songwriter says, and let us bow down and let us kneel. Watch this, before the Lord, our Maker. So my brothers and sisters, this weekend, find your church to go to and enjoy the service and get caught up on your time with God and let God know that you love him and you adore him and you are so excited to be his child. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and be safe this weekend.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Friday. TGIF, people.
TGIF is right. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, the best transpo live show in the known universe. I'll get to the best pre-recorded transpo show in the known universe in just a minute here. By the way, just to kind of remind you guys, we have sponsors, and they take care of a lot of fun stuff for us, like this celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way to the party is truckdown.com. Since 1997, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. These days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. If you do, you can then join the celebration of, dig this, Hold the Toppings Please National Cheese Pizza Day is celebrated annually on September the 5th, and it's time for you to celebrate in cheese pizza style. Look, I love the classics, guys. Pepperoni, pizza with pineapple, barbecue chicken pizza, juicy meat lovers. You know, you get the idea. It's all out there. But nothing surpasses the basics of holding a gently folded single slice of melty deliciousness. The cheese pizza.
Hawaiian? You like Hawaiian pizza?
Here's the thing. Is it a staple? No. If every once in a while somebody says, hey, I'm getting a Hawaiian pizza, you want to go halvesies on it? I'm in.
I love that shit.
I'm a big fan of the meat lover pizza, by the way. Juicy meat lovers. I mean, if you can like drop a ton of meat. I also, my little wild card and my favorite combination is black olives, pepperoni, and jalapenos.
Ooh, that's a good combo.
Jalapenos. I also make sure I get a couple of extra pepperonis on there, and I go with a little bit of extra sauce.
You ever done it with hot honey? The pizza, well, they'll do like the pepperoni.
I've done a little
hot honey.
dipping. Out in Santa Clarita, there is actually a New Jersey pizza parlor. And I mean, it actually is in a strip mall, but when you walk in, you feel like you walked into New Jersey. It's got all the little league teams all over the walls, and it's wood paneling. And it is New Jersey pizza, which basically means it's New York pizza. Each year, more than 2 billion pounds of cheese pizza is produced in the U.S. alone. So on this special day, savor a classic slice of ooey gooey cheese pizza for yourself, and share a slice or two with some of your very best friends. You know who doesn't like cheese pizza? Dr. Philostratus. You know who does? Beach Bum. Beach Bum loves him some pizza. Big hello to him. Earl and Joan Noble, big hello to you out there. Hey, Trucker Bosun, you keep on giving a little bit of that needle to our good friend Huck. And speaking of time, it is now time for showtime. Good morning to you, my friend. How you doing?
Good morning. Casey's Taco Pizza.
Go on.
Go on.
Okay. People in the Midwest will know what Casey's General Stores is. It's a convenience store chain. But they also make pizza, and they make a taco pizza, which is very good.
Taco pizza?
No, go on, please. We're dying to know.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's just, it's a taco pizza, but it's just really good how they do it. So, if I'm ever around one, I'll grab one. I drove for them for 7 years.
How are you not obese? How are you not obese?
Well, have you seen me lately?
I've seen you. You look okay, dude. You're hanging in there. You're hanging in there.
I love when they turn other foods into a pizza. Like barbecue pizza, like barbecue chicken pizza, great invention. Taco pizza, I'm here for it.
Go ahead.
I can't quite go there on that, but, I like my taco pizza. But like you, Jimmy, I love my meat lovers with black olives and mushrooms on it.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's
I always get that added.
That's something outstanding right there, too. I got to tell you, there are a couple of weird combinations. This isn't pizza, but there was a place called Red's in New Orleans that used to make, it's a Chinese restaurant, Chinese fusion restaurant. They would make their fried rice. They would actually make a cheeseburger fried rice.
Ooh.
And I'm telling you, it was fantastic. Fantastic. Every once in a while people get those weird. I'm with you on the barbecue chicken though. There's something that is. I like barbecue chicken and I like pizza. I don't know what it is, but something throws me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. The barbecue sauce on a pizza, just like I don't know.
It throws me.
I like weird food combos. Their own. You ever had I went to a place once and they did peanut butter and jelly chicken wings. It worked. It
I
worked
would
in a
try
weird way.
one, but I would be very angry at you if it didn't work out for me. That's my new thing. I tell people I'll try it on your recommendation, but if I don't like it, I'm going to blame you when things go sideways. What else is going on, my friend? What's happening Showtime? What is your grievance of the day?
Well, actually, I don't have one. Well, not yet. Well, the day's just started. I think you got the note. I got the Valhalla moved the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Oh my God, I got a chance to look at that.
Doesn't run.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. That thing is beautiful. I mean, are you nervous driving something like that around?
Oh, it wasn't the driving part I'm not worried about. It's just the getting it on and off, because literally when it rolled in the back door, there was an inch on each side of the mirrors, and the battery was dead on the car, so we couldn't turn the mirrors in. And it's all carbon fiber.
Oh my God.
So you don't want to scratch anything. So literally I had a guy driving it, guys pushing it, and we carefully brought it in, got it in place. And I told the guy inside, I said, sit inside, hold the brake. I got a strap on the wheel so it couldn't move, got it chalked, and then said, okay, you're going to come out, you're going to do it exactly how I tell you to get out of the car. He came out, I got to the next place. Guy had to get in it. I told him how to do it, got in, tipped the front of the deck up so it would roll out on the lift gate. We unloaded it just as it started to sprinkle.
Nice.
So we got that handled.
That is literally the definition of one step ahead of the sheriff. When anybody hears me say that expression, that's exactly what that means. That is literally like when you're going like, missed it by that much, except it's the exact opposite.
Exactly.
It's pretty darn good, by the way. Go ahead.
Did you get the text I sent you last night? The song to send to Lindsay?
I did, actually. I'm actually going to talk to her about it when she arrives, lean and mean and on the scene. Okay. Hey, by the way, if you are back here when Ryan Pote arrives, I'm just letting you know the guy who wrote Blood and Treasure is going to be here, and he's got 4 Audible codes. He's got 4 codes, I think either for Audible or for a download of a digital book copy. And the digital book copy is really amazing. We're going to post something later on. Claire actually has a copy of the book that when you hold an iPhone or your Android to the book, it actually does this really amazing thing. But Ryan's going to be on later, so if you're around and want to call and get your hands on that book, he's got a couple of copies he's going to be giving out here, which is cool. So, we're thinking about it.
What time's he coming on, roughly?
He gets here at 10 o'clock in the center of the country. Last hour of the show.
Okay. All right, yeah, because I'm headed to Grove City, Ohio. I have to drop one, then I'm headed back out the port to get a load going back west. So, I'll be on that. Because I'm 30 minutes from being there to drop one won't take me long. So.
All right, my brother. I got to do this lineup for this show here, but it's good to hear from you. I'm glad we got a chance to dig in. Thank you, Showtime.
You bet. Everyone have a great day. Be careful this weekend.
All righty. By the way, Madison, there's a number of them, by the way. He's not the only one. That's a quality phone call. It's informative. It goes with the fun topic. It talks about trucking, and most importantly, it understands that there's a whole lot of other show to do, too. There were a couple of people back in the day. He never was one of them. Craig Daniels is a great example of it. Pack Rat's a great example of it. I can go on. 4-Art does a really good job with Trucker Bosun. I can go on, guys. I really can. A number of you guys are really good about this in the sense that we got a lot of show to cover because, after all, not only do we have a lot of fun here, having a little bit of lifestyle going on, we have to make a living. And so let's kind of go through the making a living of the show. The hub is loaded. It's ready to roll. We got a lot of places to get to in a short time to get there. In the next half hour, we're going to start with George and Shelby Kirkland, father and daughter, on another edition of the ATHS's, the American Trucking Historical Society's Miles Back. After that, in studio, Patrick McManus is going to be arriving around 8:30. Because we're going to have a full half hour between 8 and 8:30. Oh, by the way, really cool, though, we have a whole bunch of people that are going to start showing up on our video game segment, including a return guest, Anand Zor. Do you know who that is, by the way, Madison? Anand Zor is the composer of Fallout and Starfield. He's a friend of the show. He's a former Israeli tank commander who is now lives out in Hollywood. He and I have a deep love of not just John Williams, but Max Steiner, the great American film composer who was also an immigrant. Anand Zor will be coming here next month to join us. So Patrick McManus is the Aerospace and Defense Assistant Program Manager at Next Stop Vets. He'll be appearing with us in the Fastport Studios. When Lindsay gets here and we start the process of making a little bit of a life, rock musician Scott Pryor, who has appeared on other platforms in conjunction with a movie he was working on, joins us to talk about his music. And then, of course, the Turtle is going to be here, break out of her shell for the latest and greatest for you and from you on Breaker Baker Back Talk. Blood and Treasure author Ryan Pote is giving away books and talking action when he becomes our second in-studio guest today at 10 before we wrap up #RGR with a little country and Western music news, courtesy of my co-host, Miss Lindsay Lawler. And don't forget, when it is all over, it's immediately Road Gang Radio, followed by the greatest pre-produced transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with OIDA. The guys at Road Law have just about seen it all as practicing attorneys working on behalf of commercial truck drivers. Jeff McConnell and James Manella joined Scott and Ashley to break down their careers, a few memorable cases that left an impression, and more on the latest with Trucking with OIDA. That, of course, begins immediately at 11 o'clock. Madison will have left. Before then, she's going to be taking off around 10 o'clock in the morning, handing it off to her friend and my friend and your new friend, the Ant, is going to be here. The Ant is going to be here to produce the last hour of the show, so you might want to give him a shout-out and a call-out when he arrives upon the scene. But we're here in the city of New Orleans, and that means, means a little brass, means a little groovy, means a little happening. So what do you say, Madison? We head on into this break. We'll come back on the other side. It is Road Gang Radio, by the way. You are listening in the Fastport Studios. We're thrilled to have you here. Go to truckdown.com. They'll get you out of the ditch. They'll get you back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. We're excited to be here. Miles back with the ATHS is coming. Dig this music.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, James Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
What kind was that, Jimmy Mack?
Showtime.
I said what kind?
Oh, all kinds, both
All
kinds. I think it's a
kinds.
time. What time is that? It's showtime. It's always
showtime.
Always love our calls and our text messages from Showtimes. Get in the gang, guys. Part of being a member of the Road Gang means being a part of 50-plus years of trucking radio legacy and experience. Legacy and experience are very much on the minds of our next two guests. This is really groovy, by the way, guys. Our friends from the ATHS have a segment that we've come up with called Miles Back. This is a father-daughter duo who are keeping international history alive. George and Shelby Kirkham join us this morning. We're talking about Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. The dealer principal of Southland International Trucks is who George is, celebrating 40 years in business, a lifelong gearhead. He's got 19 full-frame frame-off restorations as part of the Kirkham International Motor Truck Collection. Come on, guys. He collaborates with international corporate historians to help preserve the brand's history. He is an ATH Life member and a recipient of the 2024 ATHS Museum Award. Shelby is the assistant general manager over there in Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. Southland International Trucks, LTD. 14 years, by the way, with the dealership. She's a recent graduate of the American Truck Dealers Academy. Began restoring trucks for their dad at age 9. What have you done with your life, folks? Completed her own restorations at 15 with her dad, working to keep history alive by sharing history on their antique international website. Guys, go to oldinternationaltrucks.com. Once again, ATH lifetime member and board member at large. She's the first female board member in the last decade. It is my pleasure to welcome George and Shelby. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. George, we'll start with you, and then we'll just go back and forth for the sake of this not turning into a Howard Hawks film. I promise I will use your names when I ask a question. So, George, tell us a little bit about, about your own background, about the 40 years in business. Give us a bit of an origin story for George and Southland International Trucks.
Well, my father was a zone manager for International Truck in southern Alberta here for 39 and a half years. And so I've been brought up around it, started selling trucks when I was about 20 years old for a local dealer. And they closed up and we started our own business up in February of 1985. And just, we started with nothing and just kept on working, kept on growing it. So it's been a lot of fun.
It's really strange. We're kind of in this moment too over here in this new studio where we started with a bare room, and little by little, Madison, myself, Phone Master Dre, Dave, and I, along with Brad Bentley, one day you kind of look around and you go, wait a minute, how did all this stuff get in this room? Wait a minute, how do I have new buildings? Wait a minute, how is this all kind of coming to pass? But you just kind of it's the story of trucking. It's the story of stick-to-itness. You guys have an interesting kind of situation here, Shelby, because you're, not only are you living history, you are actually cataloging it as it has happened. And this is going to tell me if you can follow the question here. But I'm kind of curious do you have two hats on when you're doing the restoration work, when you're doing the day-to-day work? Do you have the hat on of do the work that's right in front of you, but at the same time having an awareness of all the history that has gone both into the restorations and the day-to-day kind of running of a business?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of nice to get out of the office and work on the old trucks. We haven't done a restoration in a little while, so but working over in the shop with the old trucks and things like that, it kind of gets your mind off the business and stuff like that. But, while we're working in the business, we're actively preserving history as well. So it's kind of two things at once, but one's the fun part and one's the work part, but both are fun and both are work. So.
Well, by the way, that's Picasso's great adage, George, that if you find that you doing what you love for a living, you're not actually working. You're just doing what you love and being able to collect off of it. I want you to talk. You talk about the business background here, George, but talk to us about the urge to restore, about what it means to look at something that is not what it was and to kind of make it what it was and create something new at the same time.
You have to be a bit of a visionary. You have to be able to look at some old rusty piece of junk and picture it as, what the completed project's going to be, because you have to have a goal in your head. And it's all, you're playing mind games with yourself, basically, to keep it going and keep working at it. Because it's a lot of work. I mean, these things are not,
lazy man sport. There are a lot of work, and there's a fair amount of work once they're done too. We have a shop with 60 trucks in it, and we share with a lot of people. And we got an open house coming up a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, and we'll have hundreds of people through there, and everybody enjoys seeing them. So it's if you can put a smile on people's faces that don't know you, they come in and look around. That's pretty good too. So
this is interesting, George, because it just occurs to me. You talk about the idea of being a visionary. So you could actually look at something that is in need of restoration. You have to be able to see what it used to look like. And even if you have a picture of what it used to look like, you have to be able to see what it's going to look like in reality. Even if you know every single part that is necessary to get it, even if you were able to look at it and say, like, okay, just on first glance, I know everything that is needed to kind of restore this thing. It's not just a matter of going online and finding those parts. It's not just that simple. You actually also have to kind of understand timelines in regards to reconstructing this stuff, because finding everything isn't just a keystroke away, is it?
Well, it's certainly not. I mean, we do buy a lot of stuff online, but we also sell restoration parts all the way back to 1934. And we ship them all over the world. So it's not just us doing restorations. We're helping a lot of other people see those dreams come true as well.
Shelby, let me kind of follow up the question to George with a question to you like that. So you have somebody that comes to you and they say, "Man, I'm trying to make my visionary idea of what should become a reality." What is that experience like from a customer service standpoint? How do you kind of onboard somebody from the very experienced to the first timer of really getting the sense of how to go about doing this? I mean, like I said, the onboarding process for getting a new customer up to speed must be very kind of unique for you guys, correct?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, we've got 3 antique salespeople that's all they do for us on our oldinternationaltrucks.com website, and they field calls all day long. And, it comes with a range. Customers come in and they don't even know what model they own, to customers that are, almost complete their project and are almost done. So it ranges, but, we direct them to our website so that they can look at other models that are similar to theirs and give them an idea of what we've done with our trucks that we've restored, and give them, a vision of what the truck could have looked like. So lots of the times these guys are coming in pretty inexperienced, or, don't know what it could have looked like in its heyday. So we, with our preserving of history and stuff like that, with all the old photos that we keep and ads, we show them those and kind of give them an idea of where they want to go, and then just help them out getting all the parts that they need to get there.
It's such an interesting thing, too, because, the internet, George, opens up all kinds of great possibilities. And Shelby kind of did a really good job of kind of explaining. We go from people who are just getting started to people who actually, it's almost like, and they still have them all over the country. I still go to one, actually, these hobby shops, where you go in there and people build models of things, and they have like, Napoleonic war game soldiers and all that kind of stuff. This is almost like, like a version of that on steroids, where you are having to be an expert dealing with both at the same time first timers who are just getting, acclimated or have a passion for it that they haven't exercised, right down to people who might even not argue with you, but have spirited discussions about what is necessary to make it happen. If you guys head over to oldinternationaltrucks.com, I'm telling this to the listeners right now, there is a really in-depth kind of laying out of this. And I'll start with you, George, and pivot to Shelby here, because in many ways, this website is literally could be featured on the ATAH website. There are pages within pages here, links within links that kind of take us to like what things can look like, specs, models, drawings, concept stuff. Can you talk a little bit about putting that website together and how that process, it strikes me that this website is never finished, is it? You're constantly adding and constantly figuring stuff out.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff that we need to add to it, which we have scanned, ready to go. It just takes time to put it all up there. Our average customer is a typical customer of ours to do a restoration is 40 or 50, 60, 70 years old, has an old truck, has the money to do it, but doesn't have the technical skill. And our guys can help them with a lot of that stuff too. We have customers tell us that we are helping them build their dreams. So the website certainly helps us do that and brings us customers from every corner of the world. We have a map. We have maps with wherever we've sold parts to, and it still gets me excited.
Shelby, let me ask you a question. Have you ever gotten a chance to go visit any of these customers in any places outside of the United States or Canada? I'm making sure I'm clear that I do know where you guys are. But have you ever gotten an opportunity to travel outside of North America or south of the border? Or, do you have like anybody that you've gotten close to internationally who, you never would have believed at 9 I'd be talking to somebody from this country to help them get their truck dream come true?
We haven't had the chance yet, but we would love to go down, and I would love to go down to Australia and see some of our customers, things like that. We've got a customer in Holland as well that we've helped out with restoration. So there is customers in, different countries that I would love to go see, but we have not had that opportunity yet. Got to spend some time, plan a trip.
Yeah, listen to me. I just got a chance to talk a couple of weeks ago with Trucking with CJ, and she is like one of the great spokespersons for both the New Zealand and Australian trucking industry. Given your love of adventure, I think you should get down to Australia sooner rather than later. Holland, by the way, is great, but it'll take you less than a day to drive through it. It's a really small place.
Yeah.
George, I wanted to ask you too about the importance of the ATHS, and we'll get back to your website in a second with oldinternationaltrucks.com. Talk to our listeners about why they should join the ATHS, why they should contribute to the ATHS, and what service and what value it actually has for people who actually are still out there driving trucks and being part of the culture of trucking.
Well, all the people in the industry today are making history. They don't think they're making history. They think it's just a job, but absolutely are making history every day. And the people in the ATHS are, trying to preserve that history and grow that history with other people, outside the industry. And it's to be able to have a conversation with like-minded people. It's pretty fun. I mean, our biggest when we get to go to the national show every year, we have lots of friends there. We converse back and forth about a lot of things, and it's just fun to be working or having a conversation with people that are thinking the same way you are. And whether it be a Kenworth or an International or an old Ford or whatever, everybody's on the same page of making things better. Whether you're a janitor or a corporate officer in a trucking company, everybody gets treated pretty much the same way. It's really it's a leveling out of everybody's emotions, I guess, is putting it in a polite way to put it.
I think it's a great way to put it. And so Shelby, let me ask you. So you started this whole game at 9, and we've gotten your father's origin story. Talk about. Has this been a seamless blur? I mean, since you were 9 doing this with Dad, has this been kind of a seamless movement into where you are now? Or was there a moment where you had to actively choose that this is what I want to do? Or did you suddenly wake up one day and realize this is what I wanted to do and I didn't even realize I wanted to do it? I'm just here doing it. You get the difference?
Yeah, I mean, the hobby part, the restoring of the truck stuff, that kind of happened just naturally. It was in the back garage, and so if I wanted to hang out with Dad, that's where you had to be, was go hang out in the garage. So that just happened naturally. That was our family vacations when we were kids. We would go away for a weekend. It was to a truck show. So that was pretty natural and normal. And then I started in the business when I was 16, so that was an active choice of coming to work here. It was not always easy being the boss's kid, but so I've actively had to choose to do this every day. But it's been fun, and we've had our ups and downs, and not always easy, but it's something I still really enjoy.
So, George, I pivot to you now on this, by the way. I want to ask you, was there a moment where you thought to yourself, probably both, oh, my God, I'm so proud that she's following in my footsteps, or was there a moment when you went, what have I done to my daughter? I just have to know.
Well, no, you actually, if you can share your life, your own dreams with your own family, that's, lots of people don't get a chance to do that. And, we actually work pretty good together. We try and stay out of each other's hair, out of each other's way. And we pick our battles that we're going to do separately and whatever. And then there's lots of stuff we have to work together with as well. So you gotta, make it work. It's no different than, it is a little different because of people, how she gets treated sometimes, but she manages fine.
That, by the way, is a really kind of good way of putting exactly what everybody that's listening knows what you're talking about. Shelby, okay, I'm going to start with you. We'll go to your dad, and then I got a joint question for you. Of all the things that you've worked on to restore, what has been the one that has been the biggest personal passion project for you, and why?
My own truck would be my biggest passion, I would say. Started it when I was 15, finished it in 9 months, and finished that when I was 16. So I got to drive it out on my own and get to drive that to school and things like that. So it was a little bit of, Dad didn't want to delay the project anymore. So there was a lot of convincing me to do it faster. It was our fastest restoration we've ever done. So 9 months is pretty quick.
And what is it? Tell people what it is.
It's a 1960 B100 International.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. And George, yourself?
Well, I have my father's last company, Travelall, which is pretty special to me. He had sold to a dealer buddy of his just south of us, and we ended up buying it back for about the same amount of money that Dad sold it to 40 years prior to. That's another whole story. But one of the ones that really draws a lot of attention is we have an RDF 230H, which has got a Rolls-Royce diesel in it.
Oh.
And it's, a big steel checker plate fender truck and 24-inch tires on it. It's pretty massive, but a Rolls-Royce diesel that works and runs and doesn't smoke is very rare. We used them for 4 years in Canada here, and they were pretty much junk, but this one's been rebuilt, obviously, and works fine. So it draws lots of attention.
All right, Shelby, I'm going to pivot back now. We've talked about the personal here. Let's talk a little bit about the public-facing side of it. Has there been ever a client where their joy, their delight in seeing what was finally kind of put together through you and your father's help, a particular moment of pride for you from a professional standpoint, at completing a restoration or helping a client realize their dreams? I realize that that's a big, big question, but is there any anecdotal moment of the client's delight made everything, even the hardest of work, worthwhile?
Oh, I mean, it happens all the time, which is nice, but it surprises us usually, right? Because Dad and I aren't the ones directly helping customers on the part side.
Of course.
I do a lot of the website stuff and preserving of the history part, but I don't always get to connect with the customers directly until we get to a national show. So it's always fun when you drive up the golf cart behind a truck and you see your mud flaps, and then you go out and talk to somebody and they tell you, oh, we got to talk to these great guys at oldandtrashtrucks.com and they helped us find everything, and we couldn't find stuff and we had no idea where to look, and they figured us out and all this stuff. And then you get to tell them that, we're the owners of oldandtrashtrucks.com, and that's a really full circle moment and fun. And it's, it's always somebody different and in a different position in life. And so that's always really nice.
George, is there a moment of professional pride, and we can do pre-Shelby and then with Shelby? Is there a particular moment of professional pride in the building of Old International Trucks?
Well, when you take it to a show where you have people come into our shop, the appreciation that they show is what gets me excited. People that aren't really truck people, aren't really interested in the industry, automotive industry even, get excited about the stuff. But I'll tell you one story. We were at Harvester Homecoming here 2 years ago, and a fellow knew that George from Old International Trucks was there, and he spotted us, and he come running across the parking lot, and he gives us a big hug. Thank you, guys. You got me all the parts I needed for my truck. Thank you. I said, hold it. Stop. You got the wrong George, because we have a George that works in the antique parts business too. So I settled the guy down, and I said, yeah, I'll give George a big hug when I get home. And, just people are so appreciative of being able to find the parts they need, and it makes people happy. So, come on. You can't get much better than that.
No, you can't. By the way, guys, I'm going to encourage everybody listening when they have a chance. If they're off the road, you can do it now, guys. Go to oldinternationaltrucks.com. I would highly recommend guys going on the links at the top of the page, the menu, to just click on the Kirkham collection, which you'll see is the Kirkham International Motor Truck Collection. It started, by the way, back in the 1980s. They've got over 60 internationals in the collection, antiques. You can browse through the collection for inspiration for your next project, and you can also have links in there about downloading the collection by PDF. They give you a video tour of it. It goes all the way from a 1913 MW high wheeler and goes all the way up to, let me see here, go all the way down to a 1970 Scout 800A yellow, which, by the way, is a beautiful piece of work there. A lot of stuff that's really great. You can click on all of those and try to dive in depth and all that kind of stuff. Shelby talked about the idea of maintaining this website. And I was kind of curious, the idea people, my wife does websites as well, along with many other things she does, Shelby. It really is a diligent thing. I mean, can you kind of talk about what it takes to maintain a website like this to keep it both current and accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it starts offline for sure, right? Like, you got to scan everything in and make sure you're archiving it properly so that you can find it again, because we always get asked for copies of stuff. Guys are always reaching out for books or magazine articles, things like that. So you got to have it so it's easy to trace back to in your files and things like that. So getting all that stuff organized beforehand, and then uploading it, making sure that the website's staying updated, all those fun things. There's a lot of technical stuff on the background. It's not an overly complicated website by any means, but it just takes a lot of time and effort to get all that stuff up there, but it's all worth it.
Well, and by the way, it's not a complicated website. She's right about that. But what it is a thorough piece of research. It is a great. I want to give you props where they're due. I mean, you're kind of underselling yourself. The simplicity of the website itself is made for better access for people to understand what they're looking at. It's easily navigable. That being said, it is also comprehensive and growing by the minute. Okay, we got just a little bit of time left here. And George, we talked a bit about the ATHS. Talk about your duties with them, some of your responsibilities, and then we'll get to Shelby, who, by the way, is the first female member of the board in 10 years, in a decade. We'll get to that in a second. George, talk about what your responsibilities are over there and how you help out.
Well, we try to sell memberships to keep the growth, because it's always an attrition. People, get older, die, whatever, and leave the club because of other things. But we do an open house every January and through the day. And like the last couple of years, we've had close to 1,000 people through there and through the museum. And then we do a club supper that night. And so we have a bit of a meeting, and we'll have the Alberta chapter members in for that. You got to be a chapter member to get in on the supper part of it. And, just to try and promote the values of the ATHS, which is, preserve history, and doesn't matter in what part of the trucking industry, it's all good stuff to be preserved.
Preservation, of course, is the key. So it's kind of ironic that you guys, not ironic at all, it's kind of perfect that you would gravitate towards an organization like this, Shelby. As a younger member of the organization, and of course, I've talked to the people who run the whole enchilada. It really is important to get younger people kind of enthusiastic about this stuff, because in many ways, even though restoration is about taking the old and making it new again, the skills that are required to do restoration are actually going to be the most invaluable skills of the 21st century. A lot of people, are going back to trade schools. A lot of people are, understanding not just the value, but the earning potential of what it means to actually have the skill set that you possess to a large degree. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys are reaching out to younger people? You said 50, 60, 70 are the age numbers that a lot of these men in particular. How do we get younger people and women as well more involved in this kind of work and in this kind of research?
I think it's visibility and stuff too, right? Like people always want to be a part of a club where they see where they belong and things like that too. So if you see a club of a bunch of old guys and there's nobody young involved, it's not always as attractive to join, but we're trying to make the younger crowd a little bit more visible within ATHS. one way we're doing that is Peter Wild and I have started a sub group within called, oh no, I'm forgetting the name now.
I can't remember either.
Anyways, there's a bunch of us younger members that are starting a group together to encourage younger members to join and participate, have a voice within ATHS where, it's outside of the board so that they can have a voice while not having to be on the board. So that's been really fun and a way of doing that, but also just having us younger members being involved and visible to the public, out helping out at the shows, being involved on the social medias, things like that. I think that's all really important. The group is called Next Gen that we've started. So just doing stuff like that where we can be visible. I really appreciate Marty bringing me onto the board so I could, voice my opinion on there. There's a handful of us that are on the younger side there. So that's all been really fun. And, trying to connect the older guys with the younger people so that they can transfer their knowledge down a generation or two and keep the hobby going.
I got to tell you, by the way, I've been looking, there's a lot of really cool stuff. I was looking at the 1979-1724 fire truck yellow, but I was also looking at the Scout Traveler from 79 and the Travelall 150 from 75. And I got to tell you, it just feels like I stepped through a Wayback Machine in kind of, re-entering the world. And one of the great things about restorations and one of the great things about seeing these old models is that sometimes when you want to go back to the past but don't want to deal with, as I say, the cigarette smoke and the smog, sometimes an old piece of machinery properly restored can get you back to the best parts of those places. Guys, we're out of time. I want to remind people that the ATHS are responsible for our good friends being here today, George and Shelby Kirkham. And guys, please go to oldinternationaltrucks.com. Shelby, if you would like, you can write me at weekends@radionemo.com and give me any of the information for anybody who is interested in joining or being a part of Next Gen or ATHS. I'll take care of it. I'll get it up on the air. We love having you guys on. You got a good weekend planned, George?
I got to go buy a new dog tomorrow. We put our St. Bernard down a couple of weeks ago, or 2 months ago. So we're going out for a little Cocker Spaniel at 8 tomorrow. We got it picked out already.
What was your St. Bernard's name?
That'll be a lot of fun. Sorry?
What was your St. Bernard's name?
Peaches.
Well, Peaches is missed, even by those of us who didn't know Peaches. We are sad that Peaches is gone, and we are excited. Shelby, do me a favor. If you could hold off until you get the new dog and give me the new name so I can announce that on the air, too, I would be thrilled to do that. Okay?
We've already built the new name. His name's going to be Rusty.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. George, Shelby, you both are welcome back anytime. Go have the best weekends. I hope it is spent together. I hope it is spent restoring. If not, I hope it's a great time. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, the ATHS has made this segment possible. ATHS.org, by the way, is a great website. And by the way, speaking of great websites, guys, spend a little time on oldinternationaltrucks.com. This is really groovy stuff. It looks like the world of Jack Burton and the Pork Chop Express. A lot of great stuff there. They got a Scout 2 go-kart, by the way. Just some fantastic stuff here. oldinternationaltrucks.com. This is Road Gang Radio. Open phones, open conversation for the next half hour. Got some crazy stories and some news we're going to dig into. Madison with a T is going to get us out of here. Go to truckdown.com, get yourself restored, and back on the road. We'll be back after these messages.
"17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Lindsay, we need your reinforcements. Come to us. Come to us.
Come to us, Lindsay. Lawler will be here, of course, in short order. Just one more hour, Lindsay Lawler will be joining us. We Should Write, that wonderful episode with Miles Morgan, should be available on all streaming platforms. It's a really great piece of work. And by the way, I'm really going to encourage you guys to listen to it because, Morgan Miles has been very, very guarded is not the good word for it, just very, very private in talking about the relationship unraveling that she went through. Got right to the point where there were wedding plans, a wedding dress, a house had been purchased, the whole enchilada was in place, and then simply in the blink of an eye, it was gone. It is the most in-depth conversation she has about it. What is remarkable about that segment, though, is not just that it's a personal conversation. In-depth interviews happen. Is that she and Lindsay are able to then move through that and show how you can go through a traumatic experience and use the power of writing to break on through to the other side. That's what's the most groovy thing about that conversation. And there's a lot of groovy things in that conversation. We Should Write, is available on all streaming platforms. It is a wonderful episode. It is episode 7, by the way, which, in case you guys don't know, is one of the danger points. You know how when people quit smoking or they'll go on a diet? Going on a diet and working out is a real good kind of bellwether for podcasts, too. Look, I'm going to the gym, and you go for the first day. I've done it. And then you wake up the next day, you don't feel much like it, but you go and you do it. I've done it. Okay. And then you get to the third day and you miss. But it's okay. The next day you wake up and you go again. But then you miss 2 days in a row. And then you go again, and then you miss a week, and it's over. Happens with diets all the time. It's the same thing with podcasting. It's the 7th episode is kind of the tipping point. The 10th episode is kind of the lock-in point, and then you got to hold on tight till you get to 100. Once you get to 100, man, you got yourself a podcast. Because you hear people tell people who want to get into a podcast, a lot of people who have tried to do a podcast will tell people like Madison stuff like, yeah, there's everybody's got a podcast now. 6,000 podcasts out there. A gazillion podcasts out there.
Your podcast doesn't exist.
What's that?
But your podcast doesn't
Well, it's not only that your podcast doesn't exist. My good friend Edward Carter Simon loves to point out that those gazillion podcasts, check about how many of them get to episode 20. They don't. Mm-hmm. They putter out.
It's about consistency, people.
It's like, and I'll tell you this, we have friends, we've had on the show a couple of regular recurring guests, our friends from Strange Studies of Strange Stories. They will tell you, when they have a podcast not coming out, when they have something that is not coming out, they will tell people weeks in advance. They'll be like, hey, don't forget, in late October, we're taking that weekend off. And they'll keep on repeating it episode after episode. You know why? Because when your podcast doesn't show up and you've actually developed a following, people get their panties in a bunch. You know what I'm saying? They get a little loose in their caboose. They get a little bit upset, if you know what I'm talking about, unless you let them know. And it really is about a syndicated column. Every Thursday, I read my column. Every Thursday, Bob Franklin comes out and tells it like it is. Where's Bob? You got to keep doing it. It's stick-to-itness that happens. With that in mind, there will be another episode of Nemo's Night Beat next week. Coming out. Going to happen. Going to go down. We're going to get that in the can, and you guys can look forward to it and enjoy it then. 615-292-6366. Our good friend Trucker Boaston wrote, I had a 78 Scout Traveler I bought from another boatsman mate for $200 when I was in the Navy. Made a lot of money with the winch on the front, pulling Toyota 4x4 out of the mud at the off-road trails. Well done. Lots of great stuff, by the way. Eric Kirk says, good morning to George and Shelby. I will let them know, Eric. I'll send them, I always do a follow-up note, as I always do, to say thank you to our guests for coming in. I'm lucky I have Lindsay in my life, because when she comes on the show and we have a guest, I'm always like, oh, I forgot to follow up. And she's like, don't worry, I did it. And that's the truth of the matter. We'd love you to jump in the conversation and be a part of it, guys. There's a lot going on. I want to let you know who the next guest is going to be, and then we'll kind of dig into the news. We've got a great in-studio guest coming up here. Patrick McManus is an Aerospace and Defense Assistant Program Manager at Next Op Vets. You can go to nextopvets.org, by the way. He had a 20-year career in the Air Force, and we're going to find out where he was stationed, where he deployed. As a civilian, he worked for Aqua Air Industries for a while before going to Next Op. We'll talk about that experience and why it made him capable of making the switch from diving equipment to something in the veteran space. And one of the industries that Next Op is working on now is with maritime. And we're going to ask him to explain why America is enhancing our maritime industrial base, which is a big conversation and a big part of what is going on across the country right now. The country's in a disruptive transitional phase, and I don't mean that as a good or a bad thing. Part of what Dean talked about yesterday, and that segment is available now on our platforms, our streaming platforms, available on YouTube as well. I want to make it really clear, because, Dean talked about that a lot of economic indicators are beginning to engage in slippage right now. Part of that slippage is not a dark downturn in the economy or the end of days or even a failure of policy. It's a failure of certainty. That there really seems to be two things going on that I want you guys to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on the Supreme Court decision. The lower federal court ruled that most of the administration's tariffs are illegal. And when I say that, I don't mean the tariffs themselves are illegal. The tariffs would be fine, is what the federal court is saying. Congress has to pass those tariffs, that the president is acting as if he has emergency wartime powers. They made a case for it. The federal court said no. The federal court also understands the Supreme Court might say something different. Therefore, they kept the tariffs in place until the Supreme Court makes its final ruling. When it does, we will have a lot more clarity about where the economy is headed. If, in fact, goes back to business as usual, if the tariffs get thrown out, don't be surprised if two things happen. The first of which is that there is an uptick at the ports across the country as things kind of get back online. That will take months to do, though. That will not be an immediate thing. And if the tariffs go into effect, that will be it. If the tariffs actually are upheld by the Supreme Court, that will be the end of that. It means that the highest court of the land has said, we're done here, move on, that's the policy. If they do that, there's a lot of people sitting on the sidelines who might jump in the game. The Fed, with clarity about what the policy is, may in fact drop interest rates, so there may be some more borrowing. I don't know what that looks like, and anybody that claims to know what that looks like or says it's instant success, liar, delusional. Or the whole economy is going down the toilet, liar, delusional. We are literally in a place where there are knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. And on this particular issue, there are unknown unknowns. That's it. So if the Supreme Court ruling, the biggest piece of clarity, I don't mean for good or bad, but clarity, is if the Supreme Court says, nope, we're going to overturn the federal court, we're going to go back to the status quo, the tariffs stay in place. If they stay in place, that is pure certainty. Even if the Supreme Court agrees with the federal court, don't be surprised if the administration then says, okay, let's go get some really good attorneys here and sit down and figure out a way to either, one, do this in a way that doesn't violate the ruling, or two, go to Congress now and ask the men and women who actually represent the people and control the purse. Because at the end of the day, tariffs are about controlling the purse. They are, guys. Tariffs are a tax. For good or bad, that's what they are. They simply, it's a charge that arrives on the goods and services for them to enter the country. We pay that. Therefore, it falls under the rubric of, raising revenue. Therefore, it's a congressional thing. if the president then goes to Congress, and he may have the sway to do it, and say, I need you to pass these tariffs that I want. Which, by the way, there are people who say, crazy like a fox, where you go, look, we've had them in place. Let's do this the way the Supreme Court says we should do it, pass them, and then that in and of itself is certainty. The uncertainty of that is that it's going to take, have you checked how fast it takes Congress to do anything around here? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there, is that it could take 6 or 7 months before that goes into place. But it does mean if it looks like it's going to pass, man, there are so many unknowns in all of this. We'd love to hear from you at 615-292-6366. There is a lot going on out there. And by the way, there's a really kind of fun story that Mark Schwemmer has got cooking. We're still talking about English proficiency. It is unescapable. A bilingual truck driver has petitioned the U.S. Department of Transportation to establish English language proficiency as a formal endorsement. Pretty cool. In a letter dated Friday, August 29th, Natasha Cruz Sanchez, boy, you couldn't ask for a better poster girl for this, told the DOT that making English proficiency a qualification like a hazmat or tanker endorsement would create a uniform standard of compliance. The proposal is being called the Safe Communication Act, English Language Proficiency Endorsement for Truckers. All right. This is what Cruz Sanchez, who is an OOIDA member, wrote. This would make ELP a clearly testable, verifiable, and standardized credential consistent across all jurisdictions. That's what goes back to some of the stuff that Marshall's been saying on the chat. Such a reform would enhance legal clarity, uphold safety standards, and promote fair and equal treatment for commercial drivers. The petition, which also included collaboration from truck drivers Nelson Gonzalez Rivera, Edgar Rolón Padilla, and Pedro Cancel, asked the DOT and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to create a formal federally recognized ELP endorsement on CDLs, implement a standardized assessment for language proficiency modeled after the Federal Aviation Administration system. Man, this is really clever. Provide a 1-year transition period for current CDL holders to obtain the endorsement, protect qualified drivers from subjective roadside evaluations, require that testing be conducted in person via DMV facilities, require an ELP endorsement before someone can apply for a commercial learner's permit, include the ELP endorsement as a regular endorsement on the CDL, issue a temporary certificate immediately after passing, valid until the updated license arrives by email, and then finally collect mail, not email. The federal government does nothing by email. Collaborate with English instructors to design a trucking relevant exam, develop a test preparation manual or mobile application created with experts similar to the CDL Prep app. I got to tell you, man, this is really so ingeniously thought out from beginning to end. And if you notice, by the way, it was created by a woman named Cruz Sanchez and received collaboration from Nelson Gonzalez Rivera, Edgar Rolón Padilla, and Pedro Cancel. It's asking the DOT and the FMCSA to create a very rigorous structure where you actually have to get the certification on the card. And if you notice something too here, there's something in there for everybody, by the way. The 4 people who actually created this, Madison, are indemnified, meaning ain't nobody going to call Gonzalez Rivera, Rolón Padilla, and Pedro Cancel, along with the lady who created this, Cruz Sanchez. Ain't nobody going to say they're anti-Hispanic. Ain't nobody going to say that. And by the way, she speaks both languages fluently. And what is also there that I thought was really interesting is the 1-year period of grace for current CDL holders. You don't get a 1-year period of grace if you can't speak English now. But if you're currently a driver who is still mastering the English language, they're going to actually give you a 1-year period of grace. By the way, think about it. It means you got to come in from the cold, though. Do you follow me, Madison? It means that if you're having trouble speaking English, you got to let the people you work for know you're having trouble speaking English. You got to come in from the cold. That's really crucial. Okay, we got some phone calls coming in. We want to get to them, and I can't wait for you guys to meet our next guest as well, too. I'm going to give him a chance to kind of get his bearings, and he and I will dig into some stuff. Who do we got on the phones, Matt?
We got Pack Rat calling from Ontario.
Hey, Pack Rat from Ontario. I don't know if you were listening to this. We'll talk about football in a second. I know we will. But I don't know if you were listening to this, but man, this is a
well,
really interesting proposal here. And the fact that it's modeled off the FAA system makes it really attractive, I think, for a lot of people. This is how you do stuff, by the way. You figure out a way to make yourself indemnified against criticism, and you work within the system that they've given you. How you doing?
I guess I'm doing okay.
What do you think of this? And then we'll talk about that football game last night.
Okay, you need some clarity because you're talking about a bunch of things there.
Well, I think that these OIDA members, what they've kind of accomplished here is it's 4 people who obviously have Hispanic surnames, obviously are not have no grudge against people of Hispanic backgrounds, are simply saying that the certification should be on the CDL, that you should be English certified. And that should be a beginning process so that it also, I think, creates a great thing where they look at the driver's license and prevents the subjective testing of people on the roadside. You look at it, you're certified, it's done. And that there's no third-party testing in it either. You have to be certified by a single party. A lot of stuff going on in there. As a person who actually lives in the Great White North, Canadian football fan that you are, and like I said, these are people, and it seems that all 4 of these people are bilingual. So they're not saying got to speak American. What they're saying is you got to speak English to be able to drive on the highways and byways of the United States.
Okay, I would I like that. I like that proposal.
Yeah, I do too, and I think
it makes sense. Yeah,
the generosity of the people who are already driving to give them a year grace period, I think that is more than generous enough. And I also think by removing the subjective testing model from it, you prevent the one thing I don't like about this, guys, and I will be full disclosure on this. I don't care if you're angry at me. I do not want to live in a country or a continent where law enforcement officers on a regular basis go, papers, please. I just don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what is your reason for asking for my papers? Have I done something wrong? Tell me what I've done wrong before you say papers, please. And there's just too many things here. Full. Packrat's not saying this. I am. Full disclosure, guys. It's one of the things that gives me the creeps about some of the stuff that's been put in place. Too much stuff that comes too close to papers, please. I just
and there was discussions in Florida about having at the way stations the scales having people there that are going to be monitoring the non-English speaking crowd. So I don't. Do you find that scary?
I won't lie to you. I do. And by the way, everybody always thinks their exception is the one that actually should apply. And I always tell people that you should. It's a bad scene when you live in a country where the emergency becomes the norm and not the exception. And by the way, you're talking to somebody who through the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Biden administration, every time people would be like, we're in a crisis. No, we're not. There's no reason to have people showing all this stuff. Now, the English proficiency.
The old expression.
Don't let a good crisis go to waste. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I know why you're really calling. What did you think last night?
No, it's okay. If I was a Cowboys fan, I would say I would be encouraged.
I would agree.
The first couple of drives, I thought this game was going to be a blowout, but to keep the Eagles to 24 points, I think says something about their defense. And maybe we've underestimated Schottenheimer as coach.
Well, it's interesting too because his pedigree is spectacular. If he is 75% of who his dad was, what they'll do is they'll win 13 games and lose in the playoffs. Sorry, I'm picking on Marty Schottenheimer. God rest his soul. I would agree with you. As a matter of fact, were it not for a couple of mistakes that the Cowboys made at the end of the game, they win it. They lost that game. Sometimes I tell people all the time, is there anything worse than having somebody who's such a fan that it isn't because the other team was great, it's because my team sucks? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
I hear you.
I hate that. Any Cowboy fan who watched that game can actually say that the Cowboys lost it rather than the Eagles won it because the Cowboys fought back like crazy and then had them on the ropes and then missed the chance. Just that drop. Oh my God.
Well, they I know we've Eberflus, I think you would agree, is a defensive coordinator. That's his specialty, right?
Absolutely.
He should not be a head coach. And I think that says a lot about him to keep the Eagles at 24 points, because the defense has kind of been their Achilles heel after this for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, because their defense left and went to Washington in the form of Dan Quinn, and unraveled them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way, as I have gotten older, I'm beginning to believe more and more in the power of coaching, because one need only see what Bill Parcells would do when he would arrive someplace. Would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
And by the way, all of this relates to trucking. I'm sorry, even if the equipment is substandard, it's just amazing how a great head coach can come in, evaluate talent, clean the decks out, get the new people in there, and within 2 years has the system running, particularly at the pro level, particularly with the salary cap, where you can turn things around really quickly, because there are two models to do it. You can do it with a quarterback, or you can do it by building everything else around a game manager. And you might be right, though. Schottenheimer may surprise some people. We'll see, though. First game of the season doesn't tell everything.
Only game one. Yeah, game one. But they're off to a good start. And
you know,
I remember years ago I learned from a guy I worked for that management is all about delegation.
Yeah, and that was Parcells' specialty. That was Parcells' absolute specialty. He was fantastic. I am convinced, as I told Lindsay, that Jerry Jones always brings in a really good coach who fixes his thing and then gets jealous because he can't do anything to control the team and fires that coach or runs them off. That's kind of what he does. Okay, so what does the weekend look like for you? What are the football games you're really paying attention to besides the Bills?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the schedule yet. But I'm at our yard today. I'm getting my truck safety today, so I'll have I'll be on the road again probably Sunday. So we'll see what unravels.
We'll see what unravels. Absolutely, my friend. Final thoughts about anything else?
Okay, I'll leave you the final thought of Gordie Howe, the great hockey player, who once said, "You play the hand you have, not the one you wish you had."
Oh, yeah, and I got to tell you, and by the way, Eberflus is a great example of that. You can see it happen in coaching all the time. You can see it happen with people like driving trucks all the time, where they are trying to drive a truck they wish they had as opposed to the one they were given, and they don't stay within the confines of the material that they have. It's amazing to watch really good head coaches come in, and rather than trying to implement the system that they want to implement, saying, okay, what players do I have here now? And doing that, and then getting their players in there and then changing the system again. My friend, it's good to hear from you. Thank you for listening to me rant about this new thing going on.
Hey, absolutely. Jimmy Mack, all the best.
I'll tell Lindsay you said hello as well, too. Thank you, Pack Rat. Good to hear from you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You got it, man. Give us a call. We got a few more minutes before we hit the break at 615-292-6366. 615-292-NEMO. If you call that number, Madison with a T, we'll actually cue you in, get you into the game. Guys, I'm going to actually introduce him now because he's here. Madison, is his mic good to go? Is he ready to go? Because he's sitting down with us. I'm not going to make you talk. Don't worry. If I just want to let people know that you, like anybody, if you're 10 minutes early, you're late, and he was more than 10 minutes early. So it's an absolute pleasure to have here in studio, and we'll be talking with Patrick McManus. He's an aerospace and defense assistant program manager at Next Op Vets. He has had a long career in the Air Force, and we're going to be thrilled to be talking with him. A lot of this was set up by our friend Brad Bentley over at Fastport. And, of course, as always, just kind of want to remind you guys that Fastport is where we have our studio here at the historic Edgar Day House. They are solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. It's kind of a little teaching moment here, too, guys. Go over there and look up the Transition in Trucking, Driving for Excellence Awards. The profiles are up there. See what kind of a Here's the thing. See what kind of Americans, good Americans, great Americans, all have been nominated. And when you check them out, do yourself a solid that if you run a trucking company and you've onboarded a vet, or if you run a CDL school and you actually have a terrific vet who has gone through your program, remember, you in fact can nominate them. They make it an 18-month window in which you can actually get the nomination in there, because they want to make sure that, somebody doesn't miss the deadline before you can get a nomination in there. Hope you guys will kind of take the time to head over and do that. But we'll be talking with Patrick here in just a little bit on the show, and hope you guys will be listening to that. After that, by the way, it's really kind of cool today because we not only have one vet stopping in, but a little bit later on, the author Ryan Pote is going to be stopping and talk about his new book, Blood and Treasure, but a whole bunch of other cool stuff. We got a chance to talk to him about his book a while back. He's actually just happens to be in the city of New Orleans, so he's going to be dropping in and joining Lindsay and I. We're really excited about that. Immediately before then, Scott Pryor, a rock musician, is going to be joining us on the air. When Lindsay joins us on the air, she'll be doing country and western music news at the end of the show. And then, of course, the turtle herself, Touchdown Garris. Tara Garris will be joining us for Breaker Back Talk, where she gives you the information about what people are saying out there. And maybe you said something, and we'll talk about it on the air. Hope you guys will be a part of that. I want to keep talking about this trucker petition here, the one which included collaboration not only from Cruz Sanchez, but Nelson Gonzalez Rivera, Edgar Rolon Padilla, and Pedro Cancel, asking the DOT and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to create a formal, federally recognized ELP endorsement on CDLs. What Cruz Sanchez said is that the effort to make sure that only qualified drivers are operating commercial vehicles must start well before a roadside interaction with law enforcement. Let me read you a bit of the letter here. Although English proficiency is essential for safety, the current lack of a standardized, measurable test results in inconsistent enforcement. You see what's happening here? This is, like I said, this is really smart. We strongly believe that professionalizing the trucking industry must start before individuals even enter trucking schools. Implementing ELP endorsements for both prospective and current drivers will significantly reduce crash rates. Also smart, by the way. You notice there is no appeal to the economy. This is not an economic issue. This is a safety issue. Making the economic appeal is a losing gambit. Making the appeal to the safety of the highways is the stronger appeal, because if you make a safety appeal, then you can make an economic appeal. If, in fact, you make an appeal for the safety of it, less accidents means reduced insurance rates, mean safer highways, mean more efficient driving and arrival, mean an increase in rates, mean that the bottom line that many of you measure out for yourself increases in regards to your profit, because you're not spending money to indemnify yourself against bad drivers out there. Raising admission standards ensures that only qualified, capable candidates pursue this critical profession. All very well worded. The petition includes a proposed rule structure that addresses points such as a testing criteria and an appeal process. The purpose of this proposal is to establish a transparent and constructive dialogue between truck drivers for whom English is a second language and the DOT. And by the way, what's really cool about this, Patrick, I just think this is groovy, is the fact that all four people who wrote this letter are bilingual and come from people, in many cases, whose first language was Spanish. Very clever. I'll tell you what, Madison, hit that music now. We'll jump in with Scott. It is the city of New Orleans, and we give you a little bit of jazz here. That's what I'm talking about. A little bit of Dr. John, a little bit of Rebirth, a little bit of America. It's all part of the home of trucking radio, the city of New Orleans. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
I'm going for it, Claire Marie. You are listening to Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. I'm with your host, Jimmy Mack, and our in-guest studio, Mr. Patrick.
Mr. Patrick McManus is here, by the way. A fellow Irishman. Always good to have a fellow Irishman. And by the way, I am Irish as there is no tomorrow. I mean, I come from both sides of my family. Arrived from both of them arrived at the port of New Orleans. One in 1847, the other one in 1888, and have been no place else. And I mean, we've been all over the world. The family has, but that's the initial point. County Cork and County Mayo are the places that we come from. Patrick joins us this morning. He is the Aerospace and Defense Assistant Program Manager of Next Stop Vets, and comes with the imprimatur of our good friend Brad Bentley. Hey, Patrick. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
I am fine, and my friends call me Jimmy or Jim, so we'll knock that Sir stuff off. I know what you used to do for a living, so I appreciate that. Let's kind of just dig in here, because you did 20 in the Air Force, correct?
That's right, Jim.
So let's talk about that as well, too. Talk about the decision to serve, and then talk about the 20 years you spent in there.
Sure. So I grew up in Tarrytown, and on the West Bank, and so I joined my senior year. I was in the late entry program right before the Gulf War. And then I went to basic training in August of 91. So I spent 20 years. I retired in 2011, and been all over. Enjoyed it. And it was time to retire, and I'm proud that I got to serve, and I'm proud that I got to help other people, other veterans right now.
This by the way, for you all listening, this is real New Orleans nonsense. I'm going to ask him right now. Where'd you go to high school?
West Jeff.
Okay, so you're a West Jeff guy. I'm a Jesuit guy. It's funny because Dave Nemo actually is Shaw guy. That's where he went. He went to Shaw, so he's a West Bank. He's a wank, as some people, as he likes to say. I don't assign that nomenclature. That's one that he gives himself. He's a wank guy. And New Orleans was your home up until the moment you left and joined the Air Force. I got that correct?
Yeah.
And you grew up over on the West Bank. What part of Tarrytown is where you
Yes.
where you came from? I like that area. By the way, Dave and Cheryl came really close, I think, to living pretty much out there. Anybody that knows this area knows Tarrytown. I used to do a lot of HVAC work out there, a lot of home restoration and weatherization. The urge to kind of join. Were you? Air Force is an odd bird in the sense that people, like I said, people will end up in the Army or the Marines because they're kind of casting about. The Air Force is a little different. Talk about that decision specifically. That's a decision, because the Air Force has different things that make it attractive. It isn't an escape hatch for people. I'm not picking on our Army friends or our Marine friends, but it's like sometimes people go because, hey, I don't know what the hell they're going to do with themselves.
Well, my dad was in the Army, Vietnam era. And my grandfather was in the Army Air Corps. My mom's dad was in the Army Air Corps in the Air Force. And so when I was looking at joining the service, my mom said, don't join the Army or the Marines. So I joined the Air Force.
It's funny. My mom's dad, my grandfather, was actually in the Army Air Corps. That's before there was an Air Force. That's what he did as well too. And my dad was a Vietnam era veteran in the Army as well. So I have a great deal of affection for that. Okay, so you come out, you've done your 20, which means you have an immense set of skills. I was kind of curious, and you'll get why I'm asking this. Did you feel like at the time you came out that you were uniquely kind of qualified to enter into the American workforce?
No. My plan when I
and you get why I'm asking that now.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
So when I retired, I did not have a plan as I should have. The military through mandated by the Department of Defense, there's a program called TAP, which is Transition Assistance Program, and I went through that. But it's kind of like drinking from a fire hose. And so when I retired, I actually put in for retirement when I was in Afghanistan. I got home, I had 2 weeks off, 2 weeks of work, and then I was on terminal leave, which is terminal leave, for people who don't know, is the amount of leave you accumulated that you have not used at the end of your contract or when you retire. And then I was in the job market. So it was, and that's where I kind of work now, is that area where I help people find their next career. Because, I've 20 years of working in the military, 20 years of, speaking military, using acronyms, using military time,
calling people sir who are, if maybe you're equal, probably you're lesser, that kind of thing. Yeah,
that's the way my mama brought me up. So but that was kind of that's kind of where from that I would say, or I was a little bit lost. That's where I kind of draw from when I'm working with veterans to help them find jobs.
Yeah, and that's why. And I said, give you guys full disclosure. The moment I asked the question, Patrick started nodding his head because he knew where I was going with that. If you had known what you know now, you would have had a much easier transition from military into civilian life. Correct?
Oh, definitely.
But that's the thing. That becomes the purpose, passion, calling, doesn't it? That you have an understanding of it, having been through that. You become one of the guys who actually puts, the hose, instead of having just this wild sort of hose. You're the one that puts the end on it and shows people how to control what's coming out of it.
Yes,
that in many ways is what you do. Okay, so let's talk about that transition though. So you had a little leave time. You get a job. Tell us about your first job that you get, and then we'll talk about the transition from that into where you are now.
Well, I retired out of Colorado Springs. I was looking for a job. I was offered a job back home as a project manager. I was building diving equipment. There we had some big projects, and I was able to hire a bunch of veterans, which I found were really all different services. With some Navy guys, some Army guys, some Air Force guys, different services, but we all kind of spoke the same language and all kind of melded in that team really quick, which I think is important in any organization. I worked there for 6 years as a project manager. I left that job. I was unemployed about 4 months. Kind of lost. Applying for jobs randomly, and through the New Orleans VFW Post 8973, I met a guy named Ben who was the regional expansion manager for Next Stop, and he kind of was like, "Hey, we can help you out." And so before I started working for Next Stop, I was actually a candidate looking for a job. Once I started working with Next Stop, he kind of opened my eyes on the things I should be doing, the little tweaks I need to be doing, like actually tailoring my resume for every job, actually do a little bit of networking, actually practice my interview skills, the things that I thought that, I was in the military, I was in the Air Force, I could do anything. I had a job, I worked for a job for 6 years, but I had to get retrained on some things.
So it's the soft skill stuff.
Yes, a lot of soft skills on the coaching side.
Yeah, and it's interesting in regards to the soft skills because, like I said, you make such a good point. That is an excellent point. You're a person, as you said, I was raised by my mama to say, sir, no, sir, please, thank you, all that stuff. A lot of people often, I think you get where I'm coming from here, too. A lot of people have great, what I call interpersonal soft skills, meaning they know how to shake somebody's hand, they know how to look somebody in the eye, they know how to actually create a non-toxic work environment. They don't know, though, as you point out, to go down to the bottom of their resume, since they're changing the application, and bump up the fact that they're bilingual up to the top of their resume when they're applying for a job that demands them to be bilingual. They don't know that each job you have to kind of read the website, read the application, and then tweak your resume, not lie, but move the stuff on your resume to highlight it, that you're turning it almost into kind of it's almost like you were writing a proposal paper for you, where it's like, I'm proposing that I work for this company, and here's the skills that I want to highlight about that. So it brings me to my next question. when you're onboarding people, is there a process of where to begin? Because the other problem I have to walk into when I talk to vets is you did 20 years. How old were you when you came out?
I'm 52 now, so 39, I believe.
You're 39 years old. By the way, that is the common, I call it the 39, 40, 41, I'm an old man attitude, because I've been in for 20 years. How do you break the news to these men and women? You're young and you got your whole life ahead of you. And that is something I find that many a veteran feels like, well, I have no future. My future is already past. And a lot of them don't understand that they are young people, particularly in this economy, and they're coming out and doing the whole thing. So how do you onboard somebody? So I'm Joe Schmo. I did 20 years in the military. I'm now 41 years old. How do you tell me how to go about the process of getting a job?
Yeah, so they can be in. So for Next Stop, you have to be you register with nextstopvets.org. You have to be a honorably discharged, enlisted, and be post 9/11 usually. So people who got in after 9/11. So they register with us. They have to load the DD-214. They have to load the resume. And me personally, if the resume is written in crayon, I don't care because I'm going to fix it anyway. So they register with us. We make contact, and we do an intake with them. And we kind of go over the basic stuff like, verify some information and start and we have that initial conversation to get to know you, kind of like we do here. So get to know you. What do you want to do? I always ask, what do you want to do when you grow up? So that conversation about them being too old or too young, it's always like your future.
You're teaching them how to fish.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we say. We're teaching them how to fish, and then the companies that we work with try to give them a fish. So that's actually kind of our philosophy: give them a fish and teach them to fish. And then we start from there. And then the first step is do the intake, and then we start working their resume. And we don't exactly do the resume for them because they have to learn how to tailor their resume themselves. There's a lot of tools out there to use. You got a lot of free tools. Even AI can help you find resumes, and that's where we start. And then we start, focusing them on which companies they want to work for, what jobs they want. And I think the biggest thing is that I tell them is, you're in the service. We think that because we're in the service and we have our duties and our extra duties, that you give us a book, we'll go figure out how to do the job, which is not really the case. So when I talked to them, I was like, have a conversation with yourself. Really talk to yourself, and look at the jobs you're looking for. Am I qualified for the job? Meaning that you've done something before, because the company's only going to hire you if you're qualified. Do I want to work for that company? And here's a kicker. Some of my family support it, i.e. relocation, travel, hazards. Sometimes if you've been in the service for a long time, you've been deployed, maybe your spouse doesn't want you to go offshore for 2 weeks at a time. So these are kind of things that we kind of have a conversation with and try to give on before they start actually searching for a job.
I love that, by the way. Will my family support it? Boy, that's a big one, because we've been talking about, my wife and I have been talking about that. We spent 3 years in California because they were accepted to the California Institute of the Arts to get a degree in sound design. The intro that you heard that brought us in was her voice and her work.
Wow.
That's what she does. And it's really, really, it's a wonderful thing. But we had to have a conversation, and Claire sat me down and said, part of me is not going to feel good about the rest of my life if I don't do this. The moment she said it that way, I'm like, what do we have to do to make this work? Let's make this work. And I think in a lot of ways, what you're also encouraging is, like I said, to go back to those soft skills, for these people to remember that they don't just represent themselves. There's a network of people around them who they're making choices for, and that is so important. We're going to take a quick break here to go to the phones for a second, okay, which might be about other topics we've talked about this morning, just to kind of give you guys a heads up when we come back to our conversation with Patrick McManus. He is joining us this morning. He's an Aerospace and Defense Assistant Program Manager over at Next Op Vets. What he really does is he makes sure that the men and women who have served this country understand all that is available to them and all the possibilities for a purpose-driven life moving forward. And we'll talk about the VFW stuff in a second here as well, too, along with maritime. Who do I got on the phone? Marshall, you're in the game. What's going on, brother?
Hey, I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to have a real rocket scientist on the show, as opposed to, you ain't going to believe this, but I was going to go to work for NASA, but I decided to drive a truck. this new English thing here on the CDL, how much is it going to cost me to prove that I can read? You know, because the DMV won't let you sneeze without paying a $50 fee. So now I got to pay another $50 in order to get an endorsement for something that it's pretty easy to see, because I used to have a hazmat endorsement. I dropped it because I don't need it anymore. But I mean, I obviously was able to read the test, take the test. I was able to read the hazmat rules and all that. And there's one other aspect. A lot of people can read. Not all of them can comprehend. I run across that on a daily basis. Hey, it's right there on the sign. Yeah, but I don't understand.
Yeah, believe me, I have up close and personal experience with it. There's a longer conversation to be had, Marshall, and those are both great questions. I think also that what they're trying to do is I think what's really going on here is they're trying to slow down the process at which people become CDL holders, and I don't think that's a bad thing, if you follow me. I think what they're trying to do is slow walk it. I think the idea is that it'll be folded in with the actual test you have to take to simply get your CDL. I think that what they're suggesting here in the liner notes is that the CDL test is a rigorous examination of your English language skills as well too. I think that's what's going on. There's lots more to talk about. Let me get back to Patrick, but I knew you were waiting, wanted to get you dropped in. Final comment, by the way.
I just gave you my 12 cents worth. That's plenty there. You guys have a great day, and I'm enjoying the show as always.
Thank you, sir. By the way, both of those are legitimate questions about what kind of fees are going to be attached to that. I do think, though, that part of it is simply an attempt. I think what's really going on there is actually slowing down the process, since the training, by the way, according to OIDA at least, is not slow enough. I think it's an attempt to once again begin to slow walk people into that industry. People need to be qualified. We're joined with Patrick McManus here. Thank you for the call, Marshall. Let's talk about some of the stuff that you're involved with in New Orleans on the ground, because it really does relate to networking, why that's so important. And a lot of people, I hate to say this, in the military, sometimes you have instant friends. I don't mean they're actually your lifetime friends, but you have to deal with people. The chance to become isolated can really happen quickly when you leave the military, that you can not even realize it, but you've isolated yourself. One of the ways that you kind of can break out of that is by getting involved with organizations and reaching out to people. Talk about what you do on the ground here with the VFW, with Post 8973 and stuff like that.
Well, for the last 5 years as an officer in a post, I just left as last election I left as I was a trustee. So last 3 years I was a trustee, and 2 years before that I was the junior vice commander, which basically I just take care of the property. And the trustees, what they do is they're kind of like a board member. They make sure everything's I's are dotted, T's are crossed, kind of thing. So I've been doing that for about 5 years. It's a great organization. We do a lot of stuff with veterans here in New Orleans. Even during IDA, we were a post. We actually opened back up, and we were serving food a few days after IDA came through because the post is uptown off of Lion Street. If everyone knows where Grits is at, it's across the street from Grits in the dog park. So it's we have, to be qualified for the VFW, you have to be a member. You have to be in the service. You have to serve overseas and have a campaign medal. So I originally joined in Jacksonville when I came back from Korea, and I joined my dad's post. And so when I moved back to New Orleans, I think it was 2012. I joined. I was looking around, and kind of looked around for a while and wasn't really involved in anything veteran wise until 2017, I believe. So that's when I started getting involved with the VFW post.
How much did it change the way you were able to network? I mean, and I don't just mean like did it give you contacts, but how much in doing that would you recommend when people come out of the service that they join organizations like that as a way to kind of begin expanding their network opportunities?
Well, when I'm talking to my candidates about networking, I usually use a American Legion, VFW, some kind of veteran organization to be part of their network as long with that. So the post here, anybody who's a veteran in New Orleans, there's an open house on Thursdays. They can stop by and they want to talk to other veterans and, have that brotherhood or sisterhood that they're always welcome. So I think it's important because I've met a lot of people for who own companies that want to hire veterans. I met a lot of veterans who need to find jobs. Networking is very important, especially in New Orleans, where everybody knows pretty much everybody else.
It's crazy. I mean, it's nuts because, like, as Madison has discovered, she was working on a movie, and of course Bentley, Brad, immediately sent her an email with, like, talk to the following people. Here are some people you might want to be interested in kind of talking to. And that's kind of the thing, and it's finding out where those networks, those kind of locus exist. The other thing is, too, and I wanted to bounce this against you, idle hands are the work of the devil is the famous kind of saying, that if you involve yourself, though, with organizations like the VFW and the American Legion and find a good nonprofit that does charitable work, a lot of the extra time that while you're looking for a job is spent being members of organizations that are actually amplifying your opportunities to maybe find a job. Of course, as you have suggested, you need to be there for the right reasons, but you'll find that if you're spending your time occupied rather than in your apartment kind of dwelling on what's not happening in your life, it opens up prospects. Talk about your charitable work, too, as well. You're actually a board member for Hands On New Orleans. Tell us about Hands On, and then tell us what you do.
Well, I just left the board. I just left the board. So Hands On is an organization here in New Orleans that do primarily, one focus is they bring in companies, and they kind of host them to do a lot of projects around the city. And during emergencies, they do more of emergency management and coordination with supplies and disaster recovery kind of things. So one of our post members, Josh, who actually has several degrees in disaster preparedness, emergency management, I nominated him to the board when I left. He's also a post member.
It's really kind of like I said, it's interesting too that once again we go back to the same thing. You go volunteer for a nonprofit, and it goes back to a lot of the stuff you were saying earlier too about being qualified for a job. It's if you want to help people, then join the one you want to join. But you may also say, I have a unique set of skills. Like your friend, the idea that I'm really good at disaster relief. So maybe I should focus on something that focuses on disaster relief. I'm really good with kids. So maybe I should, I'm really patient with children. I do not qualify for that. But, I'm saying I might want to join an autism organization that works with kids directly, giving them a chance to spend time on horses. It doesn't make any difference, but it goes back to the resume as well, too. I mean, so I was going to ask you, when you get veterans in front of you, do you say, look, you might want to find some time to find a nonprofit or a charitable work organization that actually speaks to your skills? Because if you demonstrate them, somebody who works with you might go, hey, you know what, I could really use you at my company. I mean, is that the kind of thinking as well?
Yeah, if it speaks to their qualifications to the company, definitely. If there's room on the resume, definitely. Sometimes on resumes there's a lot of extra stuff that goes on there. So one thing that veterans do is we always put our medals on our resume, and we always want to put down where we were. And I tell them, I was like, they're really cool. You have a lot of experience, but usually people don't know what those mean. So when it comes to volunteer organizations, if it speaks to the qualifications you have, then put it on there. If you have room on your resume, put it on there. But
I'm interrupting you because I have a question for you. Is there any way to kind of say on a resume, I am happy to talk about my service if you have questions? You see what I'm saying? Because that way you don't put it on there, list all that stuff that people have no meaning for. But if you are actually curious, I am happy to talk. Is there any way to kind of indicate that?
Well, so usually you don't want to go back more. In my experience, a resume is 1 page is optimal, no more than 2 pages, right. And you don't want to go back to more than 10 years. So I retired over 10 years ago. So the only thing on my resume it says in my summary, Air Force veteran.
Right.
And then it just goes back to my experience. Now, if I was going into a job that I did in the Air Force, I would make sure I minimize some stuff and then emphasize my qualifications from my time in service back then. But it's I think having a veteran on there, if you have a current clearance, definitely have that on there. If you just get out the service, you're gonna have all your stuff on there anyway. So I think it all depends on how long ago did you get out of the service when you separated. That if should be on your resume or not. But you really want to emphasize your qualifications on a resume.
Yeah, and like I said, it's also important. And please tell me if I'm wrong, because I actually defer to you as an expert on this. Don't put anything on your resume you don't want to talk about.
Oh, definitely. Even in an interview.
Yeah.
There's certain I don't know all the rules, but there's certain rules where employers can't ask you certain questions. So, but if you bring it up, then they can talk about it. Same thing on a resume. And also make sure if you have a LinkedIn account, make sure it matches your resume. Make sure there's no contradictions as well. Because employers will look at your resume, they will look at your social media. Because you might get hired based on your qualifications, but they want to know if you'll be a good team member as well.
Boy, that is really crucial too, guys. And I'm reminding everybody of this over and over again. I know people say, well, I have a right to my opinions. You do have a right to your opinions. And by the way, on social media, if it's a public opinion, your employer has a right to look at it and not tell you that's why they made the decision. It's not right sometimes. It's not fair. But if they don't tell you that was the reason, we're just going to go in another direction. You may have posted something that gets you out of a job. So just be very thoughtful about what you post. Nobody is, by the way, and your freedom of speech means the government can't do anything about it. It doesn't mean your employer can't from time to time. Let's get to some fun stuff because you and I both have a passion for Mardi Gras. As you can see, one of your fellow Tux members actually created a RadioNemo logo. We actually have also a Muses shoe created for RadioNemo as well. You are a big fan of Mardi Gras, are you not?
I'm not as much as my wife, but yeah,
well, then you're a big fan. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Yeah, but I'm a fan of Mardi Gras. So I ride in the crew of Tux. Ride since 2015. Part of the networking thing. Bo Higgins rides, and so does Brad ride in Tux, which I found out after I knew them.
Which, by the way, I want to say this again to our listeners. Do you understand how big Mardi Gras crews are that you could actually ride with somebody and not know that they ride with you? I mean, these are big parades, 27, 30, 35 floats, and each float is its own little city-state. Great networking opportunity. That's a crucial thing, too, is wherever you go, figure out what the community does to have the most fun and gravitate towards that and see if you can develop a passion for it. Right. Anybody that spends any time in Chicago knows that street fairs and block parties are a really big thing in the fall. You might actually want to get involved with that kind of stuff. You guys live on Napoleon, right?
Right. So
tell them what that means from a Mardi Gras perspective.
I live on the parade route. In fact, I can watch the parade from my front porch. One year, actually, I walked across the street to my float. My float was parked in front of my house, so I just walked across the street and got on my float. So that's how much of a fan we are. That's one of the requirements for a house we had is to live on the parade route or to live within a block of it. So it makes finding a house kind of hard, but it's fun.
Did you play any sports in high school?
No, sir. I was in junior ROTC.
Because we played West Jeff on a couple of occasions. That's why I asked. You would have missed Bo, and you might have encountered me. Bo was 2 years ahead of me at Jesuit. It's a small world. I'm telling you, he's right. By the way, this is a small city that New Orleans is. Patrick, of course, is an aerospace and defense assistant program manager for Next Op. It is great to have him here. Tell us where we can find you. Tell us where the websites are and all the social media stuff.
So Facebook, it's Next Op Vets. Our website is nextopvets.org. We're on LinkedIn and I believe all the social medias.
Yeah, you guys. I mean, they're omnipresent, guys. I mean, that's it. I mean, you can find them at Next Op. Any final things before we have to shuffle off this radio coil?
You know what? So before I first started with Next Op, I was an employment coordinator. So we got a grant under a maritime industrial base, and then I talked to my wife first before taking the job. And so I moved in this position where I still kind of do the same stuff. But basically what it is the maritime industrial base is they want to hire 25,000 people every year for the next 10 years. The Navy discovered there's a shortage of excuse me, I'm stuttering now.
That's okay. You're doing great.
So they look back and go, they need to definitely develop suppliers and a workforce. Basically, there's a big gap in trades, and pipe fitters, welders, CNC machinists, additive manufacturing, all these things that you need to build a ship or submarine, airplane. These trades are not out there right now, so that they're actually developing those. There's a school in Virginia where you can go to school for free for 16 weeks, Housing's free, not only veterans, and they'll train you in 5 of those trades, and you'll come out with certification and walk into a $25 an hour job. But for about 24% of the class is observed for veterans, but that's being paid for through by grants and through the Navy, through Blue Forge Alliance, into the Maritime Industrial Base. That's kind of like where we are. That's how we got involved in that.
Are you an early riser? You get up early in the mornings?
Yes, I have a 2.5-year-old.
Okay, so what we're going to do, Patrick, is we're going to get you back on next week at some point. I'll have Claire reach out, and we'll just have you come in, because what you just kind of brought up here, and you guys are pretty clear on that. That is an entire conversation. We could spend a good 20 minutes talking about that. Well, can you make some time for us next week if Claire reaches out?
Well, next week I will be in Colorado at
when you get back to
fairs.
town. The moment you get back to town, you can make time, though.
Yes, sir.
Definitely. Absolutely. We got to take the break. We got to bring Lindsay in on here. But Patrick, it is such a pleasure to meet you. Should I join Tux?
Yes.
Okay, I should join Tux. That's it, Madison. Hit the music, please. Get me out of here. We're going to do this right now. 615-292-6366 is the number you should call to join Lindsay and I. Roll out the red carpet. Change that image over, because Lindsay Lawler is coming. Look busy. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Let me just get this straightened out.
Pivot. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Oh.
What's happening?
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
There we go.
Hey, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. And of course, if you welcome back to Road Gang Radio at the top of this hour, it means we are a complete set now. Good morning to you, Lindsay LaRue.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, you do.
I don't want to talk about last night.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You want to.
I waited. I even put on my own rain jacket to really go there with the fans and the rain delay from the Cowboys-Eagles game last night. I waited till the bitter end. I stayed up way past my own bedtime, and we still lost. Jimmy Mack, good morning.
Good morning. I knew it. I knew it the moment you said I don't want to talk about it. I'm like, yes, you do. Yeah, you do.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, you do. You kind of do.
Whatever.
You kind of
Whatever.
By the way, can I give you a little bit of hope?
Fine.
And I hate this. I'm glad it was a loss, by the way, in regards to giving you a little bit of hope. Because if they had won last night, and by the way, they should have won last night. Paging drop balls.
CeeDee Lamb, aisle 3.
I mean, I have to tell you, man, it was I just went, oh my God! Every single Cowboy fan is going to declare a secular jihad on CeeDee Lamb. I was like, what in the name of
bless him?
And you know, I have no dog in that hunt. I am not a Philadelphia Eagles fan by any stretch of the imagination. For what it's worth, Lindsay. You know what one of the great joys of the New Orleans Saints is that they have beaten the Philadelphia Eagles in the playoffs more times than any other team that they've faced in the playoffs. So
that's joyful.
So the Saints have made life miserable for the Philadelphia Eagles. The first Saints road win in a playoff game was against the Philadelphia Eagles, just to kind of put stuff in perspective there for you. But I watched that game and I was like, Schottenheimer can coach. His team looked organized. I'll tell you that straight up. And then again, his dad, of course, is one of the great coaches in NFL history. But the other thing that was so great, I thought, for you guys is that sweet mother of pearl, Dak Prescott, got his legs back.
He did. Oh, God, he's so handsome, too. So handsome.
He looked
so handsome, especially with those legs.
He looked dashing and debonair out there. He really did. He looked like the gunslinger of old. And I'm really hoping that he can stay healthy for an entire season. I really do, because he looked as good as he's looked in a long time. He looked in control of the offense. He played with what the Eagles gave him, and he actually hit open receivers who dropped the ball. Good God Almighty.
Good God Almighty. Whatever. Jerry Jones sucks. That's the name of my fantasy team. I was so my dad last night when I was like rooting for them to win, and then my friend Kevin Post and some other people that were rooting for everyone at my house was rooting for the Cowboys, or at least they told me they were. And but I was so my dad, because the minute they started, the demise came, I started rooting against him subconsciously because of Jerry Jones. I've become my dad. I don't know what happened to me.
You haven't become your dad. You've become anti-Jerry Jones.
Well,
which, by the way, is a healthy position to take. I got to tell you, I hired one of the greatest football coaches of all time. He doesn't give me enough credit. He's fired. Team goes in the toilet. I've hired one of the greatest coaches of all time. He completely straightens out my organization. Doesn't give me enough credit. I fire him. He resigns. There's a lot not to like about Jerry Jones. There's a lot not to like.
There's a lot not to like. I don't like that I was up late because of it. We did let my daughter stay up late because of it. And she, not the whole game, but she was asking, it was really cool, Jim. She was asking a lot of questions during watching football. And she said at one point, like when they kicked a field goal, she said, why did they go from 20 points to 23 or 21 to 24 rather? She's like, why did they skip 21, 22? And I'm like, it was a pretty great question from a 6-year-old.
That's a fantastic question. I mean,
and then she asked a lot of questions, and we got to explain football to her last night. So that was kind of fun. That part was a win. I'll take that as the win.
That's a big win, by the way, because I got to tell you, that means I'm watching. I'm paying attention. It means I'm counting.
Yeah. And then when this morning, the first thing she said, because she didn't see the end of the game, she said, did the Cowboys win or lose? And I said, they lost. So it's okay. We got more football this weekend. She goes, do we got the Boomer Sooners? And I said, yes, we've got the Boomer Sooners tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
My mom, by the way, had the best experience. She can't watch LSU football. It just makes her too nervous, because basically she knows that her two sons, John and Ryan, are going to be inconsolable the next day if they lose. So she can't, I mean, it's crazy. She watches it with more passion than anything else. She could care less about LSU football. She just loves her two sons who live and breathe by it. And so when she went to bed last Saturday, it was 10-3 and LSU looked terrible. And they actually didn't even, they went for it on fourth down in the red zone and didn't convert. And she just inconsolable, went up to bed. The next morning, she came down and I was having coffee, and she said, "I hate to ask this question of you, son." I'm like, "Oh my God, something terrible is coming. How bad did LSU lose by last night?" And I went, "KK, they won." It's like, what?
You call her KK?
Of course I call her KK. Of course
That's
I
cute.
do. I call Dad Da, and I call her KK. You know why? How that happened, by the way, and anybody who actually has grandchildren knows why. Is that in order to kind of let it lock in on the children, we had so many kids show up so quickly in our life, from my sister and my brothers, that we realized that if we didn't start calling KK and Da, that it might not lock in. So we started doing that instantly around the kids, and then it all just kind of locked in. My mom actually, and I don't know if she made the offer to you, she tells everybody point blank, she said, anybody who is, an adult, she says, you can call me K or you can call me KK. Either one is available.
I made up my own name for her. She and I have our own kind of thing going on.
I understand. I don't want to know, by the way.
No. It's our own thing.
We have our own thing. It's called Road Gang Radio, and we have wonderful people that join us, by the way.
Yeah, buddy, we do. Musician. Listen, and what's cool about this next guest, Jim, is it marries a lot of the worlds that we celebrate around here: veterans and music. This guy's a veteran in music. Boom.
Sweet spot. Right in the sweet spot.
Buddy.
Would you care? Would you like me to do the introduction, or do you feel like you would like to introduce this wonderful guest?
I can introduce this wonderful guest. Sure, why not? I already feel connected to this sweet soul. Joining us next on Road Gang Radio, we've got a guy whose music is gritty and powerful, just as gritty and powerful, Jim, as the life that he has shaped and led himself, as a matter of fact. So Scott Pryor, he's a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. He's Montana-born, Wyoming and Indiana-raised rock powerhouse. He's got a brand new single called AWOL. I actually posted it, used it as our story promo and Insta story today.
Nice.
Yeah, it's loud, it's wild, it's unapologetically free. It comes straight from the heart of someone who knows what it means to drop everything, hit the road, and never look back, he says. His songs are forged in fire. He's really tells stories about some trauma and triumph and transformation. Hey, Jim, I like this kind of thing.
You're big.
He's been inspired by his father, who was a honky-tonk pianist, but he's also a Telly Award winner for his anthem Breakaway. He's soul, man. He's soul and service and music, and we're excited to break it down with him today. Please make welcome to the show our new friend and yours, Scott Pryor. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you, brother?
I am very good. I'm excellent.
Where are you talking to us from right now? It could just be in your bedroom, but where are you talking to us from right now?
What are you wearing, Scott? Scott, what are you wearing? Hey.
I am wearing a hoodie against if my publicist was listening, she'd get so mad at me. She's like, "You are a rocker. Black jeans, black shirt," and I work out a lot, so I'm in a lot of workout clothes most of the time until if cameras around, I gotta put on the appropriate garb. But
Scott, I love a man in a hoodie. I love a man in a hoodie.
She does, actually. She does. She really does.
Dude, it's my favorite.
Thank you. I got plenty of them. Most of them are shredded and old. I look like I'm homeless, so.
That's okay.
Hey, it works for music. It helps music sometimes.
So let's kind of let's kind of jump in, by the way, and talk about some of this working that you're doing on your second album. We'll get back to the earlier stuff, but I kind of want to talk about where you are right now in regards to your current work, what you're crafting, what you're kind of making here, because there's a tribute that's going on here to one of my favorite songs. "We Belong" is a song that I would always crank up when I was kind of driving around in my younger days. So can you kind of talk about the decision to kind of do covers like this? Because covers are always fascinating to me. I say that unless you're going to kind of give your own take on the song, why do it? And can you talk about the gravitational point of kind of getting pulled into a song like Pat Benatar's "We Belong"?
Sure. So, our very first album, we did zero covers whatsoever. It was all originals, which I love. I absolutely love creating music. It's one of my very favorite things to do. I'm obsessed about it. I'm always taking notes on my phone. I'll say stop. I'll be in mid conversation. I stop. I've got to write an idea down. So the first album is all originals. And of course, there's influences by a lot of artists in there. But the second album, we were in studio and my producers, Jan Smith and Jesse Owen Austin, they're like, have we thought about doing a cover? And I said, I haven't really thought about doing covers, but I'm like, what cover do we do? We're kind of thinking, and Pat Benatar, We Belong. It's one of those songs that anytime, it comes on the radio, like I scream into the top of my lungs. And of course, I don't sound as good as Pat Benatar in her original key, but it's just one of those songs I love. And it's just, I come back to it, and I love the song. So we discussed it. And we said, you have to put your own spin on it. So we kind of have a theme with the second album because we do a number of covers. And so what we do is we just use, obviously, I'm a male voice and I'm, a rocker, a little grittier. So we said, well, let's make it rockier. Let's make it grittier, but still have the integrity of the song. So that's what we did. And we've got some, we go heavy with it, but at the same time, we also keep the real coolness and the kind of vibe of, I guess the 80s. We've also done Bad Romance, Lady Gaga. Again, we start off with kind of a soft acoustic version of Bad Romance, and then about a third of the way, there's a break, and all of a sudden the guitars and everything comes in real heavy, and people are like, oh, so we've done that, and we did Heart Alone, and these are all songs that I love. When they come on the radio, I love to sing them, and I just love it. And so the theme on the covers for the second album is basically powerful female rockers done with a male voice. So not a lot of people have covered. There's been some covers, but not a lot of people have covered some of the songs that we're doing. And we're just taking the powerful female rockers and then kind of give, it's our tribute to them, and then just kind of putting a male voice and a harder rock spin on them.
Well, and the influence, gosh, We Belong. I used to sing that song when I lived in LA on the Sunset Strip, and there's just a passion in there that you have to know emotion, you have to feel emotion, you have to have been through some stuff to sing these songs that come with such and then obviously put your own spin on it, but it comes with, certain inspirations that we've gone through growing up. We'll get back to what you've gone through kind of piece in a minute, but you grew up with a dad who was a world-class honky-tonk pianist, which I love. I'm curious how that shaped the sound you're creating now, because my dad, I'm a singer-songwriter, but my dad's an attorney and my mom is an interior decorator. And I always say to them, guys, you really didn't give me much inspiration when it comes to creativity there. And we joke around about it. But although my dad did play, and I know it's something that he would have always, wanted to pursue. So anyway, what with your dad doing that, you as a child, take me back to as a kid, watching your dad do that. Did you realize that? I mean, I think it's a real cool thing to have seen a parent really pursuing such a passion. Did you feel that growing up, and has that shaped a lot of what you do today?
Absolutely. My dad was, my grandfather was a honky-tonk piano player. My uncles all played. And so my dad was the standout. He was just a savant. I was born in Billings, Montana. And so we would just, friends would be like, hey, Doc, his nickname was Doc. Hey, Doc, come over and play. So we'd be invited to people's house, and he'd just sit down and stay at a piano, and he would crank it. And his hands would move so fast. I mean, he literally, the walls would shake. His hands would move so fast that you couldn't even keep up with what he was doing. He played by ear. He couldn't read a single note. And you would just you'd hum something, and he'd just be able to play it. And he knew thousands of songs. And people were just memorized. People were just drawn to his music, and they'd be like, play more, play more, play more. And we went to, small churches out west, and they'd be like, hey, Doc, come and play in church. And then he'd play, and literally they'd say, hey, you got another one? And he'd say, sure. And he'd play again. He's like, you got another one? And so it always turned into music class. He was a magnet for, just music, and people were so drawn to what he's done. As a matter of fact, I think it was about 5 years ago, he went into a Costco and he sat down and played a little bit, and somebody videoed it, and it went viral. And so then some talk shows in Billings, he's like, what's this? My song went viral, and these news stations are calling me. I'm like, yeah, talk to him, Dad. but he never really did a lot with it. He came back. I had him produced. I live in Atlanta now, and one of my buddies is a producer. So I said, hey, I want to produce my dad. He's older now, and so he came in and he's like, your dad set a record. He played 20 some songs in the studio that I was able to record in one day, and he said he is literally one of the best in the world, one of the best I've ever seen. So growing up, with dad, just going and watching him perform and just kind of watching everybody be memorized, and they just couldn't get enough of him. Certainly had a massive influence on me, and music's always been in my blood. It's just, I've always loved music, and, I could take one song and I could listen to it over and over and over. I drive everyone around me crazy. So I put my earplugs in and I'm like, listen to the melody, listen to how and so he was a massive, massive influence on my life. And of course, it's just in my genes. It's in my blood.
This is something really interesting, too, because you actually, in some ways, have already kind of answered the question, which is really groovy. And I know Lindsay's had this moment. She kind of referenced the idea that when you grow up in these environments, and I'm going to actually ask Lindsay the same question, too. It's one thing to kind of look back and kind of realize what you were doing and what you were in the middle of. I'm actually asking, in those moments, especially when you were much younger, did you have an understanding of what you were in the middle of when the wall is shaking? Because we've all had those moments as artists, as people who are looking to create something, where you're like, you say to yourself, I should remember this. I need to remember this. This is important. What's happening right now is something that needs to go into the mind bank, into the mind palace. Were you cognizantly aware of what you were experiencing back in those days?
Oh, that's a really good question. I was in the fact that I knew that there was so much power in music. It's such a powerful, powerful, powerful medium. It's the language of the soul. And so as just a kid, I remember feeling the power of music. And that translating later in life, I appreciate it more, now that I'm older. I appreciate it more those times, because, you hear people play all the time, but the magnetism and I guess the charisma of the actual music itself and how it was affecting people. It was just normal for anywhere Dad would go. People were just in awe. So I appreciated it, but not as much as I do now. Not as much as I do now, but man, that's a great question.
I wanted to kind of follow up with that, kind of let that sit there for a second, and to kind of have you tease out the idea that this is the follow-up, when you are creating that, do you follow what I'm saying here? When you are creating your own art, do you ever find yourself kind of conducting a moment of going back to those places and saying, I am there, that I'm standing where the people that produced me stood, and that I'm going to the places that they never got a chance to go to because of the lack of resources or the lack of opportunities that they have now provided me? That's always my follow-up to that.
Yes, and that's a great question. I do. I look at my dad and the level of his talent, and I thought, man, if he would have been in Nashville or some other place, and he certainly would have been discovered, and the world would know his name. And so, for me, I take the opportunity because I know that I was, like I said, music's in my blood. And so now I whenever I perform out or whenever we're in the studio or wherever we're creating music, I certainly appreciate, go back and appreciate, where we've come from and what we've done with it. So certainly there's a strong level of appreciation, and it can certainly be surreal at times. I pinch myself. I'm very blessed to work with the producers that I've been able to work with, and us, create the music that we've created. And it's absolutely exciting when I go in the studio. Conversely, it can be the most frustrating thing in the world if, you're trying to get a melody for, a song that you're working on and it's just not coming. And it's like, okay, let's put that down for a second and let's move on to something else. And, hopefully that melody will come, or just that perfect piece of the song will come. But I certainly reflect back to, my father and his journey, and He passed last year, and before he passed, I knew he was, I knew he was not in good health. And I remember, flying back to Montana, and I took him out for a drive, kind of where we used to live, and we were playing my first album, and he was jamming. He was like nodding his head and kind of doing the drums and guitar. He wasn't, he'd speak, but it wasn't, his normal self, because his health was failing. But he gave me a thumbs up and approval. And I'm a rocker, and he was honky tonk, but it was pretty surreal. So I certainly appreciate, kind of where those roots are, and I still feel that today.
That's really beautiful. And that's also, really interesting, the combination of when, kind of worlds collide, so to speak, even if it is a father-son, like the different genres. And it actually makes me, it's really interesting to me hear what you're doing musically, because, you've said there's two things going on. You said your music comes from real experiences and trauma and transformation, which is, I love talking about that kind of thing. And when you take that and then put it into art and expression and, get it out from a healing standpoint, but then also, rock in general is a lot of times about, rebellion and release. And it's, sometimes can be seen as a character. It seems like it's for you, it's not a character. This is who you are. But talk just a little bit about kind of the juxtaposition of lyrics that are about trauma and transformation, but when you're putting in to a rock kind of anthemic, high octane performance, how those two worlds collide.
Ooh, that's a good question, you guys. Good question. So for me, I just, people around me have said that, they think that rules don't apply to me. And I'm like, that's absolutely not true. I mean, I said, for me, rules are suggestions. It's kind of like, Scott, we would really appreciate it if you would follow the rules. We realize you're not going to, but we would appreciate it if you would. So there's,
we have to at least ask.
That's right. I mean, they're suggestions. No, I'm teasing, but no. I mean, for me, when I approach a song or whatever, and sometimes I get the double stare in the studio, like, you want to do what? So I just, for me, the high octane and stuff. I love songs that drive. When I first started with a vocal coach in Jan Smith's studio, and I mean, just with a vocal coach, and I was like, I just want to explore this. And she pulled me aside and she said, listen, she's like, you can take your music career as far as you want to go. I said, well, what if I want to headline stadium tour? She says, you can take it as far as you want to go if you put the work in. And then I brought in lyrics and stuff like that. And then, we kind of, discovered, it was a discovery process. And she's like, you go for songs that are just driving and just those big stadium songs that, people are chanting and singing along with. And so it's what I'm drawn to. I don't want to, sing. So I don't want to say boring, because there's definitely some slow songs that hit hard, but I want to do songs and music that speak to me. And, the first album, well, and honestly, the second album as well, people like, oh, that's eclectic. So, there's definitely juxtapositions from, you guys are talking about the song AWOL, but if you listen to AWOL, but then you line it up against like a Wide Awake, or even a Say Goodbye is slower. The grouping is very broad. Like I was in the Marine Corps, so you want a tight grouping when you fire on target. You want a tight grouping, and the music is pretty broad. I'm a vocal physical therapist, so he works on my neck and throat, and puts his fingers down my throat and stretches my tongue out. He's like, you got a lot of stress. I gotta work this out. And yeah, it's not fun. So he was listening, and we're working on. I said, listen, there's on the second album, it hasn't been released yet. There's a song called "Dance Makes My Dangerous." It's very hard. It's very driving. It's almost eerie in a way. And then I said, now listen to this newer song. It's more just, it's very poppy. It's a very pop song, and I don't have much pop on there. But I said, but I like the lyrics, and I like the feel of the song. And he said, he's from Australia. I'll butcher his accent. He's like, well, that's very interesting, Scott. I wouldn't know that's the same artist. but so,
I like
but-
that you
but
tried
I
the
just-
accent. I give you props for
Yeah,
trying it, by the way.
Yeah, I tried. I butcher it. My wife's
That's
like,
all right, mate. That's all right.
Don't.
It's quite
That's
acceptable.
right.
It's quite acceptable.
That's all right. It's all right, mate. So
There
but
you
anyhow, So I like the I just like the intensity of the songs, and I just want to do music that speaks to me. It's authentic. Like, I'm not trying to chase trends whatsoever. I mean, I could care less about trends. I just want to do music that's authentic, something that I want to sing. Because if it's not something I want to sing and it's contrived, I'm not going to sing it because I don't want to. So it's I like the high octane. I like the hitting songs, and so it's funner to sing. It's tougher vocally, especially having I've got a performance tonight, and it's more of our it's all of a lot of our heavier stuff for this particular venue. But a couple weeks ago we went to the Atlanta mission, and it's a homeless mission, and we played for this particular shelters for all men, and so we played for the men, and we had kind of a broader group, and so it was a different set. But man, I'm just really drawn to those hard hitting authentic songs that you can headbang to or just move your body to and dance.
Scott, I got to
Move
put
your
the
body
brakes
and
on.
dance, Jim. Move your body and dance.
By the way, I can't
Come on,
move
Jim.
my body and dance. I can tell you who belongs to the light, who belongs to the thunder, though. Scott Pryor does. So what I did there, by the way, guys,
Yeah, buddy.
Marine Corps guy, but more importantly, in this day and age, he is a rocker with a lot of thunder, as Pat Benatar talks about in her song. YouTube.com. You can find him at Scott Pryor. That's PRYOR. You can find him at the official Scott Pryor on the gram of Insta, and the X, formerly known as Twitter, at the Scott Pryor, and official Scott Pryor on the Book of Face. Guys, download the songs, please. Do not just listen to them. Download them. Find out where he's going to be next. And Scott, thrilled to have you, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me so much. And if you guys would follow, that would really help us. I'm not with the label right now. I've been discouraged from going to a label because they said they're going to try to control you, and that doesn't work so well for me. But as an independent artist, we really rely on listeners to follow us. Reach out, comment, let us know. I know that you guys have a big audience of truck drivers, and I was literally telling somebody yesterday, my uncle drove truck. He's got over 1 million miles. And my father drove a truck back in the day. And so I know it can be lonely out there. I know it can be tough. It's tough on the family. And, truck drivers are certainly the salt of the earth. And they're wonderful people. So you guys listen to music and think of me, and just know that you're in my heart. And much love goes out.
Thank you, Scott.
Much love. Much love to you, Scott Pryor. Check him out, y'all. This is Road Gang Radio. We will be right back. Thank you, Scott. Download the music. Coming up next. Well, more. How about that?
More stuff is coming up next, by the way.
More stuff. Lots of it.
More stuff. We'll have, we'll get to some stuff here.
Yeah.
Hold on tight.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
It sure is. You're listening to Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. We're live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans, but Miss Lindsay, she's in Nashville.
I am in Nashville. I'm in Franklin, Tennessee, as a matter of fact, when it's soon to be, well, right now I'm in my guest bedroom, but soon to be in an actual finished studio that we've been, and by we, I mean my husband and our dear friend has been working hard on.
Awesome.
But it's all my vision. Like, I'm like, can I do this? And they say, yeah, we can do it even better. That's pretty cool. Like, even little things that I wouldn't think about, like you should probably have a window in here so you don't want to, so you don't lose your claustrophobic mind. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. It's coming together today. The fans and the lights are going up, Jim.
Oh, that's fantastic, by the way. And I'll tell you this, too, that we're both going to be in about 2 months or so sitting in the midst of our own visions. You know, this place over here is, I would, from a foundational standpoint, about 85 to 90% done. From what I want on the walls to how I want this place to kind of flow and move, I'm about halfway there. But there is something really nice about going out and getting qualified people to do the things that you need them to do, because not only do they do what you want them to do, they often give it to you better than you asked for it. And I have to tell you right now, that floor and that ceiling, outstanding. Best part about them, you. I didn't look at him and go, oh, that's not Lindsay. I saw that ceiling, Lindsay, and I went, that ceiling is you. That is the ceiling you have been waiting for your entire life.
Well, I don't know about that, but
it's pretty groovy.
It's pretty exciting. Hey, Jim, coming up in just a little bit is our Breaker Back Talk with our own Tara, who's going to be reading. It's still time for you to get in, shoot a comment, question, concern. We take it all. You can always shoot an email to weekends@radionemo.com. We're going to change that email soon, right, Jim?
Working on it.
Okay. And you can make comments over on the YouTube channel. You can comment on our Facebook page. You can comment on Instagram. Anywhere you want to make your comments, we will take them. We will listen to them. We know that this show doesn't happen without you guys. So we love to hear what's going on in your own life and your own thoughts. So that will be coming up right after that. Joining us, Jim, he's actually gotten there a few minutes early, but he'll be on with us at about 10 o'clock today, is Ryan Pote, a returning guest, a friend of the show, a friend of Mark Grady's, which is enough. That's all we need to know around here. And now he's a friend of ours because we've had him on, a really cool guest doing writing. His work is amazing. It's adventurous. It's like choose your own adventure, but based in like reality and real experience, and very exciting. So excited that he's going to be there in studio. And then it's time for country and western music news, because Jim, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
It's so creepy when you do. I'm like, I don't know if I should go take a shower after you make that noise, or
70s sleazy, my dear. 70s
keeping it sleazy.
Keeping it sleazy. If you can't keep it sleazy, keep it light. That's all I'm saying out here. You guys can also give us a call.
Is that a fat joke?
It is. You can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Fat. What?
What did you just
say? You can't just say fat.
Well, I can do it once.
That's not how it works.
I could just do it once. I can just do like fat.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
I mean, pH fat. pH fat, Lindsay. Absolutely pH fat. PhD, pH fat. I mean, all these other things are really incredibly groovy. I do want to kind of ask you one more question about your beloved Cowboys. Because I'm going to beat this thing into the ground.
I can't even say beloved anymore, but go on.
I go on. I get to have a really good time with this because I didn't like either team. Although I painfully was rooting for the Cowboys because I wanted you to be in a better mood this morning. So I got really angry.
How'd that work out for you?
You see, I'm not making that bet anymore. You see, this is the problem when you come from a tradition of winning. For the Saints, things suck right now, but you know what? We had a 15-year gorgeous run with Drew Brees, but before that, it was bags on our head. So the idea of losing is like, okay, it's fine. Cowboys, it's like you live in the shadow of Roger Staubach. You live in the shadow of Troy Aikman. You live in the shadow of the
Dude,
big
my
tuna.
jersey is Tony Dorsett. Yeah, like the jersey I was wearing last night that I had to take off because I had a hot flash the entire game. I had to go change into a T-shirt. I was wearing my Tony Dorsett jersey until I had a hot flash. And, but I did, again, that thing, I was like, as soon as we lost, well, it was funny. Cowboys scored the first touchdown. And so immediately my friend Kevin Post and we scored the first touchdown. And immediately we were like, that's it. We're going to the Super Bowl. The Cowboys, it's going to be Cowboys in the Super Bowl. I see it.
You and Post are peak Cowboy fans. Good
Oh, we
old
totally
God
are.
Almighty.
And then we lost at the end. And I was like, I don't even want to watch them the rest of the season. It's over. Just forget it. The whole season's over.
That is peak Cowboy fan.
I'm not fun to watch with. I didn't say I was fun to watch with. It's not a good time, guys.
I mean, it's literally as opposed to watching the football game like Green Bay Packer fans watch it. By the way, I'm not a Green Bay Packer fan, but their fans are like,
No, they're better. They're way better fans than me.
oh my God, they'll lose a game and be like, no, there was some real improvement there. We'll get them next week. I don't know if you noticed the interior line looks more solid. In about 3 or 4 weeks, we'll really be on the track. Cowboy fans, it's like touchdown. We're gonna win the whole thing. Somebody fumbles a snap. That's it. Typical losers. What is? It's like they turn into Philadelphia fans. How can anybody from Texas be proud of themselves right now when you turn into Eagle fans?
Okay. All right. Well, the thoughts on the game. The Cowboys played better than we thought they would.
They were
So
better
there's that.
coached. They were better coached than I thought they would be. I mean, I should not be surprised. I mean, after all, it is the son of Marty Schottenheimer, which means it'll be no time before you guys are going 13-3 and then losing a wild card playoff game.
That's what we do. Played better than they thought. Javonte Williams, he's a fun one to watch. CeeDee Lamb, he's going to need to make up for his misses in the clutch. Come on, buddy. What else? Kudos to Schottenheimer, yes, again. Plus, I just want to say Schadenfreude every time I say his name.
Oh, Marty
but there's a
Schottenheimer.
lot-
Marty Schottenheimer.
Schottenheimer,
The whole family is Schadenfreude, dude. I will simply tell you one thing. You can learn everything you want about Marty Schottenheimer by looking at the 2 AFC championship games versus Denver. All you have to do is look up Cleveland versus Denver with Marty Schottenheimer as the coach, and you will learn everything you ever had to learn. If you don't like Cleveland, it is a Schadenfreude love fest. They literally, the 2 games they lost in those AFC championships, number 1, they lost when John Elway engaged in what is known as the 99-yard drive. It has simply become known as the drive. And the second one, Lindsay, is when Ernest Biner in the second one played his heart out, ran for almost 200 yards, fumbled the ball at the 2-yard line, walking into the end zone. No one touched him.
That's like the worst. You know what else has got to feel like the worst? That when I would assume, listen, I've never played, I don't want to shock anyone, but I have not personally ever played professional football.
Wait a minute.
I know, it comes as a shock.
This changes everything. Go on.
I know. Stop the press. But what must be so daunting, or I guess just like a bit of a bummer. Not that you have, going into the season, there's got to be that hope of maybe we'll be undefeated. I mean, the Cowboys probably don't think that, but there's got to be something in the back of your head that, before a game starts, before the season starts, a little bit of maybe this will be the season we're undefeated. Maybe this will be the season we go to the Super Bowl, fill in the blank. So if you lose the first game, immediately that idea of maybe we could be the undefeated team goes away. And I'm not saying that's the goal. You can go to the Super Bowl, obviously, without winning a lot of games. But to
Paging New York Giants.
Yeah. But that's got to be a little bit of even if you don't acknowledge it, a little bit of a wind out of the sails when you lose the first game of the season.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a downer. Here, you want to talk about petty in professional football? The Miami.
I love talking about petty.
Yeah, even when it's Tom. But
Richard, Tom, or the way I act, all of it.
By the way, the Miami Dolphins of 1972 are the only team to go undefeated and win the Super Bowl. What those guys do is when somebody starts to win games, gets 12-0, 13-0, at that moment they start watching. The moment the team loses, every surviving member of the 72 Dolphins gets together and breaks open a bottle of champagne.
I like that.
What's really, you talk about petty. They did it. Here's the funniest thing. The moment that Tom Brady, the New York Giants, the Tom Brady's 18-0 Patriots lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl, they actually had a party, Lindsay. They actually had a party. The Miami Dolphins are like, yeah, the only ones. That is like the height of petty. I'd go to that party.
I'd go to that party.
I'd
I'd throw that party,
Well,
dude.
it-
I have thrown that party.
I have thrown that party too. By the way, it would be different if it had been anybody else but the Patriots. But the fact that it was the Patriots and they were popping open a bottle of champagne in honor of Tom Brady losing, on a catch that nobody should ever have made, I just kind of love it.
Kinda love
Enjoy
it.
that champagne.
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 We got more football all weekend. I'll be watching the Sooners tomorrow night, and I'll be watching the Patriots and the Titans, 2 separate games on Sunday. Do you have any go-to games this weekend, Jim?
No, I've just given up.
Yeah, me too.
I've just given up. I've just decided that it's worthless, pointless. Why even have any hope this year? The Saints are going to get their clocks.
Oh, stop trying to be me.
Why? I mean, why?
Stop trying to be a Cowboys fan.
Why sit down with people that I love and enjoy their company and have a really wonderful time every Sunday when I can just be bitter and go in my room and pout?
Okay, well, let me tell you the positive thing then about last night on that point. I did get to watch and hang out with people that I love, including my daughter and friends.
But Kevin
close
Post
friends.
was there, though, dude.
And also Kevin Post, who is going to come on We Should Write soon, by the way, as soon as my studio's done, because he's like, oh my God, the studio's so cool. Can I come over here and just play songs all the time? And I was like, that's why I designed it in hopes that people, my talented friends, would just show up and sing songs. But I made queso last night. It was my first queso of the season in the crock pot. There was queso in the crock pot.
It's Lindsay's religion. I'm
my
telling
religion.
I'm telling our guest in studio. It's
Yeah.
Lindsay's religion. It is. I basically remember Lindsay for a birthday present for me got me a very very celebrated Americana artist. For Lindsay's birthday, I got her an order of queso at a restaurant that she loved, and she wasn't unhappy about it. Straight up.
That's the way to my heart. That's the keys to my heart right there, buddy. Queso. So yeah, I got queso in the crock pot. Seamus went and got burger like from a farm, this huge similar farm over in Leaper's Fork. He went and got wonderful grass-fed meat. These great burgers that we had. He got several big, thick, juicy burgers and then several of the smash burgers. We had baked beans and sweet potatoes and burgers and queso. And you know what? I did laugh outside. It was nice. We had the outdoor fireplace that has the TV over it outside. So we were outside under the stars. Outside of the Cowboys losing, it was a really
so what's your
lovely
problem,
night.
dude? What's your problem?
Listen, I brought it back to gratitude. Come on. I can be surly sometimes. Give me my moment.
Oh my God, surly, sleazy, gritty, 1970s Lindsay. I like it. By the way,
Thank
speaking
you.
of gratitude, I have gratitude for what's happening right now.
What?
Breaker.
Oh, I was like, what? What? Is it Tara? Did you meet Tara?
Tara.
Oh God,
here.
I have Tara. Can I tell you real quick, Tara? Hi, good morning.
Turtle.
Good morning. How are we?
I'm so good. Can I tell you that Claire and I, Jim's husband, no, Jim's wife, Claire and I were, Jim is
Wait,
the
she's
husband.
identifying differently now? Okay, I
Yeah,
got to keep
I
up with
don't
this
know.
stuff. Go on.
I don't know. I can't keep up with the kids these days. No, Claire and I were texting yesterday because we were working on a technical thing, and I said to Claire had done this awesome production thing, and then she and I were going back and forth. I was like, she goes, man, I love working with you, and I was like, I love working with you. I said, all I want to do is like record shows with your production and walk around and make reels with Tara. She goes, and then after that, we go eat boba. And I was like, that's the perfect day. I don't even know what
that sounds like heaven.
I figured you'd like that.
You notice what's missing from that, guys, by the way?
You're implied in that, Jim.
No,
because I
Shouty
said the
Jim.
record.
I don't blame you. Having Shouty Jim around is not a really good thing. Ask Madison about Shouty Jim. This is the end of time. Somebody put an electric spike through my eye. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, you were implied, and then when I say I want to record shows with your production, that obviously means you, and it obviously means Tara, and it obviously means our wonderful listeners, which, Tara, I'm sure you've got lots to say and report on today, so go on.
Okay, guys, this one is going to be a little bit interactive, so if you're able to drop in the chat, please do. Today is National Bring Your Manners to Work Day.
That's right.
So
we
I'm
already
reminding myself
failed.
To be nice. Right, exactly. I know. I've been listening. But I know most of you truckers out there don't really technically have coworkers that you see every day. But I want to ask, do you see other truckers out on the road as coworkers, friends, strangers? Do you kind of keep to yourself, just get that delivery done, or do you try to make friends out on the road? Are we still using the CB? Like, what is the nicest thing that you guys have heard on the CB? And has anyone ever like hopped on a CB and like flirted or whatever? Like, I want to know, like,
Ooh.
you on the road and been like, yo, your driving skills are hot. Can I like get your number like on the CB? Is that a thing? Like, are we dating on the CB these days or what?
I'm
what
not
are we
going
doing?
here. I'm not.
So-
Oh my God, I
I'm not
love
talking
you
about
so
this.
much.
I'm not talking
right
about
now.
this.
I need to know.
Oh God, I need to know too. Jimmy can be quiet for this. Pop it in the chat. Bruce Almighty did say in the chat. Go on. No, this is a good question. I asked a couple weeks ago, Tara, about the CB thing just in general because I'm curious if people still talk that way. I like the idea of flirting, but I really like the idea of the question of how do you see truckers on the road? Because Tara, I know you and I see a truck driver. We look up at them with respect. Of course, we probably try to get them to pull their horn because we're immature. But
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah. Pull my horn.
Hey.
But I've never thought about it. If another trucker looks at another trucker and does the like the peace sign, the sup, the head
like, is that
sup.
a thing? Are we friends, coworkers? Are we strangers? Like, I know me in a grocery store, I'm trying to like just get in there and get out. Even if I see someone I know, I'm just like, I don't know. So like, are we feeling that way on the road? Or are we,
I'm
like,
the
waving
exact
at people
opposite
and
at
making
grocery
friends?
stores. Tara, at grocery stores, I'm like, hey man, I don't break people's chi. I don't like invade people's space. But
Right.
people give me a look. I'm like, what's up, man? Here we are together
You're
in the
very
weed
friendly in public.
Yeah, like to a fault. I'd be like, God, Jim, I'm just trying to get my groceries. I just got to get in, get out.
Pass me those
Jimmy's trying to
Wheaties.
Strike up
Pass
a
me those Wheaties,
conversation.
would you? Wheaties, yeah.
No,
Have you
gotta
checked
get
the
out of here.
nutritional value of Wheaties? Have you checked them? Sorry, go on. Go
on.
on.
We'll
Sorry,
wait and see.
lots
Someone's
Yeah,
going to
drop it in the
comment here
chat.
in the chat.
Yeah, my intrusive turtle thoughts are coming out. I'm sorry. I need to know, are we dating on the CB these days? That's basically what I want to know. So, but
Noted.
switching gears a little bit to the reel that we posted this week, I titled it Trucking Music Mad Libs with Jimmy Mack. And I loved it because you like kind of made sentences using different trucking vinyl album covers that are on the studio wall. And I just think it was brilliant,
very smart.
obviously, but it was Mad Lib vibes, in my opinion. We know what Mad Libs are, yes.
Yeah, of course. It was very good.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. By the way, that's the first take. That was the first and only take. I actually had to think.
Wow.
I want to make this really clear, guys. I didn't just like go, I'm just going to walk in there and wing it. I actually looked at the wall, walked out of the room, thought for about 5 minutes, and walked back in with the camera running and just see. I said, whatever I come up with, I'll come up with. As long as I don't curse, I'm going to stick with it. That's why it began to.
Well,
that's
okay.
why at the end it began to lack coherence. It was like, yeah, Dave will talk about that. Let's move on. I mean, it's just like I have no idea
Well,
what I'm doing.
Steve B commented, great album covers, and Misty Big Rig said, love those. And also, once again, interactive. If you have a favorite trucking song or an album, drop it in the chat. For me, I think it's Truck Driver's Blues by Cliff Burner, or this one woman named Lindsay Lawler has a song called Highway Angel that I watch the music video like once a month, I'll be so honest, because it does pop up and I love it. So I keep.
Are we dating? Are we flirting?
Are we on the CB?
Are we flirting?
We break a back talking? Go on.
I'm obsessed with Tara. Go on.
Thank you. Well, Toby S. commented on your reel, Lindsay, promoting the We Should Write episode with Morgan Miles and said, love Morgan Miles. She's one tough cookie. You will enjoy her. She's the best, just like you.
Oh, you want to know what? That's my vet. That's my dog's vet. I don't go to a vet, guys. Listen, I am in between insurance right now. And so a vet makes sense. However,
Lindsay, really quickly, don't talk about what happens during the full moon. Don't talk about what happens during the full moon. Go on.
it's tonight. That is my vet, and turns out she is also Morgan Miles' parents' vet. So she messaged me yesterday. She's like, "Oh my God, I love the episode, but dogs bringing people together, y'all. I love it."
Oh my gosh, I love that. Obviously, I have no idea who these people are most of the time, unless there are regular listeners. But that's really cool. I love that.
Really quickly, guys, by the way, our good friend Trucker Boaston says that anything by Red Sovine is what he likes. The Paranormal Pie Man says Wolf Creek Pass by C.W. McCall. And by the way, Marshall wants everybody to know the reason why he's not getting any action, he doesn't have a CB. There's your answer.
Hey,
sounds like a yes.
Go.
Sounds like he has.
So you're
I think
saying
we
there's a
create-
chance.
By the
we
way,
need a channel for dating on the CB.
the irony is my favorite trucking song, at least one of my favorite trucking songs, is actually by a band who doesn't have hardly any trucking songs. It's by the band Bread, Truckin'. I really like
Bread?
I like Bread's Truckin', which is really, really good. And
Not the Grateful Dead trucking.
no,
different one?
that's in my top 10, but that's like at the bottom of my top 10. Truckin' by Bread is really up there, and it has the weirdest beginning. It has an orchestral beginning, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? And then it gives way to a really kind of cool song. It's really groovy. So
All right, Tara.
Go
on.
Well, Jimmy, this was a little more towards you because a user commented on one of our messy middle segments with NACFE and said hydrogen is dead. Its biggest promoters were in Europe, and they've allowed those leases to expire and have switched to EVs. What are your thoughts?
A couple of things are at play here, and I understand the comment. Hydrogen is dead in Europe to a large extent because of the proximity. Europe is much denser in regards to covering a lot of ground. They will continue to experiment with it both in Canada and the U.S. because of the wide open spaces as they look for alternative ways to kind of cover a lot of... Exactly. Here's the thing is that trucking cultures are different everywhere around the world. It's not the same thing. The idea that if you're a truck driver in Australia, you better get used to the idea of very, very long distances and very lonely spaces. If you are a truck driver in Europe, it's a lot of bumper-to-bumper stuff. There isn't a lot of like open road, open sort of Autobahn atmosphere to it. India is literally about 7 or 8 different countries with different driving cultures contained in it. So hydrogen, to some degree, is probably not going to get the play in Europe anymore, but they're still playing with models. And NACFE is going to continue to experiment with that, given some of the work that's being done in Canada. Totally get the question, totally get the comment, but hydrogen is not done here in the North American region. How about that?
I knew you'd have good. Yes, I knew you would have great feedback on this.
I noticed you didn't ask my take on that. It's weird. Go on.
But you know what is cool though, Lindsay? You know what a good reason for hydrogen is though? It means if you're wearing some really cool clothes that Amanda Herdina has picked out for you and you're in a car and you're in a truck with hydrogen in it, it means you don't smell like diesel when you get out of it.
Go on.
Oh, wow. Love a callback.
Thank
Love a
you.
callback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well,
I'll be here for the rest of the show.
Thank you very much. Joe J commented on the segment featuring the Walking America couple and said that would be amazing. Just wish I had the time and the energy.
Well, you could have the time and the listen, here's the thing. We all have the time to prioritize what we want to do. But it doesn't come with like people are like, I don't have the money to do that. Well, you have to get rid of everything you have to do it. You're going to have to get rid of the life's luxuries that you have. So it's just what do you want to prioritize? And I'm saying this, I'm looking in a mirror as I say this, by the way, guys. So, Tara is a case in point here.
Yes. How uncomfortable are you willing to get?
Exactly. So Tara, tell the audience real quick about how uncomfortable you've been willing to get in order to get your forever home.
Well, guys, listen. So I live in a camper. I've been in the camper for 2 years, and our project manager pulls in the driveway at random this morning, and now we're actually getting the house started this month.
What?
Insane. So I just got that news this morning. But yeah, we've been in the camper for 2 years. Yeah, Happy Friday is right. But yeah, you got to get uncomfortable sometimes in order to make something happen, make it work. There's no way I could have afforded this without selling everything that I own and buying a camper and being uncomfortable, living with my parents and doing a lot of random things to get here. So sometimes you got to get uncomfortable to get where you want to be, for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, go on. You got about 3 minutes left.
Okay, well, we got a comment from Philly Billy 65. Love that username. But it says, what is the best trucking event to go to? So I think let's start from like a best event for someone to attend first. What would be the first thing you'd want them to attend in the trucking industry? And then I'd love to hear your personal favorites. But what do you think someone should attend first in the industry?
I'll let you, as a driver?
Yes, from a driver perspective.
Okay. So I have a little bit of an unpack answer here and buy you some time here too, Lindsay, because there's a lot of choices you could make. I would probably find a local truck show, and I mean a the smaller equivalent of mats. And find one in my local area and attend that to get a sense of the lay of the land. I would also at some point plan to go to the trucking jamboree over at the Walcott. You could get a real sense of that if you started off small like that. The three things I would go to if I was somebody just telling somebody who was not in trucking to figure out what the culture of trucking was like, you go to Matt's, you can go to Walcott, and then go to a local trucking show, and then go to an ATHS event as well. That would be some good places to start. That would be kind of awesome. What do you think, Lindsay?
Yeah, I mean, Matt's is the most community-based one, I think, especially for drivers, and so many drivers. I think both Matt's and Iowa 80, the Truckers Jamboree, those are two, which is up in Walcott. Those are two events that I think a lot of drivers kind of plan their year around almost, and kind of like those are almost vacation points for them. They're rally points. And so I think those are certainly two good ones to know. And then I would say whatever state you're based in, try to figure out being a part of your state associations, like what's going on within your state. And then the final, I'd say anything that has like a competition attached to it, something that you can get involved and like hone your skills. Like the one we went to in Arizona. What was that one, Jim? Or Tara, the rodeo, Republic Services Rodeo, anything like that. I think that's something that allows you to hone your skills and make you stay on top of your game is something that those would be kind of the four pillars I would look at.
Yeah, and the one more thing, kind of piggybacking on Lindsay, speaking of rodeos, I would actually go to the regional and the state national truck driving competitions before they get to the championship at either in Columbus or Indianapolis, wherever they hold it. I would do that as well, too. There's a lot of great stuff you can do. We got to go. Lindsay, we got to wrap this up. We got to go.
Whoa. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Tara, you're the best. Congratulations. You're going to break ground on your house. That's exciting. Go celebrate.
Thanks, everybody. Stay safe out there.
We'll be back on the other side of these messages. You got to get up and truck down. We got our good friend Ryan Pote in studio. Talk to you soon, Luke.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew, get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
Whoa, I'm trying. We're live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. We've got your hosts, Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, and in studio, Mr. Ryan Pote, who greeted me with an ancient Roman coin.
As one does.
Yeah.
Just a typical greeting, y'all.
I just walk around with them.
It's not weird at all, Ryan.
I handed one to the waiter at the restaurant.
Yeah. Whether he wanted it or not. You're like, I got a tip for you. He's like,
I think he spit in my beer.
I would have too. Hi, Ryan. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
You get to be there in person with him. I'm so jelly right now.
I know, but you're Jelly Roll Morton, which makes you really cool. Actually, you're Jelly Roll Lawler. How about that? Jelly Roll Lawler. I like that. I like what you stand for. By the way, this is our second veteran here today. This one is a Navy veteran. Our earlier one, we got a chance to talk to our friend Patrick McManus, who is an Air Force veteran. And yes, the jokes from the callers came fast and furious. Ryan, by the way, has done 12 years in the Navy as a helicopter pilot and mission commander. He was part of a joint interagency special operations task force. He did 3 deployments during Operation Martillo, encountering narcotic smuggling through Central and South America. He then served as a search and rescue pilot for the U.S. Navy Experimental Test Wing and NASA. After getting out of the Navy, he was a federal investigator for 5 years on a prototype aircraft development programs. What have you done with your life? You know what I'm saying? He currently works for the Navy's Unmanned Aerial Systems Test and Evaluation Unit. Before he did that, he lived and worked in Hawaii. Lindsay's probably got questions about that. As a PADI scuba instructor and lab tech researching, algae biofuels for Shell Oil.
As one does.
As one does. By the way, that's some groovy stuff. Ryan's been the director of an oil company, a bartender, and even a live musician. There you go, Lindsay. There's all the connections because, after all, you've been the director of an oil company.
That's what I'm just reaching. Trying to get there.
I understand. He also attended college at the University of Hawaii in Manoa and earned a master's degree in U.S. history and teaching from Ashland University. So I ask you all out there again, what have you done with your life? Except that we do have Navy divers who actually have been behind the wheel of trucks as well, and a couple of Tasmanian railroad operators. So they got some pretty impressive people out there. By the way, he volunteers his time as a judge for the Clive Cussler Adventure Writers Competition, which, by the way, really is giving back. And he lives with his wife and children in one of the bitterest Stephen King-induced places on earth, New England. So it is our pleasure to welcome the author, by the way, of an amazing series of books, the Blood and Treasure series. He joins us this morning here live in studio, at least in the New Orleans section. And by the way, go to Nashville at some point, go to Franklin, because by the time you do, Lindsay will have her new studio. Hey, Lindsay, once again, say good morning to Ryan Pote.
Once again, good morning to Ryan Pote. Let's start here. Are you watching the Patriots game on Sunday?
Oh, gosh.
I know.
No.
It's hard.
I'm going to be completely honest. After Tom Brady left the Patriots, like a lot of Patriots fans, I just kind of gave up. Kind of like Jimmy was saying earlier. Like, I grew up in the Bledsoe era, and then, when Brady came on, we had this amazing run that was just incredible, and it's never going to be the same. So I became a writer, and I don't have any hobbies anymore. So,
well, listen, write a thriller about Tom Brady going into the Navy, maybe, or something. I don't know, the GOAT. Maybe do that. By the way, Marshall Platter over on a couple people are commenting that they have already bought Blood and Treasure on Audible. So it's already our listeners already know what we're talking about here. But it's got to be bipolar when you go from having Tom Brady as your quarterback to like nothing works.
Jared Mayo.
Yeah.
That's the struggle. I'm married to a Patriot. I'm married to a guy from New England, Ryan. So, but I'm also from Dallas.
Sorry.
So yeah, I know it's nothing's good around here. It's just tough. All right. Good morning. We are glad you're here. We're glad you're back. And we're so glad that we know about you. We also know about you through the great Mark Graney, which is really cool.
Yeah, I even came with my publicist, Lauren, and he's like the wrangler of Mark. I wish I knew him better. You guys say like I'm friends. I've met him like twice.
There's no wrangling Granny, by the way. By the way, the true story, and Lindsay, remember this? It's like, so Mark was like not promoting a book. When we moved platforms, Claire reached out, said that I had asked to reach out and said we're moving platforms from one to another, and it would be a really great thing if he could just do the thing. He's like, well, I don't have a book to promote. I'm actually working on a book right now. I'm on vacation with my wife. Okay. And literally talk to us from the balcony of his hotel room because that's grainy.
Yeah.
That's grainy. And,
so great.
And when I got a chance to read this book, Lindsay, we both got a chance to talk about it. I'm going, dude, I totally get why Mark loved this. I totally get it. Totally get it. Totally get it. How you enjoy New Orleans?
I love it. I went to flight school in Pensacola, and I was there for about 2 years, and we came out here like every weekend. So like 2010 through 2012, we spent almost every weekend out here, and it was great. But it's changed a lot. Quite a bit since then. But yeah, New Orleans is a great time. I think I haven't been here. I think the last time I stopped in was 2015. So
welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We'll hang out for about a half an hour after the show, and we'll get a chance to catch up. That way I can send Lindsay pictures of you and I talking, and she can be even angrier and more jelly.
That's rude.
Go on, Lindsay.
Go on. Well, okay. Let's dive in here because we've got to talk to you before, but we only kind of scratched the surface even when we had you. And you are somebody. Actually, I would love to have you. I have a show called We Should Write, which is about the healing power of writing.
Yeah.
I would love for you to come on that and really dive deep because, you've lived so many lives: Navy, NASA, treasure hunter, investigator, novelist, bartender, like the list goes on. So musician. And I'm curious when you look back, if you feel like each one was sort of preparing you to tell stories in a certain way. I mean, obviously it was, but can you see it as like, oh my gosh, I did that, which got me to that, which got me to that, which got me to that? Because they don't necessarily all make sense, but they weave this wildly interesting and Renaissance kind of life that you've led, weave it all together. So do you see how everything was really preparing you for like your next journey as novelist?
Yeah, I never wanted to write, so that was never like on my path. I was never doing anything thinking, oh, this is going to be great when I'm a writer. I was just following the next open door. A door would open, and I would walk through it, and I would just be drawn to it. So like when I went to Hawaii, it was like that. I fell into scuba diving. I tried it out, was not good at it, and I ended up falling into that job, and then from there I fell into the biofuels research job, and then I kind of like fell into the Navy job, and everything's just been kind of following the next path. And yeah, when I look back on all of it, I don't think it prepared me, but it gave me a lot to draw from. Like my well is deep, and now that I've found this passion for writing, I realize that I've got a lot to draw from.
Lindsay, one of the things about that passion for writing that, and by the way, when we talk about We Should Write, one of the things that Lindsay dives into is that everybody doesn't start writing at the same time. Mm-hmm. That people just don't sui generis at like 9. I'm going to be a writer. I'm going to be the next great American novelist. There are maniacs who do that, by the way. Mm-hmm. But what's really cool.
There's people putting out their first novel at 75 years old.
Exactly.
That I love.
I mean, Cormac McCarthy is a great example of really arriving late to the game and then becoming a giant of American letters in regards to like any sort of arrival, like just kind of puttering around. Tom Clancy's, 42-year-old adventure of sending his wife and children off for a vacation and then finishing Hunt for the Red October in a month because he was going crazy if he didn't get a chance to finish it. There's all kinds of great examples of this. I was kind of curious that, given what you write about, I think about biofuels, for instance. We were talking about that earlier. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things NACFE is looking at. Do you start looking at stuff that you've learned in your life and thinking about how bad guys can take advantage of it? You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like with biofuels right now. My brain is going, what villainous stuff could you engage in regards to the biofuel industry?
Yeah. My brain is now constantly doing that, and then I'll think back and be like, oh yeah, that was, that's because I think back to that time, and during that time, Chevron, Shell, and all these other companies were all doing this biofuels research, and they were separate labs. And nobody knew the strain of algae. There'd be hundreds of strains, and they would be numbered, but there was another lab that knew what the actual strain was. So you just had the number. So there was a lot of corporate espionage, people trying to figure out what the other person was doing. And so I think about that now, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's material there to draw on, even if you're just massaging it into something else.
Because there's real holy grail stuff there. I mean, if somebody gets a breakthrough on that, man, we are off to the races in regards to renewable energies. It's like, it's crazy stuff.
And there's like our sister lab there too. They would swab like nudibranchs, these little like sea snails, the colorful sea snails, whatever, and they all have this mucus on top that is antibiotic in nature, but it's all different kinds of compounds. And she swabbed one day and was just petri dishing it, and ended up discovering that it cured MRSA. It was like it killed methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus bacteria, like the flesh-eating kind of MRSA bacteria. And she just found that on a whim,
The fun
like, in
kind.
her lab, and so like people are always finding like cool things like
Yeah,
that.
and somebody finds that, Lindsay, and let me tell you something, man. It's like suddenly it's like, okay, how can I monetize this? Or, and by the way, that's a real villainous moment too. I just discovered this. Maybe I can hide the research and sneak this out of the lab.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff happens all the time. And I bring this up because Lindsay's always coming up with villainous plots that she calls me up about in the middle of the night and says, I have this idea, can we do it? And then I try to figure out ways that we can steal a lot of money. Go on,
You
Lindsay.
always say yes to me, though. Not the way I necessarily want to do it, but you always say yes. Okay, Ryan, the interactive side of this, the creative side of this, not just with this book, but just everything. If you go on your website, from the videos and the trailers and the promo, you can scan a QR code. You've got the Easter egg fun things that are happening. You've built the secret codes and hidden chapters for your readers. There's so many cool interactive twists happening here. So, I mean, you're building worlds outside of the page as well. I want to know whose mastermind, whose brainchild is this, and because it's a whole nother tier to what you're doing. It's like a whole 95th job that you have. It's like, no, I'm also a creative genius, evil genius, if you will. So talk about the creative side. We are going to, by the way, be giving away 4 copies of the book on Audible, which is, I say copies, can I call that if it's Audible? 4 copies on Audible, which is really important, obviously, Ryan, to our listeners who are truck drivers for the most part. So Audible is very important. A couple more have noted over here in the comments section that they have already downloaded it. We are going to give 4 away, so we'll get back to that. But talk about all the interactive side that goes into both your website, the book, and these worlds that you're building.
Sure. So, I write really fast, and the publishing process is inherently slow because there's lots of parts to it. Or it's not slow. It's slower than I was used to before I got published, because I was writing for a long time before. So, I'd turn in the book and I'd wait a couple months. And in that waiting period, it only takes me a couple months to write a whole new book. So I would find that I needed to keep myself busy. And I was also trying to think of ways to make myself kind of relevant and different between the first and second book. Because the problem when you're like a debut author is some people like your book and they have nothing to read for a whole year. And I was like, so what can I do that is really going to resonate with people who really enjoy it, the niche group of people that really like this stuff. And I was thinking about what I liked in the genre and some kind of simple but interactive kind of rabbit hole that people could go into and that I could kind of expand off of over time. So I just started playing with different ideas and figured out what I can do and trying to bring technology into it a little more because it kind of went into the theme of the book. So yeah, I had, some codes and stuff in the book. Every time I get it past the book, it's another chance to kind of set up something for the future. So I started doing that. And so like my website unlocks as you read the book or as you're listening to the book, you'll find out what Ethan Kane's password to his computer is. That's the protagonist of the book. If you've already read it, you'll remember kind of where that is. You can go back and look it up. But it's in there. It's early in the book, and that unlocks a little secret passage on my website. And so for everyone listening, if you go to my website, ryanpote.com, scroll to the bottom, there's a phrase that is prominent theme in the book, Memento Mori. It's circled. You guys got the angle now. It's a secret passage. So you click on that, it'll bring you to a little place where you can input your code and start the rabbit hole, if you will. And there's extra tie-in content that's kind of intended for someone who's already read the book. It's like I call it the lost chapters, but it's 6 chapters because when you read the book, you're dropped right in on the main characters. They're like in the middle of the story. So I kind of like rewind it a little bit where you're still kind of dropped into it, but I give you a little bit more, to set you up for the book. So
it's so well, and why I think this is so cool, not only for the reader but for you.
So cool.
For you, because what I can equate it to, it takes me a couple months to record an album, and then you put it out, and you're like, well, now what?
Now
I was
what?
talking to
Yeah.
my neighbor yesterday who just his book just came out, and he's had all these he finished writing the book like you, and then months waiting for it to publish it, and all the administrative type things that have to happen in the background. You don't just write a book and then say, here world, like there's so much obviously that goes into it that people don't realize. But that moment of the now what, like I love that you created something to keep you on your toes and keep you expanding, because there is that moment when you put so much blood, sweat, and tears into something, even if it only takes a couple months, which that's amazing you write that quickly, and then you put it out in the world and you're like, well, what do I do now? But it's equated to, it's like, what if Picasso just did his famous work and then was like, all right, I'm done. Like, it's a reminder we have to keep on creating. But so I guess, was this one way, it sounds like one way of keeping you on your toes, and then probably leading you, who knows what will come next now that you've unlocked this whole technology side? Do you see it leading to something new again?
Well, I'm
expanding.
Yeah, I mean, as a creative, I'm always looking for something different. If no one's doing it, then like that's the time to kind of do it. From a business standpoint, but also from a creative standpoint, you wanna go where nobody else is. So I'm the kind of person who, if everyone's sitting in one area, I want to go where no one else is sitting, right? So so I'm zagging while everyone else is zigging. But I'm just trying to do some different stuff, and because sometimes different stuff, even if it doesn't strike the mark, it's still interesting to talk about. And what I can do with it. This is all kind of like a beta test. If the series resonates with people and takes off, it's kind of like my foundation on how I can build off of it and make it more interactive and more, see where it can go, and what I can do with it. So yeah, right down to the interactive cover, the augmented reality thing, down the road, I can make that more interactive with the book as you're reading it. I can, there's lots of different things that you can do, and I think that have been kind of underutilized, that are really simple these days to have done and really fun.
Claire, my wife, is a geocacher.
Okay.
And so when she, where I'm going with
Oh,
this
yeah.
right now. So
I've had these ideas already.
Yeah. So last night, Claire actually did the little Easter egg that is contained on the cover and sent it to me. And then, of course, immediately I'm like, Lindsay, I'm going to send you something. And all I got back was all in caps. So cool!
Love it.
And that kind of stuff.
I want to be your best friend.
Is so important. This is what's even more important. So we said blood, sweat, and tears. How about blood, sweat, tears, and treasure? Because at the end of the day, all this groovy world building that we talk about, there are always people who are obsessed with what I call the accoutrement of content, the bells and the whistles and the icing on the cake, but you still got to make the cake. Yeah. And in order for all this to work, blood and treasure got to work, meaning the basic, simple content of the book from the first chapter to the last has got to be solid. As you begin to go down this rabbit hole, if you in fact find that the series has momentum, do you think it might be kind of a challenge to stay focused on telling the story and not get distracted by I could do all kinds of geocache stuff up in the Northern Virginia area where people can hunt for all the clues of the murder? I mean, do you feel it sometimes?
No.
Good.
And I should say not yet, but I am always focused on the story and the character, because I wrote 2 books with this character in it that never got published beforehand. So I've been with this character in this world for a while. And I'm always thinking about the next book. I'm my brain is 3-4 ideas ahead, really planning out where to take it, because I was a huge fan in this genre before. So I'm always kind of scheming about that. But all these other little things are always, like you said, they're the extras. When it's done and I'm happy with it and it's where it needs to be, then all the extras kind of get, added to kind of, like you said, ice the cake and make it, fun.
Deepen the experience. Allow that great, strong central core to actually become a richer experience.
Because in publishing, the core of the book is done when it goes into copy edit. The copy edit phase is just where you get to kind of smooth it out, but you get copy editing and then proofreading. And in those 2 phases, they're way down the line. The book's already done whole. I'm already working on the next one. So at those moments is when all the little accoutrements, I can be oh, well, here, I can just change this. Here, I'm going to put a number in here. You can kind of
preventing idle hands from kind of
exactly. You
in.
can kind of plan that kind of stuff out, and that's where it gets really fun. But no, I don't think too far ahead and make the chicken before the egg. No.
Okay, I want to go ahead and give away one of the Audible books here right now. Is that cool, Ryan?
Oh yeah, they're yours.
Okay, we've got 4 downloads. We'll the first one. I want to give away to the first person that over in the chat, on the YouTube chat, the first person to type in the name of our studio sponsor. Who is the sponsor of our studio in New Orleans? The first person to type that over there in the chat will win a QR code. They will send you the code so you can have a free download of this book.
Someone's going to crash.
Pull over. Thank you. I appreciate that. Pull over. It will take a minute for someone to answer because they will have to pull over, Ryan. Good point. Okay, while we're waiting on that, Ryan, I would, with all the writing, coupled with the writing and the fantasy and the fiction, but a lot of fiction based in reality as well, with everything you do on the writing side, coupled with everything you've actually led, do you ever get confused and be like, did that happen to me or did that happen to Ethan? Or both? Like, do you, it's the same thing of like, I'm like, did I talk to you on Instagram or on text or on email or on the phone or on Facebook? Like, it all gets like, do you, in like all seriousness, ever get lost in which world is the reality?
No, not at all. Because like
Well,
all
good.
the stuff that I did before was like very impactful in like a, I don't want to say in a negative way, but like, when I left the Navy, there was a lot of not good left over from that. And to be honest, if I didn't get into therapy and writing journals, I probably would have said yes to your question, because when you don't think about it and you just move on, that's when it just kind of like muddles and becomes hazy. It was reliving, writing down the experiences and talking about them that like cemented them in my brain a little bit more, and was part of the process of like moving on from that kind of stuff. So no, I don't, but when I'm like writing a scene, I definitely like go back and I'm like, oh, this thing that happened to me would fit good here, or this thing that happened to someone else like would fit good in this area. So I definitely still draw on it, but no, I'm not. It doesn't become muddled at all. And like while like the main character is definitely influenced by me, he's also like it's definitely become its own thing because it was like a memorial of two other people as well. So it's like three people in one. So I tend to not really think about myself when I'm writing the character. I tend to think about those other people, and then so it kind of in my mind it like distances me from the character.
I gotcha. You can disguise some stuff. It's kind of similar, which we can talk about on We Should Write. The same idea. One of my co-writers, I said one day, do you go to therapy? And he goes, no, I write songs.
Yeah, I write.
And I was like, oh yeah, okay, me too. Got it. You can disguise things consciously or not. Either way, just be like, I'm working stuff out through Ethan or through, whatever. Not that you're necessarily doing that. By the way, over in the chat, well, we're going to go ahead and give it two because they commented about the same time. Trucker Bosun and Bruce Almighty both said Fastport. Yes, Fastport is the sponsor of our studio. So we're going to give away the first two of our 4 giveaways to those two are the first two to pop in. Fastport is the sponsor of the studio. Ryan Pote is the sponsor of this giveaway. And so we will figure out how to get those to you. Go on.
I also, I'll tell you a really funny story, Lindsay and Ryan. I did a show one time, a one-man show, where I talked about a really hairy experience that happened on a retrofitting out in New Orleans East immediately after Hurricane Katrina. And there was a guy out there with me, and it was hairy. I mean, it was a bad scene. And I told the story on a stage, and of course I changed a lot of the details. I changed them. I swear to God, he and his wife came and saw the show 3 times. When he tells the actual story of what happened, some of the detail changes that I made for the sake of making sure people were protected have actually gotten folded in. Lindsay, I find that when people hear a story that they were involved in and they hear it told well and you change details to protect the innocent and all that kind of groovy stuff, it's other people that tend to get reality confused because...
Plus, it's not lying if it makes the story better.
Thank you,
just
kid.
saying.
Thank you, kid. Thank you. We go back to John Ford. When confronted with, Print the legend.
The myth or legend, print the legend.
Print the legend. I also wanted to ask you in regards to future planning. So, we can talk about Blood and Treasure. A lot of our friends out there have read it or are aware of it. Some of them have actually posted about having bought it and how much they're enjoying it. But to kind of talk about, you said you're 2-3 novels ahead, okay, in terms of planning, outlines. Do you ever find yourself like 1 or 2 plans ahead, but then the next set of plans becomes a choose your own adventure like Lindsay talks about? Like I can go here. Depending upon how the internals of these 2 go, it sets up these prospective 3 novels of which will not come in this order if in fact the game changes internally in the book. Follow me?
I follow you. And So my vision for this and how I wrote the second one to kind of lay out the trajectory for everybody in what I wanted the series to become is that it was truly standalone. So like and a lot of people say they're standalone, but then you read them and there's a whole bunch of stuff in that you don't understand. They're true standalone. So when you pick it up, you don't need anything. It's a complete holistic package. But I do a lot of planning with the ideas to make sure that there's separation and I'm not doing the same kinds of things. So it's not a formulaic kind of feel or anything like that. So when I'm planning out ideas, I'm like, oh, that's a good idea, but I can't do that this close. That might have to be saved for another time. So I do kind of shuffle things around and I'm trying to think about the reader and the experience of the reader going through, the series and not trying to make it the same book every time. And I actually got that inspiration from Mark Graney because he inspired me a lot when I was first starting to write, and he always challenges himself in the next book to do something different. So I try and embody that when I'm doing my process and really try and not only do something different and challenge myself, but also make sure that the series is pushing itself and it's not just the stagnant, same thing over and over again.
This feels like really fun winter. I really switch into when winter approaches, fall and winter approach. I switch into my reading mode and my creative mode, looking out a window with a candle under a blanket, reading a book. And this is that kind of thing. Or in the cab of a truck, by the way, looking out the window. Like this is that exciting, binge-worthy, get off of Netflix and get into a book kind of thing. So you can head on over to RyanPote.com. We're going to give away 2 more copies of the book, right? If you want to hang around and still chat with us through country and Western music news next, I would love that, by the way.
Sure.
Lovely. You can give your take on my country and Western music stories, and we'll weave the book in here. We'll give away 2 more copies of the Audible version of Blood and Treasure, a thriller by Ryan Pote. So don't go anywhere. Coming up next is country and Western music news with our guest host, Ryan Pote. Y'all, RyanPote.com. We'll be back with more. Hit that music. Get us into a break, guys. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about here on Road Gang Radio. If you're listening, you're already a member, make it official by subscribing on the Tube of You. Make some FaceTime by hitting that Facebook like and make sure that you follow our page over there. We Should Write is now available everywhere on streaming platforms. We'll be right back on the other side of this with country and Western music news.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
No, you can't still talk, ho-ho.
To the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Woo! Hey!
All right, yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. I am the honky tonk queen. And by the way,
not know that.
yeah, I am. But guess what? It's not necessarily a compliment if you know what I did in my honky tonky days, by the way.
70s sleazy. Yeah.
Hey.
We've all been there.
Let's just say I got around on Broadway. No, not really. Not like you think, guys. Welcome back to your country and Western music news, because boys and girls, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds. Got him in on it. Yeah.
Oh, let's try it again then, now that we all know. And we've got a new producer setting in. Let's hear everybody yell it. Hey, boys, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And you know what? We even celebrate young kinds. Okay, I'm going to talk about an 18-year-old country artist, and I had to slap my own hand and face and whatever else while writing this story. I got to be honest. So, has anybody heard of Ty Myers? Anybody? I have not.
You want to show me how to tie your ties, Ty?
No. Have you heard of Ty Myers?
No.
Have you, Ryan?
No.
Okay, I hadn't either.
The contempt in his voice. Go on.
Yeah, no, I hadn't either. And I'm always like baffled when, especially like I live and breathe here, country music in Nashville. And then when I haven't heard of somebody and then I go log on and it's like 18 million followers. I'm like, where have I been? But Ty Myers, he's 18. And I'll get to why I had to slap my own hand and put my old ass self in my place. So he arrived on the country music scene in 2023 when his song that's called Tie That Binds, it went viral overnight. I'll tell you about that in a minute. His debut record was called The Select. It has 14 songs that are all written by him, by the way, written or co-written by him. And he debuted in the Billboard Hot 100. His current single is called Through a Screen. It just came out. Okay. Through a Screen, which, yes, that's an 18-year-old talking about technology. So, but he does not like to talk about his age, or at least focus on it. And here's why. He says, and I think this is really something to listen to, guys. He says, at this age, you are a very emotional creature. You've got a lot of emotions, good, bad, ugly, sad, everything, and it's all so aggressive. I feel like a lot of older people discount that. They think the number of your age is associated with your capacity for emotion. And I would tell people to go back to where your mind was when you were at 16, 17, and 18. Remember how you had, or at least thought you had, an understanding of the world. Your emotions were deep. They were very real. It's not discounted because you're not 18 or 21 yet or whatever. It's an uphill battle because it's hard, but it's also really fits in the music. He said, and people like to listen to real music, and I write real music. Okay. At first I was like, whatever, kid. And then I did go back to when I was 16, 17, and 18. And I was like, I did think I had the world figured out and also was the most lost human ever. I did have like, especially when it came to romance or, like crazy emotions. And I think that's where, Ryan and Jim both will have your take, but I think that's where even today, me now as a 46-year-old, when I write songs, I guarantee a lot of it is stemming from the emotion of both a child and a teenager. Because listen, I've been with my husband for 22 years now. We love each other, but like, if I want to write a song about emotion and romance, I really got to pull back to my early days. So I'm going to have to side with Ty Myers here, because when you hear his music, he is writing pretty deep. He's not, although they are calling him the Justin Bieber of country music. But both Ryan and Jim, your thoughts on writing from a place as an adult and really trying to remember those emotions. Ryan, do you feel that? I mean, you're not writing like emotional ballads necessarily, like sometimes I am, but
he has to write kids.
You have to, and you have kids as well, and you write kids. Can you go back to those feelings of young love or whatever it may be?
For me, I think it's a little different. I have like these demarcations in my life where I legitimately feel like I was a completely different person, and it's really hard for me to go back and draw from those. So like drawing from like the military stuff is a little more recent and codified. It almost kind of washed out everything else. So I try and think back to like high school or whatever and or college days or whatever, and it's unreachable to me.
Another country.
Yeah. It's totally not there. I think that was one of the biggest things with PTSD, dealing with my wife noticed that was so different, is like my empathy was just kind of gone. My ability to
wow.
like understand emotions, were just kind of the first thing to go, and that was what she would, first noticed. And to be honest, like even though I feel like I've gotten through a lot of things, like I do feel like that little part of me is still kind of like dead, and I don't know when it'll come back, but yeah. So
Wow.
So I don't know. Can't really draw from those deep ones.
Well, but it's a good point. We're all in different places, positions, seasons. We've all walked such different in different shoes.
Yeah. So when I write, I am pretty much writing from my headspace now and like trying to wrestle with those things. But
Well, that's where presence comes in, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's interesting too because I have a demarcation line too from the time that I was a sheriff. It's a very different person. That's a person who's also drinking, and when I was a sheriff, it's a very, very different mentality. And I look back on that person. That's the thing I have. I have a disassociation. I can remember him. I know exactly what he drank in the morning. I know what he ate for lunch. I know how he talked to people, and I go, who in the hell was that human being?
So would you say you can remember him, but he's not you? I mean, he's a part of you, but he's not you.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I remember the first time I said a catchphrase that my partner and I came up with, which was basically, I'm the second to last person you ever want to see. And the point being, like, if you don't work with us, the next person shows up and drags you out of this home in front of your neighbors in cuffs and makes you look a fool. And being like, I don't care, you don't pay your child support, we're taking a walk right now. And right now, I'd be so sympathetic to knowing people's economic needs and all that, Lindsay. Back then, it was like, I don't care. You don't pay for your kids. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Buckle up. And other things that happened during that time. It's a really good point. Lindsay, I do want to kind of address the music thing, though. Every time I feel like I hear a kid like that say something like that, I just remember, and I've played it for you, Jerry Lee Lewis over in London at the Frankfurt House. Playing that show where he is 23 and every band member's between 18 and 20. Yeah. And, I've made the comment that album is a crime scene. And your friend Mark Evitz loves to say that audience didn't have a chance. And there's something about having young kids on stage, like the Sex Pistols or the Beatles in their original Hamburg shows, where they can do things just the same way kids took Normandy Beach. Wasn't a bunch of 40-year-old guys. There's a bunch of kids that did that. You got to have guts and courage, man, to put yourself out there with all those emotions. That's it. I know you got more stuff to cover.
I'm very quick myself, especially when I'm writing country and Western music news and looking for stories. I'm very quick to discount anyone that I don't know or I see they're young. I'm like, no one cares. I know I say that in my mind, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, we have to have new music and new artists so that we can sustain. So of course I need to be celebrating this. And let me back up and tell you really quick before we move on to the next story about Ty Myers, because he said his whole life has been music. First of all, his dad's name, by the way, is Mike Myers. That is his dad's name. But his dad is a touring musician himself, so it runs in Ty's family. His dad runs Ty's production. His mom is his manager. His sister is his tour photographer. His nephew is Dean Sams from Lone Star. His uncle, I'm sorry. And he has another uncle who's Ron Huckabee, who plays piano in George Strait's Ace in the Hole band. So, like, he says, this is literally all I've ever known. And he says, from the earliest age you can possibly imagine, I was devoted to music. A lot of people have wanted to do it for a long time, but I feel like it is honestly my only memory. And he did play football in high school and got hurt, and then he completely turned to music. He's from Dripping Springs, Texas, which of course is just outside of Austin and is where Willie Nelson holds his 4th of July picnic. He's been doing that since 1973. So anyway, I really am talking about Ty Myers today more for myself than anybody, to say I need to open my own brain, my own old brain, and welcome in some of the new music so that we constantly get to have music, because he says he is inspired by Merle Haggard and Chris Christopherson. The other thing I want to note here real quickly, he's getting a lot of slack for writing he has a drinking song called Drinking Alone, and the lyrics are 90 proof, ain't done nothing but prove to me washed up and all alone is where you want me to be. People are like, how could you talk about a drinking song? You're not even 21. And he's like, guys, what were you doing when you were 16, 17, 18, 20? He's like, kids drink. Come on. Like,
I was in a mosh pit.
Exactly. You got sober at 23 or whatever.
25, yeah. I mean,
25. Yeah. So it's, I'm for all the old folks out there listening, self included,
the young people do have something to say. Let's not discount them. Okay, boom, moving on. Walker Hayes, he's known for his hit song, Fancy Like. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got the Bourbon Street with the Oreo shake. Got some whipped cream on the top, two straws, one chuck. Good, I got you. Okay, so he's known for that song. Guess what happened because of that song? Because he mentioned Applebee's in that song, and that song was a smash viral sensation, he got an Applebee's gold card, which gave him free food from Applebee's for life. But he says he cannot eat it any longer. He said, I took my family there forever. He said Applebee's was so good to us, but I've got fatigue from the restaurant. He said it's kind of like when I used to work at Macaroni Grill. He said the food was solid, the service was amazing, but you got to eat more than just Macaroni Grill. He says, and I think that's where we're at Applebee's. He said he and his family hammered Applebee's at one point. We crushed it so hard. We would meet there. We'd have our meet and greets there. We had our family. He said we spent Christmas there. We would do go-to boxes with steak every night. He said, I've had so many Oreo shakes that I could never eat an Oreo again. Thank you, Applebee's, but I need to take a break now. I find this really funny. I find it great. Applebee's, when Seamus and I first moved to Nashville and had zero friends, almost 20 years ago, we went to Applebee's on Seamus's birthday and had the big blue drink. And in that moment, I thought, I don't know if I thought, is this as good as it gets? Or this is amazing. I think a little bit of both. Have you been to Applebee's, guys?
Oh, yeah. I've been to Applebee's. I mean, I didn't know they had a gold card. I'm actually thinking about putting them in my next book. I think
I'm right there with you.
Oh my God, I love that idea. Where we find there's like hidden treasures in the gold card.
There's going to be a scene at Applebee's where they're going over a map now or something.
Yes. Oh my God, I'm very excited for this.
Waitress, can you come here for a second? I need to get the blue drink. Now let's get back to the map here.
Yeah,
We're going to raid the compound at dawn. What we really need to do is, I need more bacon on that, please.
Yeah,
Please,
or
more
maybe
bacon.
someone comes in to kill him and he's got to like throw a plate and like hit him or something. I don't know. We'll make some scene in there.
Oh no, I got it. He takes off a piece of his flare, one of the pins from his
had the same
suspenders,
idea.
and he he discs it over at him, and there's a whole yeah.
Oh, I got one too. Here's mine. Yours is great. I love yours too. What they could do is they could actually have somebody on the inside. They could actually give them a piece of flare that has a microphone in it, and they could record somebody's conversation. That like they could have like one of the bad guys is eating at Applebee's, and they track them there, and they put the recording device inside the flare, and then when the fight breaks out, literally you could have an entire hero with all of his flare literally being used for different kind of Batman stuff. They're coming for me again, Lindsay.
They're coming for it. They're coming for them at Applebee's, guys. Reminder, we are here with our friend Ryan Pote, his new book, Blood and Treasure. We still got so good. We still have 2 more audiobooks to give away. The book is titled Blood and Treasure. Let me say that again, because you're going to need to remember this in a minute in order to get a copy of it. The book's title is Blood and Treasure. I'm going to ask you in a little bit what the title is. And if you get it, you will win the next audio version. All right. Yes?
Can I say something about it real
Please,
quick?
yes.
Okay, the narrator, William Demerit.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. He's a Yale-trained Shakespearean actor. The guy can do voices.
I've seen him on stage, by the way.
Have you?
I have seen him on
He's
stage.
incredible. He's a great guy, but he does a banger of a job.
He's one of the go-to people in audiobooks.
You could listen to this guy all day long.
Yeah, I mean, when this guy reads the Bible, he sounds like he wrote it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that's the absolute truth of it.
Yep.
Lindsay, can I do a really quick thing here and let people know what's coming up? Can I do that? Okay, I'll take care of that.
I was going to ask you, but please, go on.
The guys at Road Law have just about seen it all as practicing attorneys working on behalf of commercial truck drivers. Jeff McConnell and James Manella joined Scott and Ashley, our friends over at OIDA, to break down their careers, a few more memorable cases that have left an impression on them, and more on the latest of Trucking with OIDA. Lindsay, continue, please. Thank you.
All right. The first person over in the chat to tell me the title of the book, of Ryan Pote's new book over there. And you know what? You can get another one and gift it to a friend too, by the way. The gift of books and audiobooks is an awesome thing. So if you're over there in the chat, tell me the name of Ryan Pote's new book and you will get the 3rd copy giveaway. Okay, moving on. Dolly Parton. You know we love to talk about Dolly Parton. Hey, Ryan, have you ever heard of Dolly Parton?
Let me think about that for a second. Yes.
Could a Dolly Parton-esque character, I feel like she needs, not Dolly herself, but a character inspired by Dolly needs to find her way into.
Inspired character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I could do that.
Maybe she shoots from her breasts. I don't know. Okay, Dolly Parton, she's been
That's
creating.
like a Bond villain.
That's true. She's been creating music for more than 60 years. And of course, has teamed up with some of the biggest names in music for duets. And now she's got a new duo partner. So Zach Brown Band has a new album coming out in December. It's called Love and Fear. I've already heard a few of the tracks. It's going to be an epic album because he's got a upcoming residency at the Sphere, and the whole album that he's made over the past several years has been, actually guys, it has been in conjunction with developing the stage show for the Sphere in Vegas. So Ryan, you love interactive. This is something that maybe you want to meet me in Vegas and come to this show because the album is made to work in the Sphere show as opposed to, it's going to be, and it's apparently supposed to be this emotional roller coaster where it's like the as it already is, I guess, at the Sphere, but he's like really doing some healing through this writing, but he's also taking you on a journey, and that's going to happen in the Sphere. Very excited to see that. Cool. Yeah. So he actually, by the way, has a duet with Snoop Dogg on this album too. And I heard him say that Snoop had never heard the track. He didn't have any lyrics. They said, Snoop, can you show up in the studio? And this is what Snoop does if he's like featured on someone's track. He shows up in the studio. He's there for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, listens one time, and then just hops on and flows. And it's like, do we get that? Cool, bye. That's literally what it's like to be awesome. Snoop Dogg. Pretty cool. And you can hear it in this track. So Butterfly is the Zach Brown duet with Dolly Parton. And it comes out today. It just dropped. I hate that term, but it just dropped today, along with a new music video. And Zach was recently on Travis Kelce's podcast, New Heights, and Travis asked him about the song, and he said, the fact that I have a song with Dolly on this album, I mean, she murdered it. I sent her the song, and I said, sing whatever you want. He said she sent it. I just shot it over to her. She sent it back to me quickly, and she said, "Honey, we got us a big hit." Of course you do. You're Dolly Parton. So Dolly and Zach, or Dak, they will be in Las Vegas this December for their separate residencies because she is also performing at Caesars. The tickets, I think, I tried to get some. They start at $1,500. I saw a pair of tickets for Dolly front row for $77,000. Jim, are you buying?
If you're paying, I'm absolutely buying.
If you're buying, I'm not paying. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I can purchase it with your money.
You just said if you're paying, I'm buying. Do we hear you?
Yeah, exactly. If you're paying for it, I'll buy it. I'll go purchase them for you. I'm happy to give me your card. I'll take care of it.
That's like you fly, I buy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, really quickly, we have a winner. Clifford Peterson, by the way, said blood and treasure. Yes, sir.
Boom.
Yes, sir. 3 bags full. And so did the beach bum, by the way. You know what? We got a little tie there.
They both said it literally at the same time. So our giveaways are Clifford Peterson, Ed Beachbum, Trucker Bosun, and Bruce Almighty. Those are our 4 giveaways. They're our trucking handles. Longtime listeners. Thank you guys for commenting over there. Blood and Treasure. You can head over to ryanpote.com to get your own copy. It is on Audible. You will be glad you purchased this. It will get you down the road. Congrats to our winners. Thank you also, Ryan, and to your publicist as well for bringing those and letting us give those to our audience.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to give away some audiobooks. Come on.
You got it. Hey, Ryan, do you eat fast food at all?
Oh, yeah. I love Chick-fil-A, and I love all burgers.
All of it. What's your favorite burger chain?
In-N-Out.
That's a good one. Yeah. Jim, what's your favorite burger chain?
Five Guys.
Five Guys.
No, what's your favorite burger chain?
Heyo, Ryan, you're hired. You're hired.
Hey, by the way, just a little shout out from Trucker Bosun. You have something in common with Trucker Bosun, Ryan. You flew a rescue chopper and he jumped out of them as an SAR swimmer.
Oh, nice.
Wanted to give you a shout out there. And he also, Lindsay, appreciated your Austin Powers Fembot reference, which, by the way, ties into the fact that Ty Myers, of course, was the son of Mike Myers, but not that Mike Myers. Everything's groovy, baby.
It's all working out. It's all happening. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I asked the fast food question because we were talking about Dolly Parton, and Dolly Parton is a connoisseur, guys, of late night tacos. The queen of country music has recently been gushing about her love for Taco Bell, and it makes me real happy.
She leaves us nothing. It's Dolly's world. We just live in it.
I'm telling you, she says she has an allegiance to that damn soft shell taco over there at Taco Bell, guys. She said, I like the others, but the soft shell, it's my favorite because the others, they fall apart so bad, especially if you're riding around. So she goes, I always get a Taco Supreme with the sour cream and all that in a soft shell, and I love it. Besides her choice of shells, this I love too. She said she opened up recently about being a fan of the once discontinued Mexican pizza at Taco Bell. As fans may remember, in 2022, Dolly Parton joined Doja Cat in Taco Bell's Mexican Pizza, the musical. Yes, that was a real thing. It celebrated the return of the beloved food item. And she said, I just ate so many of them. She said that, Dolly said that she and her late husband, Carl George, 58 years, she said they would drive around and eat Taco Bell soft shell tacos and Mexican pizzas. Now that is a love affair I want a part of.
Oh my God. Oh my. And by the way, speaking of Taco Bell, one of my great guilty fast food pleasures is double-decker tacos. Oh my God. I just
Wait,
love
is that the one where it's wrapped, or is it looks like a big quesadilla?
No,
or
it's
is
the hard
two?
it's the hard shell taco and it's wrapped in a soft shell.
Okay.
And it's just, I love that soft outside, crunchy inside, and then of course all the goodness of the taco itself. It's
I made those at home the other day.
Oh my God.
I'll send you the rest. I mean, there's not much of a rest. You can figure out how to do it, obviously. It's not like it's nothing mind-blowing.
But I love the idea of you making one for me because it means I don't have to do anything.
Fair.
Once again, I'm buying, you're paying. The
theme here.
The other thing is that, by the way, speaking of the McGriddle, I just think the McGriddle is one of the greatest evil things ever invented of all time. The idea of a breakfast sandwich that actually is pancakes for the bread is just perfect.
Dude, it's like someone did a hamburger. Who did this? It was a gooey cheeseburger, and then the buns were two Krispy Kreme donuts. Does anybody remember this?
I remember that,
and
I tried to forget it. That's like that compartmentalized thing, like me being a sheriff. I've tried to actually forget that.
Yes.
I've actually tried to block that out. Oh my God.
Have you ever had a Cyclops pancake?
No, what's that?
I know what it is.
Crack the egg and it cooks sunny side up, and it's all about timing. And then you pour the pancake batter around the top so you can see the runny egg, and then it's flipped once very quickly to just enough to cook the pancake, but it comes out like a beautiful eye, and you cut it and you have all the egg white on the bottom, the runny egg, and the pancake.
Now, do you put syrup on it?
No, because the runny egg is all you need.
Oh,
Some
but I
people
guess
put
you
syrup.
could,
Some people put
right?
syrup on it.
Are you ready for the New Orleans variation on that? They get French bread, they cut it into slices, and then they hollow out the French bread, and they make it as French toast.
Okay.
So you dip it in eggnog and cinnamon on either way, and then you break the egg into it, man.
It's almost like French toast. Yeah. What was that? I was hoping to eat, but it's gone. It's been a while since I've been here. But Oak Street Cafe is no longer there. And I remember, do you remember that place?
Of course.
That place was such good breakfast. And they had like the piano going at the, that place.
If you're looking for a good breakfast, by the way, Toast over here is really good. It's still
Toast.
open after you leave. Yeah,
Okay.
Maybe I'll go there with them, Lindsay, and send you pictures.
I was trying to tell Lauren about Luke because I hadn't been there. It's owned by, I don't know if it still is, but a former Marine Corps helicopter pilot.
Still is.
Yeah. Okay.
It still is. It still is. Trust me. Brad Bentley talks about it all the time. It's awesome. I'm sorry, Lindsay. Go on.
No, I just want to eat with you
Go
guys.
on.
Now I'm trying to think what he's picking up on.
He's got it.
You're the new co-host of Road Gang Radio, clearly.
I'll tell you what. I'll do the first 2 hours about trucking, and then you and Ryan can then take it away. I'll just pop in every once in a while, being like, "Where am I? Get out!"
Let's talk about fast food. Since you said Chick-fil-A's your favorite, did you like the Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwich or more the lunch or both?
Oh, both. I mean, both. But that chicken biscuit for breakfast, I mean, that's great. I mean,
so good.
But like my Chick-fil-A order hasn't been unchanged.
Okay,
in
what
like
is it?
20 years. It's 2 orders of chicken strips with the honey mustard, extra honey mustard, and then the spicy chicken sandwich with the pickles on it. That's it.
You get all of that in one setting?
Oh yeah, I get the sandwich, and then I don't get the fries. I just get the sandwich, and then 2 orders of the strips.
How long do you work out a day?
Me? I work out like 45 minutes.
Yeah, somebody was asking me how I could do 13,000 steps a day and still not be in good shape, and I always point blank tell them, I said, "Would you like the list of fast food places?"
Would you
Here
like
they
list
come.
of fast
Here
food
they come.
places?
Lindsay, go on, please, before we're out of time here.
Well, you know what? We're just gonna move on. I was gonna tell you about Shania Twain, but I'm gonna save her for next week. But I will say, do you guys remember the song "Still the One" by Shania Twain? You're still the one I run to. That one.
Absolutely.
We're going to break it down next week because it's really interesting. That's one of her top hits, her biggest hits of all time. But it was she wrote it with Mutt Lange, her ex-husband. He was also her producer, and they were married from 93 to 2008, and she made like a whole career off that song. But then they had a pretty nasty, well, I mean, they're not together. It was a little bit of a rough divorce. There's a lot to unpack there. And she says, for a while, she's like, I don't know if I can sing that song. Anyway, she's back to singing it and doing it in front of crowds because she's like, everyone loves it. I'm in a happy place now. I can sing about it now. But I want to break that down, especially with the idea of we should write about how we kind of talked about it with Morgan Miles. We talked about it a lot with Morgan Miles, putting out a song about somebody that you, when you write a song when you're happy with somebody and then you break up with that person and you still release the song, you still have to go perform it. That's a real tricky thing. Been there. It's a really weird thing. You can listen more about that with Morgan Miles. That episode is live on We Should Write. You can find it on anywhere you stream, Apple, Pandora, Spotify, iHeart, wherever you get your podcast, just search We Should Write, and you can see my new episode with Morgan Miles, who was a top performer on The Voice. She just premiered the Grand Ole Opry. She's a badass. That episode, dude, she really goes into why her engagement broke off. If I'm that guy, I do not want to hear this podcast.
Yeah, you don't. Lindsay, we got to get out of here, man.
I know we do. On this day in country and Western music news is when Janis Joplin recorded Me and Bobby McGee. It was a #1 song back in 1971, guys. It's the only song from the beginning that topped the U.S. chart singles, making it the second posthumous #1 single in U.S. history. Woo! That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Thank you, Ryan Pope, for joining us. You're the best.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Jimmy.
Don't go anywhere. Trucking with OIDA is coming up next, starting in just 2.5 minutes. Jimmy, I love you. Have a great weekend.
You too, my dear.
And everybody get home safe. Jimmy, get home safe.
Thank you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
So he's driving south in the northbound lane.
So he's in the wrong lane
With a load of cattle.
With a full
live
load,
animal.
Full load of cattle. They have to shoot. They shoot the tires out, and they eventually shoot his windshield. And
with pellets hitting him in the chest.
And welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Just heard there from Jeff McConnell and James Manila of Road Law, sharing a story that we're going to hear in just a bit.
Yes.
Good thing about this, Ashley, you know, in the old show we had 14 minutes roughly, give or take, to talk to people and kind of wrap up.
We had a time limit.
We did have a time limit. Looking forward to this one because James and Jeff of Road Law, friends of the show.
Great guys.
Great
Love
guys.
talking to them.
Great advice. Helpful for people out there that when they need help.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to kind of getting to know them a little bit better. and getting into
Who
some
are
of these
they?
stories that they deal with. You can only imagine.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm sure they've seen it all.
They have probably seen it all and heard it all.
Yeah.
And done it all. So yeah, we'll get into all that with them as well. We'll also have some time here a little bit later to hit a few news items.
Yeah.
As well.
going on?
Yeah, for sure. But happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday. Go Chiefs.
Go Chargers. Exactly. Very
Man,
good.
you
Playing
are
in
in-
Brazil tonight.
Yeah. You're
I'm
not in the
contrary.
right territory
No,
here.
I am not. I am reminded of that every Sunday. Don't get me wrong.
it'll be
Let's
a
not
good
waste
game.
any more time here, Ashley. James Manila and Jeff McConnell of Road Law. Let's get them on the line now. Let's not waste any more time and see how they're doing.
Wow. Remind us of our early days on overnight radio. Oh,
my God.
Yeah.
All-nighters.
No, we won't,
Yeah, no.
we won't be going that long. We promise.
Midnight to 6, and then go back to work. Go back to work at 9.
Wait a second. You were going. You did tell. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Let's start there.
Yeah.
What's this midnight?
Completely live.
What's this
Well.
midnight radio thing you're talking about?
Well, we started with Dave Nemo and the Road Gang Radio Network in about 1997 or 8, and part of our advertising campaign or budget, they allowed us to go on the radio and do live Q&A for like 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that. And so we started doing that, and we were on one night, and Dave said, the switchboard's all lit up, and would you guys mind staying on? And so we ended up staying on from midnight, and I think we finally came off about 6 a.m. Stayed the whole show just doing Q&A with him. Guys calling in from truck stops and, mobile phones or whatever, and we ended up doing that quite a bit. And then
Did they have mobile phones? Did we have those then?
Yeah, they were pretty fresh.
Pretty fresh.
They were the size of a
flip phones.
shoebox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
At any rate, we would do overnight radio with him, and we'd go open truck stops with him, and speedway truck stops in Louisiana and Mississippi,
And you need to understand that too, Scott. That was literally when they would open or christen a new truck stop in the Midwest and the South primarily. We would fly to the nearest airport commercially, rent a car, and drive to a truck stop and do live Q&A all night long. Drive back to the airport after that 6-hour stint, get on the plane, come back to Oklahoma City, the base, and come right back to the office.
Wait, so you guys were hanging out in truck stops from like
Truck
midnight
stops.
to 6 a.m.?
There were lines of
yeah.
people trying to ask questions.
Oh my
And,
goodness.
they weren't vetted. We had no idea what they were going to ask. There were no metal detectors, so it's always interesting.
we had some quality time in some subway booths with the Remember the old ugly the headsets or the earphones with the yellow
Oh yeah.
yellow foam padding on them?
Did they at least give you a free footlong while you hung out in the booth?
Yeah.
No, we didn't get any free food out of the gig, but
Oh my gosh.
we did pick up some clients.
Yeah, what were the quality of those questions? Because you said you got a little bit of everything. I can only imagine at 4 a.m. what kind of questions you're fielding from people who are standing in a line at a truck
At
stop.
that hour.
Maybe I'm judging too much.
Yeah.
No, they were pretty similar to some of the stuff. Why did I get stopped for that? Why have I got a violation for that? Here's how am I going to fight this ticket? They would bring a copy of a ticket in and say, "What do you think about this?" I said, "Well, that is a familiar venue to us. I believe we know who the one of the assistant DAs is in that particular county, ironically, and generally they're pretty amenable to amending if you don't have a bad record." And they didn't want to talk about the court procedure, what we knew was going to be the most important topic. They wanted to talk about let's gripe about the officer. He wasn't professional. He treated me like a wild animal. Made me get out of the vehicle. I said, those are all just like now. Those are all really important factors. But let's try to take that unfortunate experience and maybe that untactful law enforcement officer, it does happen, let's take them out of the equation and let's get with the prosecuting attorney and for once in their life not gripe about
the citing officer, but let's put you, the driver, on this pedestal about, man, this guy is a deserved candidate of relief. Look at this drive record. He was professional. He was courteous. You know, you don't have any bad notes on the back of your ticket, prosecutor, that the officer wrote. So we're respectfully requesting this charge to be amended to a non-moving violation, something that doesn't allocate points, yet allows this individual to still submit fines and costs in a timely manner. And, you know, they're like, wow, okay, you know, what's the old adage, more flies with honey than vinegar or something like that?
Yep.
So, you know, don't start the conversation about griping about the law enforcement officer. That's not going to be effective in most cases. We found out, I would even say the hard way. It's just human nature, right? I mean, that's the prosecuting attorney. They got to listen to that all day. And why it may be very relevant, let's not start with it. And the facts of the case may be relevant. But again, if you've got a good drive record, man, I want to harp on that. I want to print it off and start bragging about it right in front of the judge. Your Honor, may I approach? I got a copy of James Manella's drive record, which I probably wouldn't want, but I've got a copy of James Manella's drive record, and we wanted to share this really important, valuable information. He's not a habitual offender. In fact, he has no convictions of any moving or non-moving violation for the last 36 months. Your Honor, that's unheard of. He drives 200,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
You know, all those good points. And so you're already, you know, going the high road rather than making it such a defensive arena that you're going to confront and you're going to, you know, start really hammering on this law enforcement officer that they have to deal with all the time. And you usually get, you know, sometimes even in those occasions where it may have been a tense situation, that officer is going to come around because everybody's had time to cool off. It's been weeks or months since this stop occurred.
Yeah.
And most of the time, there's not a lot of recollection about, let's face it, they do a lot of these stops, and there's not a lot of recollection about that. So it's better to start with, you know, all those positive factors, I think.
Can we go back, Jeff and James, because, you know, you're talking about these sort of pieces of advice that you were giving out in a booth at a Subway and a truck stop in the middle of Louisiana back in 1997 or whatever year it was. You know,
or the Great American Truck Show, or what's the other truck shows? And we'd hit all these.
Mid-America Truck
Show, Great American Truck Show in Dallas.
Well,
anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just with that in mind, can you take us back? Because these are lessons that you've obviously learned over the course of a career in doing this, and that's why we like talking to you, because you've got this advice and it stands the test of time in a lot of cases. But can you take us back? You know, how did you both get into this, you know, niche in particular? Because as attorneys, you could have gone any number of directions, I would assume. Why did you land here with road law doing what you do?
Well, that's a great question, Scott. I often ask myself that question.
Every day when I wake up. Yeah.
I had personally trained and had taken a lot of foreign language, Chinese, and that sort of thing, and was going to actually go into some sort of international business transactions and whatnot, and made a couple of career choices and changes, and never went down that route, and ended up working at a firm. We did a little bit of traffic work, and that's where Jeff and I met, and we decided to take the traffic aspect and put a little different twist on it, and make a different model that we felt would be better for our potential clientele, and decided to strike out on our own. And
what year was that?
That was 1997.
Okay.
And so that's we broke out and knew about truck shows, and we knew about radio shows, and went with a overnight radio show and did some advertising. Had some really interesting commercials that they recorded for us, and got invited to do some on-air live broadcasts, and took question and answers, and really kind of build up a little bit of credibility with the listeners, and especially with the show host who was 100% behind us and promoted us as to what we were offering and what we were able to do. And that really was a spark we needed to get going, and the machines have been rolling ever since.
Yeah.
And Scott, I did not have any international business experience.
Don't speak Mandarin or anything?
I did not speak Mandarin Chinese. I did not go to school in Beijing, and but I had eaten Chinese food.
Okay.
And
there you go.
So no, anyway, we had met. We worked together at more of a defense practice. I was doing before that. I'd done some insurance defense for some of the carriers. I won't say their names, but it's they're still in operation today. We were doing a lot of defense work for liability insurance companies, and man, that was fun. Probably more fun than this, but and I mean that facetiously and not seriously, because it was. You talk about triage and a grind. It was damn near every day that you were at the office, and it was something that brought a lot of experience. There was a lot of courtroom experience. There was a lot of that I really haven't had. People, everyone, you, Ashley, everybody. You have experiences. I'm not going to call them good or bad. They're just experiences, because they do add value, whatever those may be, whether you deem at the time they're good or bad. Eventually, they come around to just being an experience and something that gives you knowledge that you didn't have before. So it's kind of a positive thing, how it normally turns out. But so all that experience, and we were like, hey, we can do this. I like defense work. I like the courtroom work. Gosh, that's the live radio shows and all the in-person stuff. That would just seem second nature to do that and to be able to discuss this. And then it really, people seem to appreciate the information. And unlike a civil case, like where you sue people, our cases, you really get, I'll call them almost immediate, a remedy. You're within a 30-day window normally of a disposition of your case. So there's a lot of, finished gratification there that, hey, this is over. It was a good disposition. You get a lot of that. You don't have to wait years. But I like defense work. I do. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I'm curious how long, obviously you go to law school. I assume, you didn't get into the weeds of trucking and the trucking industry. How long did it take you guys to really feel like you had a handle on this industry, which has so much to it?
Yeah.
It was about 8:30 this morning that I kind of got the hang of it.
You just had a handful of clients, their hearts just dropped into their stomachs.
31 years.
Yeah.
Oh no, just kidding. Go ahead.
It's really an aspect of it is a little niche of dealing with federal motor carrier safety regulations. That aspect of it, that body of information, is not necessarily large. Really, when it comes down to it, civil procedure, criminal procedure, the various procedure, every court's different. I mean, every court has local rules, these sort of things. Really, everything in most aspects of whether it's traffic infractions or regular criminal cases, there's a procedure involved. So the procedure is very similar across the board. It's just that you're dealing with different charges. You might be dealing with speeding tickets. You might be dealing with, heavier misdemeanor cases and that sort of thing. So the actual body of what we deal with, and you guys have heard it probably a million times, where we keep talking about the little green and white Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulation pocketbook that probably everybody saw in truck driving school. Maybe, you get one at a safety seminar. Maybe you carry one around with you. Our actual little area that we work in is essentially the one section, 383.51, where we've got, several pages of, what we call but what's called the major violations, the serious traffic violations. We've got, railroad violations and these sort of things. Predominantly, that section in and of itself probably encompasses, I would say, at least 2/3 of our practice, because, CDL holders in general, when you get those types of violations and you pay those kinds of violations, that's where you're getting the quickest response from a Department of Motor Vehicles in terms of a disqualification or suspension of your driving privileges. So that's kind of the primary body of work that we deal with in order to try to keep guys qualified to drive.
And if you've ever been, Scott or Ashley, I know if you've ever been to a brick and mortar Department of Motor Vehicle and had to sit down with a bureaucrat or a hearing officer, I know how enriching that experience can be, and really how quick and efficient all of that process
that's
is.
That's what they're known for. Yeah,
8 or 9 minutes, you're in and out.
Yep.
Now, that's not true, but think about doing that from California to Maine and from Washington State to Florida in every Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, again, that process, and then matching that with the driver's home state, so you've got 2 different motor vehicles that you're dealing with, and you're trying to make them correspond with each other. And sometimes they'll say, well, we need it electronically from the court, or sometimes they'll say, well, you have the resident bring the physical certified paperwork in. I mean, that type of coordination is, nobody wants to do it, but it is incredibly important, and it is a niche. And we've got some ins with a lot of the DMVs, people that we've known a long, long time that have, their special phone numbers that I will never give those out. That's like a secret recipe that you've been handed down. So anyway, those are very helpful folks, and bless their heart, they work very, very hard. I'll say what we battled more, and maybe I should rephrase that as just educating more. Re-educating more is district attorney's offices or municipal prosecutors, because for the last 2 decades, they have been pounded when they go to these continuing legal education courses that are mandatory for all lawyers, or they'll have particular, maybe special district attorney, National Association of District Attorney meetings where they assemble and they talk about various factors, and they have speakers. And some of these speakers are from that state Department of Motor Vehicle. They'll come in from the legal department and they'll say, thou shalt not help amend, change a Class A driver traffic ticket. Because if you do, DA or assistant DA, you'll lose this state's federal highway money. And they may not say that, but it comes across what the DAs are hearing is, don't do that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a welcome message, because if you're a DA, an assistant DA, and you're new in the office, well, guess what calendar or docket that you draw? You draw the traffic docket. And it's just something to cut your teeth on, because it's great courtroom experience. You get to go through all the motions and hearings. And but if you hear somebody tell you can't do that, I mean, it's a great scapegoat if you're not really listening, and then you can throw that out. Oh gosh, I'm not to blame. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
I would love to help you. It's not our policy not to help you, but I can't help you because we'll lose our federal highway money for the state, and I can't take the backlash for that. So our job has become increasingly to send out information in writing, not published by the National Association of Defense Attorneys, but by the National Association of District Attorneys, publications that they publish. Take the time to draft and publish a quick reference masking guide. So this word masking is where I'm going with this. And you think if National Association of District Attorneys, they take the time to get together and draft and publish a quick reference masking guide, that a light bulb might come on to any DA's office around the country to say, whoa, my National Association is drafting and publishing this 4-page quick reference masking guide that tells me when I can and can't help amend, change a Class A driver.
Yeah.
You would think that would be some signal that there's not some strict prohibition or moratorium on helping a Class A driver because that law doesn't exist.
Right.
I agree there needs to be a factual basis to do it, and I'm more than happy to crawl in the ring and give you 4 or 5 factual bases why you can do this. But don't sit there and tell me that it's illegal and not your policy. You're just being lazy, ADA, Assistant DA. I'm going to say it. You're being lazy, and it's a great thing to be able to lose your traffic calendar because those aren't the shiniest, most fun cases to deal with.
Sure.
And now maybe you get to do some more capital punishment cases or capital crime cases or maybe more salacious misdemeanor charges or sexy criminal charges. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's not fair. That's not fair to do that because we all stood in the room and raised our hand and said we're gonna swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and actually read the law. We're a nation of laws, so damn it, read them.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my soapbox for the day.
Well, and you're laying out something, Jeff, that I think is important to kind of emphasize in why road law is such, is so valuable when you're looking for help and you need help in these cases because, as you point out there, that landscape, the way that things have been kind of changed over the past few decades, how they are now, again, which jurisdictions are going to be more difficult to deal with, which ones are going to be a little easier to deal with. All these things. And you're kind of answering the question maybe here that I'm about to ask, but, lots have changed. Lots of things have changed over the past 30 years is the way, and that's just the way life is. But in terms of what we're talking about here, what has been the biggest change, I suppose, dating back to 1997 when you were, fielding those questions at truck stops? What has changed, I guess, with the overall landscape in that time?
Well, I'd say the overall change is that we're having to work a lot harder in order to get the same kind of relief that we were getting early on. And, the whole story about the masking is probably the biggest issue and the biggest impetus that we face these days. And, it's not if you actually read the black letter law, the federal part of it, we're just not supposed to hide convictions. You can't stand at the podium and plead guilty or no contest, do traffic school, go on a diversion program, whatever it might be. The whole goal of it is to not hide convictions so that these things will report to somebody's motor vehicle record. And so, as Jeff said, there's no moratorium on making factually based amendments to these charges, but what we run up against is just the sheer, it's not only the prosecutors, we've got the court clerks who are being educated that, we can't help people. And then, it trickles over to the judges and it's, it's almost like a misinformation campaign to, there was a court date the other day where the prosecutor was too scared to amend the charge, and so
I had to drive. I had to drive 40 miles one way.
So Jeff goes to court. Prosecutor's too scared to amend the charge. Pull out the National District Attorneys Association quick reference guide to masking. The judge asks for a copy of it because the judge wants to help people if they're worthy of help. And a light bulb goes on that says, gee, I think we can probably make factually based amendments and not run afoul of all this nonsense we've heard about masking.
Right.
So what it comes down to at the end of the day is that we have to work a lot harder to try to get the same results that we were getting early on because, in the late 90s, early 2000s, if you had a good driving record, if you had a good court, if you had a good attitude with the officer and there were no bad notes, you generally could obtain some sort of an amendment or a dismissal for somebody based on those factors. And, we talk about it every day of the week with clients just because we keep a database of all the places that we work. So, we don't want to take your money just to call you back in, 7 days and say, hey, listen, I talked to the prosecutor and, he's a total masking fanboy.
Yeah.
And, they won't amend the charge for you. So, here's your options. So we try to educate up front and we try to give, information to people so they can make an informed decision before they ever even hire us. We want to get a good result for the client just as much as the client expects a good result from hiring us. So that's really what we've tried to do over the past 25 plus years. Is we're very results driven. It's still, if somebody wants their day in court and they want to come and have a bench trial or a jury trial, that's still an option. But in the overall scheme of things, if somebody doesn't want to come back to court and we're just trying to mitigate or minimize damage to a driving record, we need to be able to say, hey, I think we can get that done for you, versus just having information at hand. And I mean, it's not uncommon that we hear it from drivers and other clients that call us that say, hey, I hired somebody and they said they could do X, Y, or Z, but they couldn't pull it off. And we can get in our database and say, well, yeah, we could have told you that if you would have called us. You didn't need to waste your money, hiring somebody who said, hey, I'll do everything legally possible for you. That's kind of been the way we've operated since we started. We don't want to take your money unless we think we can help you.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're on the line with James Manila and Jeff McConnell, the guys at Road Law. And James, you just mentioned about doing this for, about 25 years. I'm curious, is there a case that's come across your guys' desk that is one that you just will always remember, always stands out?
Yeah, there's a case that happened. I'm going to say probably 25 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it was, it's sort of funny, but not really funny. But it was it involved a client who had taken some drugs, some sort of methamphetamines or something around Memphis, Tennessee, got paranoid, and thought somebody was chasing him. But long story short, he ended up driving the wrong way down Interstate 35 down here in Oklahoma City.
So he's driving south in the northbound lane.
That's not good.
He's in the wrong lane
With a load of cattle.
With a full
live animals.
Full load of cattle. They have to shoot. They shoot the tires out, and they eventually shoot his windshield. And
with pellets hitting him in the chest,
right?
In his white T-shirt.
His T-shirt, and so that particular case, in and of itself, for me at least, is the most memorable, just from the standpoint of we had an interesting photograph.
Well, what was that? What was that phone call like? What was the? Did you get a phone call in the middle of the night?
I think James Noda called me, and then the family had bonded him out of Oklahoma County Jail because he was out on a pretty substantial bond. So he had some financial ability to move around. So he's out of jail with his family, and they knew about road law. And Oklahoma County Jail is very close to our old office at that time. They brought him over in this bloody, shot-ridden T-shirt, and I came back to the office and met him in the office. And I'm like, man, I think you should have gone to maybe a hospital first before you came. Before you came here, but he was still probably under effects of whatever he'd been on. But
there was a picture we had of him, and he was standing in our office, and he had his hands up, and he had shotgun pellets on the bottom of his forearms.
They didn't take him to the hospital. No medical.
I don't know. They might have cleaned him up, but I don't remember whether they were
pretty mad at him.
But well, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
At any rate, he the offer from the prosecutor was 20 to do.
20 to do. That was the offer. 20 years to do in prison. That's what they wanted. That was the plea.
Yeah. Wow.
And that ain't much of a plea, man.
No.
I remember.
Step back.
I remember Jeff said, my client's not going to jail or something like that.
He's not going to jail. This is first defense, guys.
We had a very liberal judge, and she I guess it was a blind plea because the prosecutor wanted massive jail time.
No recommendation at all.
And so long story short is the guy got off on a suspended sentence. He didn't do any jail time other than what he spent in the county jail, and he had to buy the officer a new pair of boots because the officer cut his boots up or something on somewhere on the truck, or broken glass or something like that. But
wait a second.
That was.
Wait a second. Is that? This is. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm not a lawyer.
Thing?
Is that a common thing? Hey, you gotta buy this deputy a new pair of
restitution. I don't think I've ever had to buy equipment before. The client had to buy equipment for. Maybe there's a general fund that goes to with fines and costs, but not specifically mentioned in a plea agreement where that specific equipment. It was crazy. I mean, it took a year to resolve that thing, but I think the ADA, I think he resigned after that. He was so incensed that the judge gave that plea, but it was a lengthy probation. It may be like 5 to 8 years, and the guy complied. He was never got in trouble again, never had to go to prison, but 20 to do on a first offense. Yeah. And let me just add, there were no animals harmed in that situation.
So, but I was going to ask, nobody else was hurt except for that.
Nobody else was hurt. By the grace of God,
they didn't lose a single cow on that whole.
Didn't lose a single.
But but it was a seriously dangerous event. Of what was going on, so we laugh about it a little bit, but in the overall scheme of things, it could have been horribly. It could have been a very bad situation.
I didn't think James was going there. I thought he was going with the guy that relatively new driver within 6 months of graduating and coming onto the road, and he was going through a fast food restaurant either for self-service or for delivery. But he his turn was a little wide, and he caught one of the landscaping boulders underneath the rear axle. And of course, I'm going to assume that if you catch a boulder underneath the rear of your trailer axle, you might know that, or reasonable drivers should know that.
Oh, you would think so.
But he he just kept going.
Yeah. It wasn't hard to find him because there was the boulder that was there, and he also had a tree that was stuck to the
I think I remember reading this story. Actually.
really?
Yeah.
To the DOT bumper. He was dragging a tree, and the rock was stuck up under the front side of the axle, and so he wasn't hard to locate him when leaving the scene of the landscape accident. But that was another one. There's an old Pennsylvania case that was early on.
Yeah.
Many drivers may know if you get off the Pennsylvania Turnpike and you're rolling at 80,000 pounds. A lot of these little places, the roadways aren't rated for that kind of weight. So we had a guy that literally called us from a phone booth. They still had those back in the late 90s.
Yeah, explain that for our younger listeners. That's
what?
It's a specific place where there was an
actual phone booth
with a wire.
Where you open the door and you had to go in and close the door.
So the guy calls from the phone booth and he's literally crying for the most part, and he said, "I missed my exit." And so I got off the turnpike to make a U-turn to come back around, and I got stopped. And I'm holding this piece of paper, and it says I owe the state of Pennsylvania $42,000.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's $1 a pound.
Crying too.
$1 a pound. It's $1 a pound, and the roadway wasn't rated for 80,000. So he says I owe $42,000, and he was just panicking, freaking out.
Yeah.
And so that was another interesting early case that we had.
Mm-hmm.
And in both those cases, the boulder in the parking lot and that one.
Yeah.
Do you remember the resolution? Were you able to kind of smooth things over in the end?
Well, nobody went to jail for the boulder. I think restitution was mandatory.
Sure.
Of course, we had to put the landscaping back, or at least pay them, to make them whole. So that's always key in any accident, whether it's with a boulder or with another vehicle or single vehicle or damage to anything that's owned by state or municipality.
You got to make it right.
Guardrail. Where's your insurance? Make restitution. We'll provide that to the court. Everybody's made whole. Let's go on down the road. But yeah, so that was good. I think he may have been again at that time. I don't think there was a masking issue, so he may have been allowed to be on probation at that time. And then I'm sure he was successful and complied with the defensive driving course and all those requirements. I'm pretty sure we saved him of a conviction.
But the important thing to remember about these accident cases, especially with the ones where you hit something and you go, is that, well, today everything's on video for the most part.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So someone's either filming you do it or there's a camera somewhere. Back then, we didn't have all the video footage. People didn't have dash cams, and people didn't, weren't recording stuff and that sort of thing. But the bottom line is, on these accident cases, and it doesn't have to be attended property, so to speak. I mean, if you leave the scene of an accident, you're looking at a 1-year disqualification of your CDL privileges. But the real life aspect of that is that nobody's going to employ you.
No.
Yeah.
If you've been convicted, I mean, you can get your CDL back after 12 months. But once that entry is on your driving record, leaving the scene of an accident, I mean, you're just not employable. It's just there's not a whole lot of people that want to take the risk. And that's, from our brothers and sisters on the other side that are doing plaintiff's work, suing people. If you employ somebody who then gets in another accident, you have a whole aspect of, negligent retention, negligent hiring. You're talking about big dollar verdicts. So, they're very sensitive, to those kinds of things. And that's, why we always harp on the fact, trying to keep your motor vehicle record as clean as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and, I think that's, again, why you two guys are great on these topics, because you've got advice and you've got years of experience behind it. Some of the advice is as simple as, don't do meth and get behind the wheel of a commercial truck or run over a boulder and take off.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I would imagine most of your cases are a little more subdued and kind of by the book.
Right.
Sure.
For people listening to this, common sense, I think, goes a long way. But, and I'll ask each of you this, what piece of advice would you give for a truck driver listening right now as they navigate so many things in their daily lives on the road, just trying to make a livelihood. When it comes to this kind of stuff, what piece of advice would you give them?
Scott, I would say, the thing that I want to say, I think be the most important would be at a scene of a stop of law enforcement, just be professional, be tactful, be courteous. You can call road law after a stop, but if you've already tied our hands with some negativity that the citing officer has written on the back of their copy of your citation that they hand personally to the district attorney's office, we're screwed.
Yeah.
We're totally done. I mean, you can hire us, we can do everything we can, but if those negative notes are there, then usually there's not much leeway. There's not going to be much of a recommendation. Most important, be courteous. That's all you got to do. Be professional, be courteous, think of the long goal. Think of, what is the goal? What are you trying to do? We're not trying to be confrontational at the scene. I understand it's a very, very tense opportunity when you're stopped. There is a lot of anxiety, and we certainly get that. It's a scary situation. Just remain professional and be professional. Don't allow those bad notes to go on the back of those citations.
Yeah.
Don't tie your lawyer's hands.
James, you want to answer in Chinese?
Well, it's been a while, so I'm gonna pass
give it a
on
go.
that
It'll be
part
fine.
of it. But
Scott, let's wait. The only thing I think he remembers is all the profanity. So you better be careful.
Hey, we'd like to hear those. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, I'll try to nutshell mine because I have a lot of things that in my mind, and the first thing is that this is your livelihood. This is the profession that you've chosen to do, and what you have to understand is that there are a lot of pitfalls out there, whether you're in a commercial vehicle or whether you're just, in your own personal vehicle. And so you really need to take to heart that this is what you do to make money, to support your family, whatever it is. So, when we get to the laundry list of things that we see here every day of the week, alcohol and drugs, number one,
3-digit speed tickets while you're on vacation.
Excessive speeding. I mean, you have one motor vehicle record. You have one driver's license. You may have the privileges of a Class A CDL, a motorcycle endorsement, whatever it is, but you still only have one driver license and you have one motor vehicle record. So you can't be on vacation in a rental car doing 120 miles an hour through the state of Georgia. The other big one that we see, the cell phones. I mean, the cell phone texting and wireless devices are now serious traffic. They're serious traffic violations, and it doesn't matter whether you're in the big rig or whatever it is. So we must do probably, 25 to 50 cell phone cases a week.
Yeah.
Put the phone down. Get a hands-free device. Get a cell phone holder, but don't hold the phone to your ear. Don't text, while you're driving. But the overall, the overall message is this is your livelihood. You got to be so careful, today, because it's so easy to blemish your record or to, with drugs and alcohol, to get into the clearinghouse and get into that whole. I mean, that's a whole different rabbit hole of a different conversation topic that nobody wants to be involved in if you don't have to be. But treat it like it was a brick of gold or something. I mean, having those credentials and having that ability to drive and do what you do that's your main focus. So you got to stay away from the things that are going to have those privileges taken away from you.
Yeah, great advice.
Yeah. One last thing, guys. For anybody listening who may need it, where can people go for more information?
Well, they can call us. We have a toll-free line. It's 888-276-8000. You can also go to our website at roadlaw.net, and we have a function on there where you can contact us through that, and email will get sent to either Jeff or myself, and we can answer you via email. And predominantly, that's the best way to get us.
Yeah. Let me say it like our old radio days, Ashley.
Yeah. I
Call
know.
Road Law,
Yeah.
888-276-8000. That's 888-276-8000. Road Law.
You still got it.
We'll throw some sound effects in there, and we'll make it sound real snazzy. Some 1990s, mid-1990s
Yeah.
sound effects.
There you go.
I like it.
If I can dig up some of the old advertising
pretty
tape,
bad.
Oh, I would love to hear those,
Yeah,
actually.
that would be good.
Yeah,
we
send
had
those
a-
our
we
way.
had a you have to have a cassette player though. Scott. I don't know if you
I'm
remember.
sure there's
those.
one of those
We'll find one in the basement somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah.
Maybe a vinyl around here somewhere. I don't know.
8-track. We're not going back to 8-track, though. We're not going that
That's
far.
before my time. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
One of the old
records before your
recording
time.
tubes. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your
Yes,
time. I do
thanks.
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Really enjoyed it.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with Howes.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
And we're back. Our thanks to James Manella and Jeff McConnell. Great conversation with those guys.
Always.
Yes, very
Always enjoy
interesting.
talking to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on this weekend, Scott?
Nothing. I don't think. Chargers and Chiefs
Yeah.
tonight. We were talking earlier.
Brazil.
I'm a Chargers fan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm a Cowboys fan.
A long
first,
suffering.
so
Well, at
I'm-
least you've won Super Bowls in your
Yes,
past.
I'm watching the Netflix documentary on that. Mind you, I was a child when that happened, but it is
Also,
exciting
thanks
to
for rubbing
see.
that in as well too. Yeah. I'm a Chargers fan. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately. I
No.
enjoy it. I like the team, obviously.
And they've
but-
never won a Super Bowl.
Nope. They've been to
See-
one. It's been 30 years.
You
but
know
they've
what?
been to
When
one.
it comes to that, I'm like, I want those teams to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The Bills, they've never won.
The Bills have, they've never won. They've
They've
been
gone several times
against your
in the
Cowboys in
90s,
the
yeah.
90s, famously, several times, yeah.
Yeah.
The Bills, I think if I had to pick, the Bills, I think would be they're the favorite for
Yeah,
a team that
Josh
needs to get over
Allen.
the hump. Yep.
We like him.
Yeah, Josh Allen, great quarterback.
Yeah, should be good.
It should be good. Go Chargers. We'll see how that pans
Go
out. You may
Chiefs.
see a very sad Scott on Monday, but such is life as a Chargers fan. Let's handle some business here, Ashley, before we move on and right off into the weekend sunset, as it were. Hate to start here with some homework, but it is important. We talk about this all the time. Our listeners may recall a little while back when we mentioned that OIDA was sending out letters to the governors of 43 states urging them to stop issuing non-domiciled CDLs while state and federal officials work on a review of essentially the entire system to find out what's not working, maybe also to find out what is working, although I think it's more the latter there, or the former rather. This was a direct follow-up here to a similar letter to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, urging him and the department to take similar action. And as we stated before, this is first and foremost a safety concern, since we're not entirely sure whether states or federal regulators are capturing information that should disqualify someone from getting a CDL, mainly because the information isn't being shared or isn't even accessible in some of those cases because it has to come from other countries. So we've got a call to action now from OIDA asking members to reach out to their governor's offices to make sure that they have read the letter, that they understand the letter, that they understand this is an important issue that they need to pay attention to and take action on. The more the better on this, as always. And the best and easiest place we have mentioned before to do that and start this process is at fightingfortruckers.com. A lot easier than it may seem. So
Very much.
hop on there, send out a quick email or letter, and let your governor know why this issue is so important.
Yeah. A few ELDs have been added to the revoked list by FMCSA. TTELD PT30, ELOG.
Oh, that rolls off the tongue.
It rolls off the tongue, yeah. ELOG 42 and Renaissance ELD, if you have any of those. They've been revoked due to the company's failure to meet the minimum requirements. Motor carriers have up to 60 days to replace the revoked ELDs. Anyone who has one of these devices should begin using paper logs or logging software to record their hours. You have until November 3rd to find a compliant replacement.
We're getting a lot of these, it feels like.
Yeah, it does seem like there's
recent
a
months.
lot. And yeah, it just seems odd.
Yeah, well, it's again, it's the self-certification process that is a big part of this, I think. And as we keep seeing these ELDs get thrown up on that list, there, a hassle for people that have those for sure. Get on that if you have one of those ELDs in your truck right now. We spoke actually kind of speaking of ELDs and equipment and technology and how it all can be connected and perhaps causing problems some way or another. We spoke about this on yesterday's show with Artie Crawford of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, but it does bear repeating. They are hosting a 3-part online training event that starts next Wednesday, September 10th. This one is tailored specifically for owner-operators and small fleets. Good advice there on staying safe, again, in a cyber world, a world that's increasingly connected and increasingly fraught with pitfalls there as well. There is a fee. I think it's $49.99 per person. For more information, head to nmfta.org, and you'll see the information there. But our friends there doing good work, making sure that everybody's up to date and up to speed on how to stay safe. The people out there are trying to get your information and trying to cause havoc. And
it would definitely be helpful.
Come together and stop them if we can.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Less than a month remains to register for Truck to Success. This 3-day education series is put on by OOIDA. It'll go over everything you need to know about becoming an owner-operator. It's held in Blue Springs, Missouri from October 21st through the 23rd. If you can't attend in person, there is a Zoom option. Registration deadline for that is October 20th, but the registration for in-person is October 1st, so a few weeks away.
Yeah.
For more information, you can check out ooida.com, click on the menu, Education, Truck to Success.
And also, I think trucktosuccess.com, the website there, works as well, too.
Didn't know that.
A little bit easier than all the dashes there for sure.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, great event. Looking forward to that. We'll both at least be there. And
I'll be there for the breakfast at least.
You'll be there for the bacon.
Talked about it before.
We have talked about it.
The absolute best.
You can probably just swing by the hotel anytime you want.
No, but honestly, though, it actually was really helpful as someone like totally new to the trucking world.
Yeah.
It was like super helpful to learn. And I have no
understand all the ins and
ambition
outs.
to be an owner-operator, but it was very helpful just to learn all the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, and that's what it's designed for. It's designed for anybody of all, and the bacon, of all experience levels to go and find out what it entails for sure.
Yeah. Yep. And if I had $1.7 billion, I would buy whoever made that bacon.
Oh, okay.
Hire them.
You would
not buy them.
I was going to say, let's not get in the habit of buying people. I mean, you probably could.
I would hire.
You would hire them as your private
for
chef
that amount. Yes.
You would hire a private bacon chef.
Yep.
Would that person only make bacon for you?
No. I'd have a host of other things.
What if that's the only thing they can do?
You know what though? Judge by how good I've talked this up so much. Anybody who comes to Trust Success and tries the bacon, they're going to be like, "This is."
What if the bacon person doesn't work there anymore? What
I
if
hope
the bacon
they do.
is
It's
subpar?
been a few years.
Are you going to be very disappointed? If
I will.
The bacon
I
is
will
subpar?
go and I will let you guys know. I will update our listeners.
We'll have a bacon update. A bacon update. Can we get some sound effects for that too? I don't know what that would be.
Hey, I can bring it in here.
Yeah, well, that doesn't quite, it won't translate too well over the microphones, but yeah, the Powerball, $1.7 billion.
Like, what would you even do with that?
I think it was like $740 million or something after taxes. If you take the lump sum, right? Yeah. Which I mean, still is a lot of money. Yeah, I don't know. I'm such a simple person. I think all I think about is like being able to pay off my bills and pay off the house and pay off, this and that.
I know. I'd be like, get an appointment with the bank, figure out the best way to.
That's an unfathomable amount.
I know. I don't even know how you'd wrap your head around it.
Yeah. or what you would even buy? What would be your first purchase?
Maybe
Don't say bacon.
No,
Please don't say bacon.
I'm really not even that big of a bacon
Yeah.
person, but it sounds like I am. Probably a house.
Yeah?
With a pool.
Would you buy a new house?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'd probably just pay off my house. I don't even know what I would do.
Oh, see, no, I'd want to move.
I don't know what I would do. I would travel a lot. I do know that.
Yeah. Would you quit your job?
I mean, I love it here so much, Ashley. $750 million is not enough to walk away from.
I didn't think it would be.
From this place. That's the thing. You can't even fathom. Again, I don't think you can fathom what you would do in that situation because it is
I think it'd be so boring to not
unfathomable.
work. Although I'm sure with that amount of money, you could find a few
You
hobbies.
could find some things to do, I think. Yeah.
Traveling would be amazing, though. Yeah,
It would be amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, well, good luck. Are you going to buy a ticket? You're not going to win if you don't buy a ticket, though.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even know. I've never bought a Powerball.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't
See,
even know how to go about
I bought a
doing
couple in the past week, and it's basically just like taking the money and lighting it on fire.
it. Yeah.
But, if you don't play, you can't win.
I'll keep my, $3?
$2 per ticket.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All right. Well, you keep that money.
Yep.
I'll enjoy my $750 million after
Maybe you can
take
share.
home lump sum, and I will share with you. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.